Section 10 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The Second Day. 5. Bernadette's Trials. About 11 o'clock that night, leaving Monsieur de Gersain in his room at the Hotel of the Apparitions, it occurred to Pierre to return for a moment to the hospital of Our Lady of Lourdes before going to bed himself. He had left Marie in such a despairing state, so fiercely silent, that he was full of anxiety about her. And when he had asked for Madame de Jonquière at the room of the Sainte-Honorine ward, he became yet more anxious, for the news was by no means good. The young girl, said the superintendent, had not even opened her mouth. She would answer nobody, and had even refused to eat. Madame de Jonquière insisted, therefore, that Pierre should come in. True, the presence of men was forbidden in the women's wards at night time, but then a priest is not a man. "She only cares for you and will only listen to you," said the worthy lady. "Pray come in and sit down near her till Abbé Judaine arrives. He will come at about 1 in the morning to administer the communion to our more afflicted sufferers, those who cannot move and who have to eat at daybreak. You will be able to assist him." Pierre thereupon followed Madame de Jonquière, who installed him at the head of Marie's bed. "My dear child," she said to the girl, "I have brought you somebody who is very fond of you. You will be able to chat with him, and you will be reasonable now, won't you?" Marie, however, on recognizing Pierre, gazed at him with an air of exasperated suffering, a black, stern expression of revolt. "Would you like him to read something to you?" resumed Madame de Jonquière. "Something that would ease and console you, as he did in the train? No? It wouldn't interest you, you don't care for it? Well, we will see by and by. I will leave him with you, and I am sure you will be quite reasonable again in a few minutes." Pierre then began speaking to her in a low voice, saying all the kind consoling things that his heart could think of, and entreating her not to allow herself to sink into such despair. If the Blessed Virgin had not cured her on the first day, it was because she reserved her for some conspicuous miracle. But he spoke in vain. Marie had turned her head away, and did not even seem to listen as she lay there with a bitter expression on her mouth, and a gleam of irritation in her eyes which wandered away into space. Accordingly he ceased speaking and began to gaze at the ward around him. The spectacle was a frightful one. Never before had such a nausea of pity and terror affected his heart. They had long since dined, nevertheless plates of food which had been brought up from the kitchen still lay about the beds. And all through the night there were some who ate, whilst others continued restlessly moaning, asking to be turned over or helped out of bed. As the hours went by, a kind of vague delirium seemed to come upon almost all of them. Very few were able to sleep quietly. Some had been undressed and were lying between the sheets, but the greater number were simply stretched out on the beds, it being so difficult to get their clothes off that they did not even change their linen during the 5 days of the pilgrimage. In the semi-obscurity, moreover, the obstruction of the ward seemed to have increased. To the 15 beds ranged along the walls and the 7 mattresses filling the central space, some fresh pallets had been added, and on all sides there was a confused litter of ragged garments, old baskets, boxes, and valises. Indeed, you no longer knew where to sleep. 2 smoky lanterns shed but a dim light upon this encampment of dying women, in which a sickly smell prevailed. For instead of any freshness, merely the heavy heat of the August night came in through the 2 windows which had been left ajar. Nightmare-like shadows and cries sped to and fro, peopling this inferno, amidst the nocturnal agony of all the accumulated suffering. However, Pierre recognized Raymonde, who, her duties over, had come to kiss her mother, before going to sleep in one of the garrets reserved to the sisters of the hospital. For her own part, Madame de Jonquière, taking her functions to heart, did not close her eyes during the 3 nights spent at Lourdes. She certainly had an armchair in which to rest herself, but she never sat down in it for a moment without being disturbed. It must be admitted that she was bravely seconded by little Madame des Agneaux, who displayed such enthusiastic zeal that Sister Hyacinthe asked her with a smile, "Why don't you take the vows?" Whereupon she responded, with an air of scared surprise, "Oh, I can't. I'm married, you know, and I'm very fond of my husband." As for Madame Volmar, she had not even shown herself. But it was alleged that Madame de Jonquière had sent her to bed on hearing her complain of a frightful headache. And this had put Madame des Agneaux in quite a temper, for as she sensibly enough remarked, a person had no business to offer to nurse the sick when the slightest exertion exhausted her. She herself, however, at last began to feel her legs and arms aching, though she would not admit it, but hastened to every patient whom she heard calling, ever ready to lend a helping hand. In Paris she would have rung for a servant rather than have moved a candlestick herself, but here she was ever coming and going, bringing and emptying basins, and passing her arms around patients to hold them up, whilst Madame de Jonquière slipped pillows behind them. However, shortly after 11 o'clock she was all at once overpowered. Having imprudently stretched herself in the armchair for a moment's rest, she there fell soundly asleep, her pretty head sinking on one of her shoulders amidst her lovely wavy fair hair, which was all in disorder. And from that moment neither moan nor call, indeed no sound whatever, could waken her. Madame de Jonquière, however, had softly approached the young priest again. "I had an idea," said she in a low voice, "of sending for Monsieur Ferrand, the house surgeon, you know, who accompanies us. He would have given the poor girl something to calm her. Only he is busy downstairs trying to relieve Brother Isidore in the family ward. Besides, as you know, we are not supposed to give medical attendance here. Our work consists in placing our dear sick ones in the hands of the Blessed Virgin." Sister Hyacinthe, who had made up her mind to spend the night with the superintendent, now drew near. "I have just come from the family ward," she said. "I went to take Monsieur Sabatier some oranges, which I had promised him, and I saw Monsieur Ferrand, who had just succeeded in reviving Brother Isidore. Would you like me to go down and fetch him?" But Pierre declined the offer. "No, no," he replied. "Marie will be sensible. I will read her a few consoling pages by, and then she will rest." For the moment, however, the girl still remained obstinately silent. One of the two lanterns was hanging from the wall close by, and Pierre could distinctly see her thin face, rigid and motionless like stone. Then, farther away, in the adjoining bed, he perceived Élise Rouquet, who was sound asleep and no longer wore her fichu, but openly displayed her face, the ulcerations of which still continued to grow paler. And on the young priest's left hand was Madame Vétu, now greatly weakened, in a hopeless state, unable to doze off for a moment, shaken as she was by a continuous rattle. He said a few kind words to her, for which she thanked him with a nod, and gathering her remaining strength together, she was at last able to say, "There were several cures today. I was very pleased to hear of them." On a mattress at the foot of her bed was La Grivotte, who in a fever of extraordinary activity kept on sitting up to repeat her favourite phrase, "I am cured, I am cured." And she went on to relate that she had eaten half a fowl for dinner, she who had been unable to eat for long months past. Then, too, she had followed the torchlight procession on foot during nearly a couple of hours, and she would certainly have danced till daybreak had the Blessed Virgin only been pleased to give a ball. And once more she repeated, "I am cured, yes, cured, quite cured." Thereupon Madame Vétu found enough strength to say with childlike serenity and perfect gladsome abnegation, "The Blessed Virgin did well to cure her, since she is poor. I am better pleased than if it had been myself, for I have my little shop to depend on and can wait. We each have our turn, each our turn." One and all displayed a like charity, a like pleasure that others should have been cured. Seldom indeed was any jealousy shown. They surrendered themselves to a kind of epidemical beatitude, to a contagious hope that they would all be cured whenever it should so please the Blessed Virgin. And it was necessary that she should not be offended by any undue impatience, for assuredly she had her reasons and knew right well why she began by healing some rather than others. Thus, with the fraternity born of common suffering and hope, the most grievously afflicted patients prayed for the cure of their neighbours. None of them ever despaired, each fresh miracle was the promise of another one, of the one which would be worked on themselves. Their faith remained unshakable. A story was told of a paralytic woman, some farm servant, who with extraordinary strength of will had contrived to take a few steps at the grotto, and who while being conveyed back to the hospital had asked to be set down that she might return to the grotto on foot. But she had gone only half the distance when she had staggered, panting and livid, and on being brought to the hospital on a stretcher she had died there, cured, however, said her neighbours in the ward. Each indeed had her turn. The Blessed Virgin forgot none of her dear daughters unless it were her design to grant some chosen one immediate admission into paradise. All at once, at the moment when Pierre was leaning towards her, again offering to read to her, Marie burst into furious sobs. Letting her head fall upon her friend's shoulder, she vented all her rebellion in a low, terrible voice, amidst the vague shadows of that awful room. She had experienced what seldom happened to her, a collapse of faith, a sudden loss of courage, all the rage of the suffering being who can no longer wait. Such was her despair, indeed, that she even became sacrilegious. "No, no," she stammered, "the Virgin is cruel. She is unjust, for she did not cure me just now. Yet I felt so certain that she would grant my prayer. I had prayed to her so fervently. I shall never be cured, now that the first day is past. It was a Saturday, and I was convinced that I should be cured on a Saturday. I did not want to speak, and, oh, prevent me, for my heart is too full, and I might say more than I ought to do." With fraternal hands he had quickly taken hold of her head, and he was endeavouring to stifle the cry of her rebellion. "Be quiet, Marie, I entreat you. It would never do for anyone to hear you. You so pious. Do you want to scandalize every soul?" But in spite of her efforts she was unable to keep silence. "I should stifle, I must speak out," she said. "I no longer love her, no longer believe in her. The tales which are related here are all falsehoods. There is nothing. She does not even exist, since she does not hear when one speaks to her, and sobs. If you only knew all that I said to her. Oh, I want to go away at once. Take me away, carry me away in your arms, so that I may go and die in the street, where the passers-by at least will take pity on my sufferings." She was growing weak again, and had once more fallen on her back, stammering, talking childishly. "Besides, nobody loves me," she said. "My father was not even there. And you, my friend, forsook me. When I saw that it was another who was taking me to the piscinas, I began to feel a chill. Yes, that chill of doubt which I often felt in Paris. And that is at least certain, I doubted. Perhaps indeed that is why she did not cure me. I cannot have prayed well enough. I am not pious enough, no doubt." She was no longer blaspheming, but seeking for excuses to explain the non-intervention of heaven. However, her face retained an angry expression amidst this struggle which she was waging with the supreme power, that power which she had loved so well and entreated so fervently, but which had not obeyed her. When, on rare occasions, a fit of rage of this description broke out in the ward, and the sufferers, lying on their beds, rebelled against their fate, sobbing and lamenting, and at times even swearing, the lady hospitallers and the sisters, somewhat shocked, would content themselves with simply closing the bed-curtains. Grace had departed, one must await its return. And at last, sometimes after long hours, the rebellious complaints would die away, and peace would reign again amidst the deep, woeful silence. "Calm yourself, I implore you," Pierre gently repeated to Marie, seeing that a fresh attack was coming upon her, an attack of doubt in herself, of fear that she was unworthy of the divine assistance. Sister Hyacinthe, moreover, had again drawn near. "You will not be able to take the sacrament by and by, my dear child," said she, "if you continue in such a state. Come, since we have given Monsieur l'Abbé permission to read to you, why don't you let him do so?" Marie made a feeble gesture as though to say that she consented, and Pierre at once took out of the valise at the foot of her bed the little blue-covered book in which the story of Bernadette was so naively related. As on the previous night, however, when the train was rolling on, he did not confine himself to the bald phraseology of the book, but began improvising, relating all manner of details in his own fashion, in order to charm the simple folks who listened to him. Nevertheless, with his reasoning, analytical proclivities, he could not prevent himself from secretly re-establishing the real facts, imparting, for himself alone, a human character to this legend, whose wealth of prodigies contributed so greatly to the cure of those that suffered. Women were soon sitting up on all the surrounding beds. They wished to hear the continuation of the story, for the thought of the sacrament which they were passionately awaiting had prevented almost all of them from getting to sleep. And seated there, in the pale light of the lantern hanging from the wall above him, Pierre little by little raised his voice, so that he might be heard by the whole ward. The persecutions began with the very first miracles. Called a liar and a lunatic, Bernadette was threatened with imprisonment. Abbé Peramal, the parish priest of Lourdes, and Monseigneur Laurence, Bishop of Tarbes, like the rest of the clergy, refrained from all intervention, waiting the course of events with the greatest prudence, whilst the civil authorities, the prefect, the public prosecutor, the mayor, and the commissary of police indulged in excessive anti-religious zeal. Continuing his perusal in this fashion, Pierre saw the real story rise up before him with invincible force. His mind travelled a short distance backward, and he beheld Bernadette at the time of the first apparitions, so candid, so charming in her ignorance and good faith, amidst all her sufferings. And she was truly the visionary, the saint, her face assuming an expression of superhuman beauty during her crises of ecstasy. Her brow beamed, her features seemed to ascend, her eyes were bathed with light, whilst her parted lips burnt with divine love. And then her whole person became majestic. It was in a slow, stately way that she made the sign of the cross, with gestures which seemed to embrace the whole horizon. The neighbouring valleys, the villages, the towns spoke of Bernadette alone. Although the lady had not yet told her name, she was recognized, and people said, "It is she, the Blessed Virgin." On the first market day, so many people flocked into Lourdes that the town quite overflowed. All wished to see the blessed child whom the Queen of the Angels had chosen, and who became so beautiful when the heavens opened to her enraptured gaze. The crowd on the banks of the Gave grew larger each morning, and thousands of people ended by installing themselves there, jostling one another that they might lose nothing of the spectacle. As soon as Bernadette appeared, a murmur of fervour spread. "Here is the saint! The saint! The saint!" Folks rushed forward to kiss her garments. She was a Messiah, the eternal Messiah whom the nations await, and the need of whom is ever arising from generation to generation. And moreover it was ever the same adventure beginning afresh, an apparition of the Virgin to a shepherdess, a voice exhorting the world to penitence, a spring gushing forth, and miracles astonishing and enrapturing the crowds that hastened to the spot in larger and larger numbers. Ah, those first miracles of Lourdes, what a springtide flowering of consolation and hope they brought to the hearts of the wretched, upon whom poverty and sickness were preying. Old Bourriette's restored eyesight, little Bouor's resuscitation in the icy water, the deaf recovering their hearing, the lame suddenly enabled to walk, and so many other cases, Blaise Momus, Bernard Soubi, Auguste Borde, Blaisette Soupen, Benoît Cazot, in turn cured of the most dreadful ailments, became the subject of endless conversations, and fanned the illusions of all those who suffered either in their hearts or their flesh. On Thursday, March 4, the last day of the 15 visits solicited by the Virgin, there were more than 20,000 persons assembled before the grotto. Everybody, indeed, had come down from the mountains, and this immense throng found at the grotto the divine food that it hungered for, a feast of the marvellous, a sufficient meed of the impossible to content its belief in a superior power, which deigned to bestow some attention upon poor folks, and to intervene in the wretched affairs of this lower world, in order to re-establish some measure of justice and kindness. It was indeed the cry of heavenly charity bursting forth, the invisible helping hand stretched out at last to dress the eternal sores of humanity. Ah, that dream in which each successive generation sought refuge, with what indestructible energy did it not arise among the disinherited ones of this world as soon as it found a favourable spot, prepared by circumstances. And for centuries, perhaps, circumstances had never so combined to kindle the mystical fire of faith as they did at Lourdes. A new religion was about to be founded, and persecutions at once began, for religions only spring up amidst vexations and rebellions. And even as it was long ago at Jerusalem, when the tidings of miracles spread, the civil authorities, the public prosecutor, the justice of the peace, the mayor, and particularly the prefect of Tarbes, were all roused and began to bestir themselves. The prefect was a sincere Catholic, a worshipper, a man of perfect honour, but he also had the firm mind of a public functionary, was a passionate defender of order, and a declared adversary of fanaticism which gives birth to disorder and religious perversion. Under his orders at Lourdes there was a commissary of police, a man of great intelligence and shrewdness, who had hitherto discharged his functions in a very proper way, and who, legitimately enough, beheld in this affair of the apparitions an opportunity to put his gift of sagacious skill to the proof. So the struggle began, and it was this commissary who, on the first Sunday in Lent, at the time of the first apparitions, summoned Bernadette to his office in order that he might question her. He showed himself affectionate, then angry, then threatening, but all in vain. The answers which the girl gave him were ever the same. The story which she related, with its slowly accumulated details, had little by little irrevocably implanted itself in her infantile mind. And it was no lie on the part of this poor suffering creature, this exceptional victim of hysteria, but an unconscious haunting, a radical lack of willpower to free herself from her original hallucination. She knew not how to exert any such will, she could not, she would not exert it. Ah, the poor child, the dear child, so amiable and so gentle, so incapable of any evil thought, from that time forward lost to life, crucified by her fixed idea, whence one could only have extricated her by changing her environment, by restoring her to the open air in some land of daylight and human affection. But she was the chosen one, she had beheld the Virgin, she would suffer from it her whole life long and die from it at last. Pierre, who knew Bernadette so well, and who felt a fraternal pity for her memory, the fervent compassion with which one regards a human saint, a simple, upright, charming creature tortured by her faith, allowed his emotion to appear in his moist eyes and trembling voice. And a pause in his narrative ensued. Marie, who had hitherto been lying there quite stiff, with a hard expression of revolt still upon her face, opened her clenched hands and made a vague gesture of pity. "Ah," she murmured, "the poor child, all alone to contend against those magistrates, and so innocent, so proud, so unshakable in her championship of the truth." The same compassionate sympathy was arising from all the beds in the ward. That hospital inferno, with its nocturnal wretchedness, its pestilential atmosphere, its pallets of anguish heaped together, its weary lady hospitallers and sisters flitting phantom-like hither and thither, now seemed to be illumined by a ray of divine charity. Was not the eternal illusion of happiness rising once more amidst tears and unconscious falsehoods? Poor, poor Bernadette, all waxed indignant at the thought of the persecutions which she had endured in defence of her faith. Then Pierre, resuming his story, related all that the child had had to suffer. After being questioned by the commissary, she had to appear before the judges of the local tribunal. The entire magistracy pursued her and endeavoured to wring a retractation from her. But the obstinacy of her dream was stronger than the common sense of all the civil authorities put together. 2 doctors who were sent by the prefect to make a careful examination of the girl came, like all doctors would have done, to the honest opinion that it was a case of nervous trouble, of which the asthma was a sure sign, and which, in certain circumstances, might have induced visions. This nearly led to her removal and confinement in a hospital at Tarbes. But public exasperation was feared. A bishop had fallen on his knees before her. Some ladies had sought to buy favours from her for gold. Moreover, she had found a refuge with the Sisters of Nevers, who tended the aged in the town asylum, and there she made her first communion, and was with difficulty taught to read and write. As the Blessed Virgin seemed to have chosen her solely to work the happiness of others, and she herself had not been cured, it was very sensibly decided to take her to the baths of Cauterets, which were so near at hand. However, they did her no good, and no sooner had she returned to Lourdes than the torture of being questioned and adored by a whole people began afresh, became aggravated, and filled her more and more with horror of the world. Her life was over already. She would be a playful child no more. She could never be a young girl dreaming of a husband, a young wife kissing the cheeks of sturdy children. She had beheld the Virgin, she was the chosen one, the martyr. If the Virgin, said believers, had confided 3 secrets to her, investing her with a triple armour as it were, it was simply in order to sustain her in her appointed course. The clergy had for a long time remained aloof, on its own side full of doubt and anxiety. Abbé Peramal, the parish priest of Lourdes, was a man of somewhat blunt ways, but full of infinite kindness, rectitude, and energy whenever he found himself in what he thought the right path. On the first occasion when Bernadette visited him, he received this child who had been brought up at Bartrès and had not yet been seen at catechism, almost as sternly as the commissary of police had done. In fact, he refused to believe her story, and with some irony told her to entreat the lady to begin by making the eglantine blossom beneath her feet, which, by the way, the lady never did. And if the abbé ended by taking the child under his protection like a good pastor who defends his flock, it was simply through the advent of persecution and the talk of imprisoning this puny child, whose clear eyes shone so frankly, and who clung with such modest, gentle stubbornness to her original tale. Besides, why should he have continued denying the miracle after merely doubting it like a prudent priest who had no desire to see religion mixed up in any suspicious affair? Holy Writ is full of prodigies, all dogma is based on the mysterious. and that being so, there was nothing to prevent him, a priest, from believing that the Virgin had really entrusted Bernadette with a pious message for him, an injunction to build a church whither the faithful would repair in procession. Thus it was that he began loving and defending Bernadette for her charm's sake, whilst still refraining from active interference, awaiting as he did the decision of his bishop. This bishop, Monseigneur Laurence, seemed to have shut himself up in his episcopal residence at Tarbes, locking himself within it and preserving absolute silence as though there were nothing occurring at Lourdes of a nature to interest him. He had given strict instructions to his clergy, and so far not a priest had appeared among the vast crowds of people who spent their days before the grotto. He waited, and even allowed the prefect to state in his administrative circulars that the civil and the religious authorities were acting in concert. In reality, he cannot have believed in the apparitions of the grotto of Massabielle, which he doubtless considered to be the mere hallucinations of a sick child. This affair, which was revolutionizing the region, was of sufficient importance for him to have had it studied day by day, and the manner in which he disregarded it for so long a time shows how little inclined he was to admit the truth of the alleged miracles, and how greatly he desired to avoid compromising the Church in a matter which seemed destined to end badly. With all his piety, Monseigneur Laurence had a cool, practical intellect, which enabled him to govern his diocese with great good sense. Impatient and ardent people nicknamed him St. Thomas at the time, on account of the manner in which his doubts persisted until events at last forced his hand. Indeed, he turned a deaf ear to all the stories that were being related, firmly resolved as he was that he would only listen to them if it should appear certain that religion had nothing to lose. However, the persecutions were about to become more pronounced. The minister of worship in Paris, who had been informed of what was going on, required that a stop should be put to all disorders, and so the prefect caused the approaches to the grotto to be occupied by the military. The grotto had already been decorated with vases of flowers offered by the zeal of the faithful and the gratitude of sufferers who had been healed. Money, moreover, was thrown into it. Gifts to the Blessed Virgin abounded. Rudimentary improvements, too, were carried out in a spontaneous way. Some quarrymen cut a kind of reservoir to receive the miraculous water, and others removed the large blocks of stone and traced a path in the hillside. However, in presence of the swelling torrents of people, the prefect, after renouncing his idea of arresting Bernadette, took the serious resolution of preventing all access to the grotto by placing a strong palisade in front of it. Some regrettable incidents had lately occurred. Various children pretended that they had seen the devil, some of them being guilty of simulation in this respect, whilst others had given way to real attacks of hysteria, in the contagious nervous unhinging which was so prevalent. But what a terrible business did the removal of the offerings from the grotto prove! It was only towards evening that the commissary was able to find a girl willing to let him have a cart on hire, and 2 hours later this girl fell from a loft and broke one of her ribs. In the same way, a man who had lent an axe had his feet crushed on the morrow by the fall of a block of stone. It was in the midst of jeers and hisses that the commissary carried off the pots of flowers, the tapers which he found burning, the coppers and the silver hearts which lay upon the sand. People clenched their fists and covertly called him thief and murderer. Then the posts for the palisades were planted in the ground, and the rails were nailed to the crossbars, no little labour being performed in order to shut off the mystery, in order to bar access to the unknown, and put the miracles in prison. And the civil authorities were simple enough to imagine that it was all over, that those few bits of boarding would suffice to stay the poor people who hungered for illusion and hope. But as soon as the new religion was proscribed, forbidden by the law as an offence, it began to burn with an inextinguishable flame in the depths of every soul. The believers came to the river bank in far greater numbers, fell upon their knees at a short distance from the grotto, and sobbed aloud as they gazed at the forbidden heaven. And the sick, the poor ailing folks, who were forbidden to seek cure, rushed on the grotto despite all prohibitions, slipped in wherever they could find an aperture, or climbed over the palings when their strength enabled them to do so, in the one ardent desire to steal a little of the water. What? There was a prodigious water in that grotto, which restored the sight of the blind, which set the infirm erect upon their legs again, which instantaneously healed all ailments. And there were officials cruel enough to put that water under lock and key, so that it might not cure any more poor people. Why, it was monstrous! And a cry of hatred arose from all the humble ones, all the disinherited ones who had as much need of the marvellous as of bread to live. In accordance with a municipal decree, The names of all delinquents were to be taken by the police, and thus one soon beheld a woeful défilé of old women and lame men summoned before the justice of the peace for the sole offence of taking a little water from the fount of life. They stammered and entreated, at their wits' end when a fine was imposed upon them. And outside the crowd was growling. Rageful unpopularity was gathering around those magistrates who treated human wretchedness so harshly, those pitiless masters who, after taking all the wealth of the world, would not even leave to the poor their dream of the realms beyond, their belief that a beneficent superior power took a maternal interest in them, and was ready to endow them with peace of soul and health of body. One day a whole band of poverty-stricken and ailing folks went to the mayor, knelt down in his courtyard, and implored him with sobs to allow the grotto to be reopened. And the words they spoke were so pitiful that all who heard them wept. A mother showed her child who was half dead. Would they let the little one die like that in her arms, when there was a source yonder which had saved the children of other mothers? A blind man called attention to his dim eyes. A pale, scrofulous youth displayed the sores on his legs. A paralytic woman sought to join her woeful twisted hands. Did the authorities wish to see them all perish? Did they refuse them the last divine chance of life, condemned and abandoned as they were by the science of man? And equally great was the distress of the believers, of those who were convinced that a corner of heaven had opened amidst the night of their mournful existences, and who were indignant that they should be deprived of the chimerical delight, the supreme relief for their human and social sufferings, which they found in the belief that the Blessed Virgin had indeed come down from heaven to bring them the priceless balm of her intervention. However, the mayor was unable to promise anything, and the crowd withdrew weeping, ready for rebellion, as though under the blow of some great act of injustice, an act of idiotic cruelty towards the humble and the simple, for which heaven would assuredly take vengeance. The struggle went on for several months, and it was an extraordinary spectacle which these sensible men, the minister, the prefect, and the commissary of police, presented, all animated with the best intentions and contending against the ever-swelling crowd of despairing ones, who would not allow the doors of dreamland to be closed upon them, who would not be shut off from the mystic glimpse of future happiness in which they found consolation for their present wretchedness. The authorities required order, the respect of a discreet religion, the triumph of reason, whereas the need of happiness carried the people off into an enthusiastic desire for cure both in this world and in the next. Oh, to cease suffering, to secure equality in the comforts of life, to march on under the protection of a just and beneficent mother, to die only to awaken in heaven. And necessarily the burning desire of the multitude, the holy madness of the universal joy, was destined to sweep aside the rigid, morose conceptions of a well-regulated society, in which the ever-recurring epidemical attacks of religious hallucination are condemned as prejudicial to good order and healthiness of mind. The Sainte-Honorine ward, on hearing the story, likewise revolted. Pierre again had to pause, for many were the stifled exclamations in which the commissary of police was likened to Satan and Herod. La Grivotte had sat up upon her mattress, stammering, "Oh, the monsters! To behave like that to the Blessed Virgin who has cured me!" And even Madame Vétu, once more penetrated by a ray of hope amidst the covert certainty she felt that she was going to die, grew angry at the idea that the grotto would not have existed had the prefect won the day. There would have been no pilgrimages, she said. We should not be here, hundreds of us would not be cured every year. A fit of stifling came over her, however, and Sister Hyacinthe had to raise her to a sitting posture. Madame de Jonquière was profiting by the interruption to attend to a young woman afflicted with a spinal complaint, whilst two other women, unable to remain on their beds, so unbearable was the heat, prowled about with short, silent steps, looking quite white in the misty darkness. And from the far end of the ward, where all was black, there resounded a noise of painful breathing, which had been going on without a pause, accompanying Pierre's narrative like a rattle. Elise Rouquet alone was sleeping peacefully, still stretched upon her back, and displaying her disfigured countenance, which was slowly drying. Midnight had struck a quarter of an hour previously, and Abbé Judaine might arrive at any moment for the communion. Grace was now again descending into Marie's heart, and she was convinced that if the Blessed Virgin had refused to cure her, it was, indeed, her own fault in having doubted when she entered the piscina. And she therefore repented of her rebellion as of a crime. Could she ever be forgiven? Her pale face sank down among her beautiful fair hair, her eyes filled with tears, and she looked at Pierre with an expression of anguish. "Oh, how wicked I was, my friend," she said. "It was through hearing you relate how that prefect and those magistrates sinned through pride that I understood my transgression. One must believe, my friend. There is no happiness outside faith and love." Then, as Pierre wished to break off at the point which he had reached, they all began protesting and calling for the continuation of his narrative, so that he had to promise to go on to the triumph of the grotto. Its entrance remained barred by the palisade, and you had to come secretly at night if you wished to pray and carry off a stolen bottle of water. Still, the fear of rioting increased, for it was rumoured that whole villages intended to come down from the hills in order to deliver God, as they naively expressed it. It was a levée en masse of the humble, a rush of those who hungered for the miraculous, so irresistible in its impetuosity that mere common sense, mere considerations of public order were to be swept away like chaff. And it was Monseigneur Laurence, in his episcopal residence at Tarbes, who was first forced to surrender. All his prudence, all his doubts were outflanked by the popular outburst. For 5 long months he had been able to remain aloof, preventing his clergy from following the faithful to the grotto, and defending the church against the tornado of superstition which had been let loose. But what was the use of struggling any longer? He felt the wretchedness of the suffering people committed to his care to be so great that he resigned himself to granting them the idolatrous religion for which he realized them to be eager. Some prudence remaining to him, however, he contented himself in the first instance with drawing up an ordonnance, appointing a commission of inquiry which was to investigate the question. This implied the acceptance of the miracles after a period of longer or shorter duration. If Monseigneur Laurence was the man of healthy culture and cool reason that he is pictured to have been, how great must have been his anguish on the morning when he signed that ordonnance. He must have knelt in his oratory and have begged the sovereign master of the world to dictate his conduct to him. He did not believe in the apparitions. He had a loftier, more intellectual idea of the manifestations of the divinity. Only would he not be showing true pity and mercy in silencing the scruples of his reason, the noble prejudices of his faith, in presence of the necessity of granting that bread of falsehood which poor humanity requires in order to be happy? Doubtless he begged the pardon of heaven for allowing it to be mixed up in what he regarded as childish pastime, for exposing it to ridicule in connection with an affair in which there was only sickliness and dementia. But his flock suffered so much, hungered so ravenously for the marvellous, for fairy stories with which to lull the pains of life. And thus in tears the bishop at last sacrificed his respect for the dignity of Providence to his sensitive pastoral charity for the woeful human flock. Then the emperor in his turn gave way. He was at Biarritz at the time, and was kept regularly informed of everything connected with this affair of the apparitions, with which the entire Parisian press was also occupying itself, for the persecutions would not have been complete if the pens of Voltairean newspaper men had not meddled in them. And whilst his minister, his prefect, and his commissary of police were fighting for common sense and public order, the emperor preserved his wonted silence, the deep silence of a daydream of which nobody ever penetrated. Petitions arrived day by day, yet he held his tongue. Bishops came, great personages, great ladies of his circle watched and drew him on one side, and still he held his tongue. A truceless warfare was being waged around him. On one side the believers and the men of fanciful minds whom the mysterious strongly interested. On the other the unbelievers and the statesmen who distrusted the disturbances of the imagination. And still and ever he held his tongue. Then, all at once, with the sudden decision of a naturally timid man, he spoke out. The rumour spread that he had yielded to the entreaties of his wife Eugénie. No doubt she did intervene, but the emperor was more deeply influenced by a revival of his old humanitarian dreams, his genuine compassion for the disinherited. Like the bishop, he did not wish to close the portals of illusion to the wretched by upholding the unpopular decree which forbade despairing sufferers to go and drink life at the holy source. So he sent a telegram, a curt order to remove the palisade, so as to allow everybody free access to the grotto. Then came a shout of joy and triumph. The decree annulling the previous one was read at Lourdes to the sound of drum and trumpet. The commissary of police had to come in person to superintend the removal of the palisade. He was afterwards transferred elsewhere, like the prefect. People flocked to Lourdes from all parts. The new cultus was organised at the grotto, and a cry of joy ascended. God had won the victory. God? Alas, no. It was human wretchedness which had won the battle, Human wretchedness, with its eternal need of falsehood, its hunger for the marvellous, its everlasting hope akin to that of some condemned man who, for salvation's sake, surrenders himself into the hands of an invisible omnipotence, mightier than nature, and alone capable, should it be willing, of annulling nature's laws. And that which had also conquered was the sovereign compassion of those pastors, the merciful bishop and merciful emperor, who allowed those big sick children to retain the fetish which consoled some of them and at times even cured others. In the middle of November the Episcopal Commission came to Lourdes to prosecute the inquiry which had been entrusted to it. It questioned Bernadette yet once again and studied a large number of miracles. However, in order that the evidence might be absolute, it only registered some 30 cases of cure, and Monseigneur Laurence declared himself convinced. Nevertheless, he gave a final proof of his prudence by continuing to wait another 3 years before declaring in a pastoral letter that the Blessed Virgin had in truth appeared at the grotto of Massabielle, and that numerous miracles had subsequently taken place there. Meantime he had purchased the grotto itself, with all the land around it, from the municipality of Lourdes on behalf of his see. Work was then begun, modestly at first, but soon on a larger and larger scale as money began to flow in from all parts of Christendom. The grotto was cleared and enclosed with an iron railing. The Gave was thrown back into a new bed, so as to allow of spacious approaches to the shrine, with lawns, paths, and walks. At last, too, the church which the Virgin had asked for, the basilica, began to rise on the summit of the rock itself. From the very first stroke of the pick, Abbé Peramal, the parish priest of Lourdes, went on directing everything with even excessive zeal, for the struggle had made him the most ardent and most sincere of all the believers in the work that was to be accomplished. With his somewhat rough but true fatherly nature, he had begun to adore Bernadette, making her mission his own, and devoting himself, soul and body, to realizing the orders which he had received from heaven through her innocent mouth. And he exhausted himself in mighty efforts. He wished everything to be very beautiful and very grand, worthy of the Queen of the Angels who had deigned to visit this mountain nook. The first religious ceremony did not take place till 6 years after the apparitions. A marble statue of the Virgin was installed with great pomp on the very spot where she had appeared. It was a magnificent day, all Lourdes was gay with flags, and every bell rang joyously. 5 years later, in 1869, the first Mass was celebrated in the crypt of the Basilica, whose spire was not yet finished. Meantime gifts flowed in without a pause. A river of gold was streaming towards the grotto, a whole town was about to spring up from the soil. It was the new religion completing its foundations. The desire to be healed did heal. The thirst for a miracle worked the miracle. A deity of pity and hope was evolved from man's sufferings, from that longing for falsehood and relief, which, in every age of humanity, has created the marvellous palaces of the realms beyond, where an almighty power renders justice and distributes eternal happiness. And thus the ailing ones of the Saint-Honorine ward only beheld in the victory of the grotto the triumph of their hopes of cure. Along the rows of beds there was a quiver of joy when, with his heart stirred by all those poor faces turned towards him, eager for certainty, Pierre repeated, "God had conquered. Since that day the miracles have never ceased, and it is the most humble who are the most frequently relieved." Then he laid down the little book. Abbé Judaine was coming in, and the sacrament was about to be administered. Marie, however, again penetrated by the fever of faith, her hands burning, leant towards Pierre. "Oh, my friend," said she, "I pray you hear me confess my fault and absolve me. I have blasphemed, and have been guilty of mortal sin. If you do not succour me, I shall be unable to receive the Blessed Sacrament, and yet I so greatly need to be consoled and strengthened." The young priest refused her request with a wave of the hand. He had never been willing to act as confessor to this friend, the only woman he had loved in the healthy smiling days of youth. However, she insisted. "I beg you to do so," said she. "You will help to work the miracle of my cure." Then he gave way, and received the avowal of her fault, that impious rebellion induced by suffering, that rebellion against the Virgin who had remained deaf to her prayers. And afterwards he granted her absolution in the sacramental form. Meanwhile Abbé Judaine had already deposited the ciborium on a little table, between two lighted tapers, which looked like woeful stars in the semi-obscurity of the ward. Madame de Jonquière had just decided to open one of the windows quite wide, for the odour emanating from all the suffering bodies and heaped-up rags had become unbearable. But no air came in from the narrow courtyard into which the window opened. Though black with night, it seemed like a well of fire. Having offered to act as server, Pierre repeated the Confiteor. Then, after responding with the Misereatur and the Indulgentiam, the chaplain, who wore his alb, raised the pyx, saying, "Behold the Lamb of God, who taketh away the sins of the world." All the women who, writhing in agony, were impatiently awaiting the communion, like dying creatures who await life from some fresh medicine which is a long time coming, thereupon thrice repeated, in all humility, and with lips almost closed, "Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldst enter under my roof, but only say the word, and my soul shall be healed." Abbé Judaine had begun to make the round of those woeful beds, accompanied by Pierre, and followed by Madame de Jonquière and Sister Hyacinthe, each of whom carried one of the lighted tapers. The sister designated those who were to communicate, and, murmuring the customary Latin words, the priest leant forward and placed the host somewhat at random on the sufferer's tongue. Almost all were waiting for him with widely opened, glittering eyes, amidst the disorder of that hastily pitched camp. 2 were found to be sound asleep, however, and had to be awakened. Several were moaning without being conscious of it, and continued moaning even after they had received the sacrament. At the far end of the ward, the rattle of the poor creature who could not be seen still resounded, and nothing could have been more mournful than the appearance of that little cortege in the semi-darkness, amidst which the yellow flames of the tapers gleamed like stars. But Marie's face, to which an expression of ecstasy had returned, was like a divine apparition. Although La Grivotte was hungering for the bread of life, they had refused her the sacrament on this occasion, as it was to be administered to her in the morning at the rosary. Madame Vétu, however, had received the host on her black tongue in a hiccup. And now Marie was lying there under the pale light of the tapers, looking so beautiful amidst her fair hair, with her eyes dilated and her features transfigured by faith, that every one admired her. She received the sacrament with rapture. Heaven visibly descended into her poor, youthful frame, reduced to such physical wretchedness. And clasping Pierre's hand, she detained him for a moment, saying, "Oh, she will heal me, my friend, she has just promised me that she will do so. Go and take some rest. I shall sleep so soundly now." As he withdrew in company with Abbé Judaine, Pierre caught sight of little Madame des Agneaux stretched out in the armchair in which weariness had overpowered her. Nothing could awaken her. It was now 1:30 in the morning, and Madame de Jonquière and her assistant, Sister Hyacinthe, were still going backwards and forwards, turning the patients over, cleansing them, and dressing their sores. However, the ward was becoming more peaceful. Its heavy darkness had grown less oppressive since Bernadette with her charm had passed through it. The visionary's little shadow was now flitting in triumph from bed to bed, completing its work, bringing a little of heaven to each of the despairing ones, each of the disinherited ones of this world. And as they all at last sank to sleep, they could see the little shepherdess, so young, so ill herself, leaning over them and kissing them with a kindly smile. End of section 10. Section 11 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The third day. 1. Bed and board. At 7 o'clock on the morning of that fine, bright, warm August Sunday, Monsieur de Gersain was already up and dressed in one of the 2 little rooms which he had fortunately been able to secure on the 3rd floor of the Hotel of the Apparitions. He had gone to bed at 11 o'clock the night before, and had awoke feeling quite fresh and gay. As soon as he was dressed, he entered the adjoining room which Pierre occupied, but the young priest, who had not returned to the hotel until past 1 in the morning, with his blood heated by insomnia, had been unable to doze off until daybreak, and was now still slumbering. His cassock flung across a chair, his other garments scattered here and there, testified to his great weariness and agitation of mind. "Come, come, you lazy bones," cried Monsieur de Gersain gaily. "Can't you hear the bells ringing?" Pierre awoke with a start, quite surprised to find himself in that little hotel room into which the sunlight was streaming. All the joyous peals of the bells, the music of the chiming, happy town, moreover, came in through the window which he had left open. "We shall never have time to get to the hospital before 8 o'clock to fetch Marie," resumed Monsieur de Gersain, "for we must have some breakfast, eh?" "Of course, make haste and order 2 cups of chocolate. I will get up at once, I shan't be long," replied Pierre. In spite of the fatigue which had already stiffened his joints, he sprang out of bed as soon as he was alone, and made all haste with his toilet. However, he still had his head in the washing basin, ducking it into the fresh, cool water, when M. de Gersain, who was unable to remain alone, came back again. "I've given the order," said he. "They will bring it up. Ah, what a curious place this hotel is! You have, of course, seen the landlord, Master Majesté, clad in white from head to foot, and looking so dignified in his office. The place is crammed, it appears. They have never had so many people before. So it is no wonder that there should be such a fearful noise. I was woke up 3 times during the night. People kept on talking in the room next to mine. And you, did you sleep well?" "No, indeed," answered Pierre. "I was tired to death, but I couldn't close my eyes. No doubt it was the uproar you speak of that prevented me." In his turn he then began to talk of the thin partitions and the manner in which the house had been crammed with people until it seemed as though the floors and the walls would collapse with the strain. The place had been shaking all night long. Every now and then people suddenly rushed along the passages, heavy footfalls resounded, gruff voices ascended nobody knew whence, without speaking of all the moaning and coughing, the frightful coughing which seemed to re-echo from every wall. Throughout the night people evidently came in and went out, got up and laid down again, paying no attention to the hour in the disorder in which they lived, amid shocks of passion which made them hurry to their devotional exercises as to pleasure parties. "And Marie, how was she when you left her last night?" M. de Gersain suddenly inquired. "A great deal better," replied Pierre. "She had an attack of extreme discouragement, but all her courage and faith returned to her at last." A pause followed, and then the girl's father resumed with his tranquil optimism. "Oh, I am not anxious. Things will go on all right, you'll see. For my own part, I am delighted. I had asked the Virgin to grant me her protection in my affairs. You know, my great invention of navigable balloons. Well, suppose I told you that she has already shown me her favour. Yes, indeed. Yesterday evening, while I was talking with Abbé d'Hermoise, he told me that at Toulouse he would no doubt be able to find a person to finance me. One of his friends, in fact, who is extremely wealthy and takes great interest in mechanics. And in this I at once saw the hand of God." M. de Gersain began laughing with his childish laugh, and then he added, "That Abbé d'Hermoise is a charming man. I shall see this afternoon if there is any means of my accompanying him on an excursion to the Cirque de Gavarnie at small cost." Pierre, who wished to pay everything, the hotel bill and all the rest, at once encouraged him in this idea. "Of course," said he, "you ought not to miss this opportunity to visit the mountains, since you have so great a wish to do so. Your daughter will be very happy to know that you are pleased." Their talk, however, was now interrupted by a servant girl bringing the 2 cups of chocolate with a couple of rolls on a metal tray covered with a napkin. She left the door open as she entered the room, so that a glimpse was obtained of some portion of the passage. "Ah, they are already doing my neighbour's room," exclaimed M. de Gersain. "He is a married man, isn't he? His wife is with him?" The servant looked astonished. "Oh, no," she replied, "he is quite alone." "Quite alone? Why, I heard people talking in his room this morning." "You must be mistaken, monsieur," said the servant. "He has just gone out after giving orders that his room was to be tidied up at once." And then, while taking the cups of chocolate off the tray and placing them on the table, she continued, "Oh, he is a very respectable gentleman. Last year he was able to have one of the little pavilions which Monsieur Majesté lets out to visitors, in the lane by the side of the hotel. But this year he applied too late and had to content himself with that room, which greatly worried him, for it isn't a large one, though there is a big cupboard in it. As he doesn't care to eat with everybody, he takes his meals there, and he orders good wine and the best of everything, I can tell you." "That explains it all," replied M. de Gersain gaily. "He dined too well last night, and I must have heard him talking in his sleep." Pierre had been listening somewhat inquisitively to all this chatter. "And on this side, my side," said he, "isn't there a gentleman with 2 ladies and a little boy who walks about with a crutch?" "Yes, Monsieur l'Abbé, I know them. The aunt, Madame Chaise, took one of the 2 rooms for herself, and Monsieur and Madame Vigneron with their son Gustave have had to content themselves with the other one. This is the 2nd year they have come to Lourdes. They are very respectable people too." Pierre nodded. During the night he had fancied he could recognize the voice of Monsieur Vigneron, whom the heat doubtless had incommoded. However, the servant was now thoroughly started, and she began to enumerate the other persons whose rooms were reached by the same passage. On the left hand there was a priest, then a mother with 3 daughters, and then an old married couple, whilst on the right lodged another gentleman who was all alone, a young lady, too, who was unaccompanied, and then a family party which included 5 young children. The hotel was crowded to its garrets. The servants had had to give up their rooms the previous evening and lie in a heap in the wash-house. During the night also some camp bedsteads had even been set up on the landings, and one honourable ecclesiastic, for lack of other accommodation, had been obliged to sleep on a billiard table. When the girl had retired and the 2 men had drunk their chocolate, M. de Gersin went back into his own room to wash his hands again, for he was very careful of his person. And Pierre, who remained alone, felt attracted by the gay sunlight, and stepped for a moment onto the narrow balcony outside his window. Each of the 3rd-floor rooms on this side of the hotel was provided with a similar balcony, having a carved wood balustrade. However, the young priest's surprise was very great, for he had scarcely stepped outside when he suddenly saw a woman protrude her head over the balcony next to him, that of the room occupied by the gentleman whom M. de Gersin and the servant had been speaking of. And this woman he had recognized. It was Madame Volmar. There was no mistaking her long face with its delicate, drawn features, its magnificent large eyes, those braziers over which a veil, a dimming moiré, seemed to pass at times. She gave a start of terror on perceiving him, and he, extremely ill at ease, grieved that he should have frightened her, made all haste to withdraw into his apartment. A sudden light had dawned upon him, and he now understood and could picture everything. So this was why she had not been seen at the hospital, where little Madame des Agneaux was always asking for her. Standing motionless, his heart upset, Pierre fell into a deep reverie, reflecting on the life led by this woman whom he knew, that torturing conjugal life in Paris between a fierce mother-in-law and an unworthy husband, and then those 3 days of complete liberty spent at Lourdes, that brief bonfire of passion to which she had hastened under the sacrilegious pretext of serving the divinity. Tears whose cause he could not even explain, tears that ascended from the very depths of his being, from his own voluntary chastity, welled into his eyes amidst the feeling of intense sorrow which came over him. "Well, are you ready?" joyously called M. de Gersin as he came back, with his grey jacket buttoned up and his hands gloved. "Yes, yes, let us go," replied Pierre, turning aside and pretending to look for his hat so that he might wipe his eyes. Then they went out, and on crossing the threshold heard on their left hand an unctuous voice which they recognized. It was that of M. Vigneron, who was loudly repeating the morning prayers. A moment afterwards came a meeting which interested them. They were walking down the passage when they were passed by a middle-aged, thick-set, sturdy-looking gentleman wearing carefully trimmed whiskers. He bent his back and passed so rapidly that they were unable to distinguish his features, but they noticed that he was carrying a carefully made parcel. And immediately afterwards he slipped a key into the lock of the room adjoining M. de Gersin's, and opening the door disappeared noiselessly, like a shadow. M. de Gersin had glanced around. "Ah, my neighbour," said he. "He has been to market and has brought back some delicacies, no doubt." Pierre pretended not to hear, for his companion was so light-minded that he did not care to trust him with a secret which was not his own. Besides, a feeling of uneasiness was returning to him, a kind of chaste terror at the thought that the world and the flesh were there taking their revenge, amidst all the mystical enthusiasm which he could feel around him. They reached the hospital just as the patients were being brought out to be carried to the grotto, and they found that Marie had slept well and was very gay. She kissed her father and scolded him when she learnt that he had not yet decided on his trip to Gavarnie. She should really be displeased with him, she said, if he did not go. Still with the same restful, smiling expression, she added that she did not expect to be cured that day. And then, assuming an air of mystery, she begged Pierre to obtain permission for her to spend the following night before the grotto. This was a favour which all the sufferers ardently coveted, but which only a few favoured ones with difficulty secured. After protesting, anxious as he felt with regard to the effect which a night spent in the open air might have upon her health, the young priest, seeing how unhappy she had suddenly become, at last promised that he would make the application. Doubtless she imagined that she would only obtain a hearing from the Virgin when they were alone together in the slumbering peacefulness of the night. That morning, indeed, she felt so lost among the innumerable patients who were heaped together in front of the grotto, that already at 10 o'clock she asked to be taken back to the hospital, complaining that the bright light tired her eyes. And when her father and the priest had again installed her in the Saint Honorine ward, she gave them their liberty for the remainder of the day. "No, don't come to fetch me," she said. "I shall not go back to the grotto this afternoon. It would be useless. But you will come for me this evening at 9 o'clock, won't you, Pierre? It is agreed. You have given me your word." He repeated that he would endeavour to secure the requisite permission, and that, if necessary, he would apply to Father Fourcade in person. "Then till this evening, darling," said M. de Gersin, kissing his daughter. And he and Pierre went off together, leaving her lying on her bed, with an absorbed expression on her features as her large smiling eyes wandered away into space. It was barely 10:30 when they got back to the Hotel of the Apparitions, but M. de Gersin, whom the fine weather delighted, talked of having déjeuner at once, so that he might the sooner start upon a ramble through Lourdes. First of all, however, he wished to go up to his room, and Pierre following him, they met with quite a drama on their way. The door of the room occupied by the Vignerons was wide open, and little Gustave could be seen lying on the sofa which served as his bed. He was livid. A moment previously he had suddenly fainted, and this had made the father and mother imagine that the end had come. Madame Vigneron was crouching on a chair, still stupefied by her fright, whilst Monsieur Vigneron rushed about the room, thrusting everything aside in order that he might prepare a glass of sugared water, to which he added a few drops of some elixir. This draught, he exclaimed, would set the lad right again. But all the same it was incomprehensible. The boy was still strong, and to think that he should have fainted like that, and have turned as white as a chicken. Speaking in this wise, Monsieur Vigneron glanced at Madame Chaise, the aunt, who was standing in front of the sofa, looking in good health that morning, and his hands shook yet more violently at the covert idea that if that stupid attack had carried off his son, they would no longer have inherited the aunt's fortune. He was quite beside himself at this thought, and eagerly opening the boy's mouth he compelled him to swallow the entire contents of the glass. Then, however, when he heard Gustave sigh, and saw him open his eyes again, his fatherly good nature reappeared, and he shed tears, and called the lad his dear little fellow. But on Madame Chaise drawing near to offer some assistance, Gustave repulsed her with a sudden gesture of hatred, as though he understood how this woman's money unconsciously perverted his parents, who, after all, were worthy folks. Greatly offended, the old lady turned on her heel and seated herself in a corner, whilst the father and mother, at last freed from their anxiety, returned thanks to the Blessed Virgin for having preserved their darling, who smiled at them with his intelligent and infinitely sorrowful smile, knowing and understanding everything as he did, and no longer having any taste for life, although he was not 15. "Can we be of any help to you?" asked Pierre in an obliging way. "No, no, I thank you, gentlemen," replied Monsieur Vigneron, coming for a moment into the passage. "But oh, we did have a fright. Think of it, an only son who was so dear to us, too." All around them the approach of the déjeuner hour was now throwing the house into commotion. Every door was banging, and the passages and the staircase resounded with the constant pitter-patter of feet. 3 big girls passed by, raising a current of air with the sweep of their skirts. Some little children were crying in a neighbouring room. Then there were old people who seemed quite scared, and distracted priests who, forgetting their calling, caught up their cassocks with both hands, so that they might run the faster to the dining-room. From the top to the bottom of the house one could feel the floors shaking under the excessive weight of all the people who were packed inside the hotel. "Oh, I hope that it is all over now, and that the Blessed Virgin will cure him," repeated Monsieur Vigneron before allowing his neighbours to retire. "We are going downstairs, for I must confess that all this has made me feel faint. I need something to eat, I am terribly hungry." When Pierre and Monsieur de Gersin at last left their rooms and went downstairs, they found to their annoyance that there was not the smallest table corner vacant in the large dining-room. A most extraordinary mob had assembled there, and the few seats that were still unoccupied were reserved. A waiter informed them that the room never emptied between 10 and 1 o'clock, such was the rush of appetite, sharpened by the keen mountain air. So they had to resign themselves to wait, requesting the waiter to warn them as soon as there should be a couple of vacant places. Then, scarcely knowing what to do with themselves, they went to walk about the hotel porch, whence there was a view of the street, along which the townsfolk, in their Sunday best, streamed without a pause. All at once, however, the landlord of the Hotel of the Apparitions, Master Majesté in person, appeared before them, clad in white from head to foot, and with a great show of politeness he inquired if the gentlemen would like to wait in the drawing-room. He was a stout man of 45, and strove to bear the burden of his name in a right royal fashion. Bald and clean-shaven, with round blue eyes in a waxy face, displaying 3 superposed chins, he always deported himself with much dignity. He had come from Nevers with the sisters who managed the orphan asylum, and was married to a dusky little woman, a native of Lourdes. In less than 15 years they had made their hotel one of the most substantial and best patronized establishments in the town. Of recent times, moreover, they had started a business in religious articles, installed in a large shop on the left of the hotel porch, and managed by a young niece under Madame Majesté's supervision. "You can wait in the drawing-room, gentlemen," again suggested the hotel-keeper, whom Pierre's cassock rendered very attentive. They replied, however, that they preferred to walk about and wait in the open air, and thereupon Majesté would not leave them, but deigned to chat with them for a moment, as he was wont to do with those of his customers whom he desired to honour. The conversation turned at first on the procession which would take place that night, and which promised to be a superb spectacle as the weather was so fine. There were more than 50,000 strangers gathered together in Lourdes that day, for visitors had come in from all the neighbouring bathing stations. This explained the crush at the table d'hôte. Possibly the town would run short of bread, as had been the case the previous year. "You saw what a scramble there is," concluded Majesté. "We really don't know how to manage. It isn't my fault, I assure you, if you are kept waiting for a short time." At this moment, however, a postman arrived with a large batch of newspapers and letters which he deposited on a table in the office. He had kept one letter in his hand, and inquired of the landlord, "Have you a Madame Mars here?" "Madame Mars," repeated the hotel-keeper. No, certainly not." Pierre had heard both question and answer, and drawing near he exclaimed, "I know of a Madame Mars who must be lodging with the Sisters of the Immaculate Conception, the Blue Sisters as people call them here, I think." The postman thanked him for the information and went off, but a somewhat bitter smile had risen to Majesté's lips. "The Blue Sisters," he muttered. "Oh, the Blue Sisters." Then, darting a side glance at Pierre's cassock, he stopped short, as though he feared that he might say too much. Yet his heart was overflowing. He would have greatly liked to ease his feelings, and this young priest from Paris, who looked so liberal-minded, could not be one of the band, as he called all those who discharged functions at the grotto and coined money out of Our Lady of Lourdes. Accordingly, little by little, he ventured to speak out. "I am a good Christian, I assure you, Monsieur l'Abbé," said he. "In fact, we are all good Christians here, and I am a regular worshipper and take the sacrament every Easter. But really, I must say that members of a religious community ought not to keep hotels. No, it isn't right." And thereupon he vented all the spite of a tradesman in presence of what he considered to be disloyal competition. Ought not those Blue Sisters, those Sisters of the Immaculate Conception, to have confined themselves to their real functions, to the manufacture of wafers for sacramental purposes, and the repairing and washing of church linen? Instead of that, however, they had transformed their convent into a vast hostelry, where ladies who came to Lourdes unaccompanied found separate rooms, and were able to take their meals either in privacy or in a general dining-room. Everything was certainly very clean, very well organised, and very inexpensive, thanks to the 1,000 advantages which the sisters enjoyed. In fact, no hotel at Lourdes did so much business. "But all the same," continued Majesté, "I ask you if it is proper. To think of nuns selling victuals. Besides, I must tell you that the Lady Superior is really a clever woman, and as soon as she saw the stream of fortune rolling in, she wanted to keep it all for her own community and resolutely parted from the fathers of the grotto who wanted to lay their hands on it. Yes, Monsieur l'Abbé, she even went to Rome and gained her cause there, so that now she pockets all the money that her bills bring in. Think of it, nuns, yes, nuns, mon Dieu, letting furnished rooms and keeping a table d'hôte." He raised his arms to heaven, he was stifling with envy and vexation. "But as your house is crammed," Pierre gently objected, "as you no longer have either a bed or a plate at anybody's disposal, where would you put any additional visitors who might arrive here?" Majesté at once began protesting. "Ah, Monsieur l'Abbé," said he, "one can see very well that you don't know the place. It's quite true that there is work for all of us, and that nobody has reason to complain during the national pilgrimage. But that only lasts 4 or 5 days, and in ordinary times the custom we secure isn't nearly so great. For myself, thank heaven, I am always satisfied. My house is well known, it occupies the same rank as the hotel of the grotto, where 2 landlords have already made their fortunes. But no matter, it is vexing to see those blue sisters taking all the cream of the custom, for instance the ladies of the bourgeoisie who spend a fortnight and 3 weeks here at a stretch, and that too just in the quiet season, when there are not many people here. You understand, don't you? There are people of position who dislike uproar. They go by themselves to the grotto and pray there all day long, for days together, and pay good prices for their accommodation without any higgling. Madame Majesté, whom Pierre and Monsieur de Gersain had not noticed leaning over an account book in which she was adding up some figures, thereupon intervened in a shrill voice. "We had a customer like that, gentlemen, who stayed here for 2 months last year. She went to the grotto, came back, went there again, took her meals, and went to bed. And never did we have a word of complaint from her. She was always smiling, as though to say that she found everything very nice. She paid her bill, too, without even looking at it. Ah, one regrets people of that kind." Short, thin, very dark, and dressed in black, with a little white collar, Madame Majesté had risen to her feet, and she now began to solicit custom. "If you would like to buy a few little souvenirs of Lourdes before you leave, gentlemen, I hope that you will not forget us. We have a shop close by, where you will find an assortment of all the articles that are most in request. As a rule, the persons who stay here are kind enough not to deal elsewhere." However, Majesté was again wagging his head, with the air of a good Christian saddened by the scandals of the time. "Certainly," said he, "I don't want to show any disrespect to the Reverend Fathers, but it must in all truth be admitted that they are too greedy. You must have seen the shop which they have set up near the grotto, that shop which is always crowded, and where tapers and articles of piety are sold. A bishop declared that it was shameful, and that the buyers and sellers ought to be driven out of the temple afresh. It is said, too, that the fathers run that big shop yonder, just across the street, which supplies all the petty dealers in the town. And according to the reports which circulate, they have a finger in all the trade in religious articles, and levy a percentage on the millions of chaplets, statuettes, and medals which are sold every year at Lourdes." Majesté had now lowered his voice, for his accusations were becoming precise, and he ended by trembling somewhat at his imprudence in talking so confidentially to strangers. However, the expression of Pierre's gentle, attentive face reassured him, and so he continued with the passion of a wounded rival, resolved to go on to the very end. "I am willing to admit," said he, "that there is some exaggeration in all this, but none the less it does religion no good for people to see the Reverend Fathers keeping shops like us tradesmen. For my part, of course, I don't go and ask for a share of the money which they make by their masses, or a percentage on the presents which they receive, so why should they start selling what I sell? Our business was a poor one last year owing to them. There are already too many of us. Nowadays everyone at Lourdes sells religious articles, to such an extent, in fact, that there will soon be no butchers or wine merchants left, nothing but bread to eat and water to drink. Ah, Monsieur l'Abbé, it is no doubt nice to have the Blessed Virgin with us, but things are none the less very bad at times." A person staying at the hotel at that moment disturbed him, but he returned just as a young girl came in search of Madame Majesté. The damsel, who evidently belonged to Lourdes, was very pretty, small but plump, with beautiful black hair and a round face full of bright gaiety. "That is our niece Apolline," resumed Majesté. "She has been keeping our shop for 2 years past. She is the daughter of one of my wife's brothers, who is in poor circumstances. She was keeping sheep at Aussin, in the neighbourhood of Bartrez, when we were struck by her intelligence and nice looks, and decided to bring her here. And we don't repent having done so, for she has a great deal of merit, and has become a very good saleswoman." The point to which he omitted to refer was that there were rumours current of somewhat flighty conduct on Mademoiselle Apolline's part. But she undoubtedly had her value. She attracted customers by the power, possibly, of her large black eyes, which smiled so readily. During his sojourn at Lourdes the previous year, Gérard de Perlongue had scarcely stirred from the shop she managed, and doubtless it was only the matrimonial ideas now flitting through his head that prevented him from returning thither. It seemed as though the Abbé de Hermoise had taken his place, for this gallant ecclesiastic brought a great many ladies to make purchases at the repository. "Ah, you are speaking of Apolline," said Madame Majesté, at that moment coming back from the shop. "Have you noticed one thing about her, gentlemen? Her extraordinary likeness to Bernadette? There, on the wall yonder, is a photograph of Bernadette when she was 18 years old." Pierre and Monsieur de Gersain drew near to examine the portrait, whilst Majesté exclaimed, "Bernadette, yes, certainly. She was rather like Apolline, but not nearly so nice. She looked so sad and poor." He would doubtless have gone on chattering, but just then the waiter appeared and announced that there was at last a little table vacant. Monsieur de Gersain had twice gone to glance inside the dining-room, for he was eager to have his déjeuner and spend the remainder of that fine Sunday out of doors. So he now hastened away, without paying any further attention to Majesté, who remarked with an amiable smile that the gentleman had not had so very long to wait after all. To reach the table mentioned by the waiter, the architect and Pierre had to cross the dining-room from end to end. It was a long apartment, painted a light oak colour, an oily yellow, which was already peeling away in places and soiled with stains in others. You realized that rapid wear and tear went on here amidst the continual scramble of the big eaters who sat down at table. The only ornaments were a gilt zinc clock and a couple of meagre candelabra on the mantelpiece. Guipure curtains, moreover, hung at the 5 large windows looking on to the street, which was flooded with sunshine, some of the ardent arrow-like rays penetrating into the room, although the blinds had been lowered. And in the middle of the apartment some 40 persons were packed together at the table d'hôte, which was scarcely 11 yards in length, and did not supply proper accommodation for more than 30 people, whilst at the little table standing against the walls upon either side another 40 persons sat close together, hustled by the 3 waiters each time that they went by. You had scarcely reached the threshold before you were deafened by the extraordinary uproar, the noise of voices and the clatter of forks and plates, and it seemed, too, as if you were entering a damp oven, for a warm, steamy mist, laden with a suffocating smell of victuals, assailed the face. Pierre at first failed to distinguish anything, but when he was installed at the little table, a garden table which had been brought indoors for the occasion, and on which there was scarcely room for 2 covers, he felt quite upset, almost sick in fact, at the sight presented by the table d'hôte, which his glance now enfiladed from end to end. People had been eating at it for an hour already, 2 sets of customers had followed one upon the other, and the covers were strewn about in higgledy-piggledy fashion. On the cloth were numerous stains of wine and sauce, and there was even no symmetry in the arrangement of the glass fruit stands, which formed the only decorations of the table. Then one's astonishment increased at the sight of the motley mob which was collected there. Huge priests, scraggy girls, mothers overflowing with superfluous fat, gentlemen with red faces, and families ranged in rows and displaying all the pitiable, increasing ugliness of successive generations. All these people were perspiring, greedily swallowing, seated slantwise, lacking room to move their arms, and unable even to use their hands deftly. And amidst this display of appetite, increased tenfold by fatigue, and of eager haste to fill one's stomach in order to return to the grotto more quickly, there was a corpulent ecclesiastic who in no wise hurried, but ate of every dish with prudent slowness, crunching his food with a ceaseless, dignified movement of the jaws. "Fichtre!" exclaimed Monsieur de Gersain, "it is by no means cool in here. All the same, I shall be glad of something to eat, for I've felt a sinking in the stomach ever since I have been at Lourdes. And you? Are you hungry?" "Yes, yes, I shall eat," replied Pierre, though truth to tell he felt quite upset. The menu was a copious one. There was salmon, an omelette, mutton cutlets with mashed potatoes, stewed kidneys, cauliflowers, cold meats and apricot tarts, everything cooked too much and swimming in sauce which, but for its grittiness, would have been flavourless. However, there was some fairly fine fruit on the glass stands, particularly some peaches. And besides, the people did not seem at all difficult to please. They apparently had no palates, for there was no sign of nausea. Hemmed in between an old priest and a dirty, full-bearded man, a girl of delicate build, who looked very pretty with her soft eyes and silken skin, was eating some kidneys with an expression of absolute beatitude, although the so-called sauce in which they swam was simply greyish water. Resumed even Monsieur de Gersain, "this salmon is not so bad. Add a little salt to it, and you will find it all right." Pierre made up his mind to eat, for after all he must take sustenance for strength's sake. At a little table close by, however, he had just caught sight of Madame Vigneron and Madame Chaise, who sat face to face, apparently waiting. And indeed Monsieur Vigneron and his son Gustave soon appeared, the latter still pale, and leaning more heavily than usual on his crutch. "Sit down next to your aunt," said his father. "I will take the chair beside your mother." But just then he perceived his 2 neighbours, and stepping up to them, he added, "Oh, he is now all right again. I have been rubbing him with some eau de Cologne, and by he will be able to take his bath at the piscina." Thereupon Monsieur Vigneron sat down and began to devour. But what an awful fright he had had! He again began talking of it aloud, despite himself, so intense had been his terror at the thought that the lad might go off before his aunt. The latter related that whilst she was kneeling at the grotto the day before, she had experienced a sudden feeling of relief. In fact, she flattered herself that she was cured of her heart complaint, and began giving precise particulars, to which her brother-in-law listened with dilated eyes, full of involuntary anxiety. Most certainly he was a good-natured man, he had never desired anybody's death. Only he felt indignant at the idea that the Virgin might cure this old woman and forget his son, who was so young. Talking and eating, he had got to the cutlets and was swallowing the mashed potatoes by the forkful when he fancied he could detect that Madame Chaise was sulking with her nephew. "Gustave," he suddenly inquired, "have you asked your aunt's forgiveness?" The lad, quite astonished, began staring at his father with his large clear eyes. "Yes," added M. Vigneron, "you behaved very badly. You pushed her back just now, when she wanted to help you to sit up." Madame Chaise said nothing, but waited with a dignified air, whilst Gustave, who, without any show of appetite, was finishing the noix of his cutlet, which had been cut into small pieces, remained with his eyes lowered on his plate, this time obstinately refusing to make the sorry show of affection which was demanded of him. "Come, Gustave," resumed his father, "be a good boy. You know how kind your aunt is, and all that she intends to do for you." But no, he would not yield. At that moment, indeed, he really hated that woman, who did not die quickly enough, who polluted the affection of his parents, to such a point that when he saw them surround him with attentions he no longer knew whether it were himself or the inheritance which his life represented that they wished to save. However, Madame Vigneron, so dignified in her demeanour, came to her husband's help. "You really grieve me, Gustave," said she. "Ask your aunt's forgiveness, or you will make me quite angry with you." Thereupon he gave way. What was the use of resisting? Was it not better that his parents should obtain that money? Would he not himself die later on, so as to suit the family convenience? He was aware of all this, he understood everything, even when not a word was spoken. So keen was the sense of hearing with which suffering had endowed him, that he even heard the other's thoughts. "I beg your pardon, aunt," he said, "for not having behaved well to you just now." Then 2 big tears rolled down from his eyes, whilst he smiled with the air of a tender-hearted man who has seen too much of life and can no longer be deceived by anything. Madame Chaise at once kissed him and told him that she was not at all angry. And the Vigneron's delight in living was displayed in all candour. "If the kidneys are not up to much," M. de Gersain now said to Pierre, "here at all events are some cauliflowers with a good flavour." The formidable mastication was still going on around them. Pierre had never seen such an amount of eating, amidst such perspiration, in an atmosphere as stifling as that of a wash-house full of hot steam. The odour of the victuals seemed to thicken into a kind of smoke. You had to shout to make yourself heard, for everybody was talking in loud tones, and the scared waiters raised a fearful clatter in changing the plates and forks. Not to mention the noise of all the jaw-crunching, a mill-like grinding which was distinctly audible. What most hurt the feelings of the young priest, however, was the extraordinary promiscuity of the table d'hôte, at which men and women, young girls and ecclesiastics, were packed together in chance order and satisfied their hunger like a pack of hounds snapping at offal in all haste. Baskets of bread went round and were promptly emptied. And there was a perfect massacre of cold meats, all the remnants of the victuals of the day before, leg of mutton, veal and ham, encompassed by a fallen mass of transparent jelly which quivered like soft glue. They had all eaten too much already, but these viands seemed to whet their appetites afresh, as though the idea had come to them that nothing whatever ought to be left. The fat priest in the middle of the table, who had shown himself such a capital knife and fork, was now lingering over the fruit, having just got to his 3rd peach, a huge one, which he slowly peeled and swallowed in slices with an air of compunction. All at once, however, the whole room was thrown into agitation. A waiter had come in and begun distributing the letters which Madame Majesté had finished sorting. "Hallo!" exclaimed M. Vigneron, "a letter for me! This is surprising. I did not give my address to anybody." Then at a sudden recollection he added, "Yes, I did, though. This must have come from Sauvageot, who is filling my place at the ministry." He opened the letter. His hands began to tremble, and suddenly he raised a cry. "The chief clerk is dead!" Deeply agitated, Madame Vigneron was also unable to bridle her tongue. "Then you will have the appointment!" This was the secret dream in which they had so long and so fondly indulged. the chief clerk's death, in order that he, Vigneron, assistant chief clerk for 10 years past, might at last rise to the supreme post, the bureaucratic marshalship. And so great was his delight that he cast aside all restraint. "Ah, the Blessed Virgin is certainly protecting me, my dear. Only this morning I again prayed to her for a rise, and you see she grants my prayer." However, finding Madame Chaise's eyes fixed upon his own, and seeing Gustave smile, he realized that he ought not to exult in this fashion. Each member of the family no doubt thought of his or her interests and prayed to the Blessed Virgin for such personal favours as might be desired. And so, again putting on his good-natured air, he resumed, "I mean that the Blessed Virgin takes an interest in every one of us, and will send us all home well satisfied. Ah, the poor chief, I'm sorry for him. I shall have to send my card to his widow." In spite of all his efforts, he could not restrain his exultation, and no longer doubted that his most secret desires, those which he did not even confess to himself, would soon be gratified. And so all honour was done to the apricot tarts, even Gustave being allowed to eat a portion of one. "It is surprising," now remarked M. de Gersain, who had just ordered a cup of coffee, "it is surprising that one doesn't see more sick people here. All these folk seem to me to have first-rate appetites." After a close inspection, however, in addition to Gustave, who ate no more than a little chicken, he ended by finding a man with a goiter seated at the table d'hôte between two women, one of whom certainly suffered from cancer. Farther on, too, there was a girl so thin and pale that she must surely be a consumptive. And still farther away there was a female idiot who had made her entry leaning on two relatives, and with expressionless eyes and lifeless features was now carrying her food to her mouth with a spoon and slobbering over her napkin. Perhaps there were yet other ailing ones present who could not be distinguished among all those noisy appetites, ailing ones whom the journey had braced, and who were eating as they had not eaten for a long time past. The apricot tarts, the cheese, the fruits were all engulfed amidst the increasing disorder of the table, where at last there only remained the stains of all the wine and sauce which had been spilt upon the cloth. It was nearly noon. "We will go back to the grotto at once, eh?" said M. Vigneron. Indeed, to the grotto, were well nigh the only words you now heard. The full mouths were eagerly masticating and swallowing, in order that they might repeat prayers and hymns again with all speed. "Well, as we have the whole afternoon before us," declared M. de Gersain, "I suggest that we should visit the town a little. I want to see also if I can get a conveyance for my excursion, as my daughter so particularly wishes me to make it." Pierre, who was stifling, was glad indeed to leave the dining-room. In the porch he was able to breathe again, though even there he found a torrent of customers, new arrivals who were waiting for places. No sooner did one of the little tables become vacant than its possession was eagerly contested, whilst the smallest gap at the table d'hôte was instantly filled up. In this wise the assault would continue for more than another hour, and again would the different courses of the menu appear in procession, to be engulfed amidst the crunching of jaws, the stifling heat, and the growing nausea. End of section 11. Section 12 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The third day. 2. The ordinary. When Pierre and M. de Gersain got outside, they began walking slowly amidst the ever-growing stream of the Sunday-fied crowd. The sky was a bright blue, the sun warmed the whole town, and there was a festive gaiety in the atmosphere, the keen delight that attends those great fairs which bring entire communities into the open air. When they had descended the crowded footway of the Avenue de la Grotte, and had reached the corner of the Plateau de la Merlasse, they found their way barred by a throng which was slowly flowing backward amidst a block of vehicles and stamping of horses. "There is no hurry, however," remarked M. de Gersain. "My idea is to go as far as the Place du Mercadal in the old town, for the servant girl at the hotel told me of a hairdresser there whose brother lets out conveyances cheaply. Do you mind going so far?" "Aye," replied Pierre. "Go wherever you like, I'll follow you." "All right, and I'll profit by the opportunity to have a shave." They were nearing the Place du Rosaire, and found themselves in front of the lawn stretching to the Gave, when an encounter again stopped them. Mesdames des Agneaux and Raymonde de Jonquière were here, chatting gaily with young Gérard de Perlongue. Both women wore light-coloured gowns, seaside dresses as it were, and their white silk parasols shone in the bright sunlight. They imparted, so to say, a pretty note to the scene, a touch of society chatter blended with the fresh laughter of youth. "No, no," Madame des Agneaux was saying, "we certainly can't go and visit your ordinary like that, at the very moment when all your comrades are eating." Gérard, however, with a very gallant air, insisted on their accompanying him, turning more particularly towards Raymonde, whose somewhat massive face was that day brightened by the radiant charm of health. "But it is a very curious sight, I assure you," said the young man, "and you would be very respectfully received. Trust yourself to me, mademoiselle. Besides, we should certainly find Monsieur Berthaud there, and he would be delighted to do you the honours." Raymonde smiled, her clear eyes plainly saying that she was quite agreeable. And just then, as Pierre and Monsieur de Gersain drew near in order to present their respects to the ladies, they were made acquainted with the question under discussion. The ordinary was a kind of restaurant or table d'hôte which the members of the Hospitality of Our Lady of Salvation, the bearers, the hospitallers of the grotto, the piscinas and the hospitals, had established among themselves with the view of taking their meals together at small cost. Many of them were not rich, for they were recruited among all classes. However, they had contrived to secure 3 good meals for a daily payment of 3 francs apiece. And in fact, they often had provisions to spare and distributed them among the poor. Everything was in their own management. They purchased their own supplies, recruited a cook and a few waiters, and did not disdain to lend a hand themselves, in order that everything might be comfortable and orderly. "It must be very interesting," said Monsieur de Gersain when these explanations had been given him. "Let us go and see it, if we are not in the way." Little Madame des Agneaux thereupon gave her consent. "Well, if we are going in a party," said she, "I am quite willing. But when this gentleman first proposed to take me and Raymonde, I was afraid that it might not be quite proper." Then, as she began to laugh, the others followed her example. She had accepted Monsieur de Gersain's arm, and Pierre walked beside her on the other hand, experiencing a sudden feeling of sympathy for this gay little woman, who was so full of life and so charming with her fair frizzy hair and creamy complexion. Behind them came Raymonde, leaning upon Gérard's arm and talking to him in the calm, staid voice of a young lady who holds the best of principles despite her air of heedless youth. And since here was the husband whom she had so often dreamt of, she resolved that she would this time secure him, make him beyond all question her own. She intoxicated him with the perfume of health and youth which she diffused, and at the same time astonished him by her knowledge of housewifely duties and of the manner in which money may be economized even in the most trifling matters. For having questioned him with regard to the purchases which he and his comrades made for their ordinary, she proceeded to show him that they might have reduced their expenditure still further. Meantime, Monsieur de Gersain and Madame des Agneaux were also chatting together. "You must be fearfully tired, madame," said the architect. But with a gesture of revolt and an exclamation of genuine anger, she replied, "Oh no, indeed! Last night, it is true, fatigue quite overcame me at the hospital. I sat down and dozed off, and Madame de Jonquière and all the other ladies were good enough to let me sleep on." At this the others again began to laugh, but still with the same angry air she continued, "And so I slept like a log until this morning. It was disgraceful, especially as I had sworn that I would remain up all night." Then, merriment gaining upon her in her turn, she suddenly burst into a sonorous laugh, displaying her beautiful white teeth. "Ah, a pretty nurse I am, and no mistake! It was poor Madame de Jonquière who had to remain on her legs all the time. I tried to coax her to come out with us just now, but she preferred to take a little rest." Raymonde, who overheard these words, thereupon raised her voice to say, "Yes, indeed, my poor mamma could no longer keep on her feet. It was I who compelled her to lie down, telling her that she could go to sleep without any uneasiness, for we should get on all right without her." So saying, the girl gave Gérard a laughing glance. He even fancied that he could detect a faint squeeze of the fresh round arm which was resting on his own, as though, indeed, she had wished to express her happiness at being alone with him, so that they might settle their own affairs without any interference. This quite delighted him, and he began to explain that if he had not had déjeuner with his comrades that day, it was because some friends had invited him to join them at the railway station refreshment room at 10 o'clock, and had not given him his liberty until after the departure of the 11:30 train. "Ah, the rascals!" he suddenly resumed. "Do you hear them, mademoiselle?" The little party was now nearing its destination, and the uproarious laughter and chatter of youth rang out from a clump of trees which concealed the old zinc and plaster building in which the ordinary was installed. Gérard began by taking the visitors into the kitchen, a very spacious apartment, well fitted up, and containing a huge range and an immense table, to say nothing of numerous gigantic cauldrons. Here, moreover, the young man called the attention of his companions to the circumstance that the cook, a fat, jovial-looking man, had the red cross pinned on his white jacket, being himself a member of the pilgrimage. Then, pushing open a door, Gérard invited his friends to enter the common room. It was a long apartment containing 2 rows of plain deal tables, and the only other articles of furniture were the numerous rush-seated tavern chairs, with an additional table which served as a sideboard. The whitewashed walls and the flooring of shiny red tiles looked, however, extremely clean amidst this intentional bareness, which was similar to that of a monkish refectory. But the feature of the place which more particularly struck you, as you crossed the threshold, was the childish gaiety which reigned there. For packed together at the tables were 150 hospitallers of all ages, eating with splendid appetites, laughing, applauding, and singing with their mouths full. A wondrous fraternity united these men, who had flocked to Lourdes from every province of France, and who belonged to all classes and represented every degree of fortune. Many of them knew nothing of one another, save that they met here and elbowed one another during 3 days every year, living together like brothers, and then going off and remaining in absolute ignorance of each other during the rest of the 12-month. Nothing could be more charming, however, than to meet again at the next pilgrimage, united in the same charitable work, and to spend a few days of hard labour and boyish delight in common once more. For it all became, as it were, an outing of a number of big fellows, let loose under a lovely sky, and well pleased to be able to enjoy themselves and laugh together. And even the frugality of the table, with the pride of managing things themselves, of eating the provisions which they had purchased and cooked, added to the general good humour. "You see," explained Gérard, "we are not at all inclined to be sad, although we have so much hard work to get through. The hospitality numbers more than 300 members, but there are only about 150 here at a time, for we have had to organize 2 successive services, so that there may always be some of us on duty at the grotto and the hospitals." The sight of the little party of visitors assembled on the threshold of the room seemed to have increased the general delight, and Berthaud, the superintendent of the bearers, who was lunching at the head of one of the tables, gallantly rose up to receive the ladies. "But it smells very nice," exclaimed Madame des Agneaux in her giddy way. "Won't you invite us to come and taste your cookery tomorrow?" "Oh, we can't ask ladies," replied Berthaud, laughing. "But if you gentlemen would like to join us tomorrow, we should be extremely pleased to entertain you." He had at once noticed the good understanding which prevailed between Gérard and Raymond, and seemed delighted at it, for he greatly wished his cousin to make this match. He laughed pleasantly at the enthusiastic gaiety which the young girl displayed as she began to question him. "Is not that the Marquis de Salmon-Roquebert," she asked, "who is sitting over yonder between these 2 young men who look like shop assistants?" "They are, in fact, the sons of a small stationer at Tarbes," replied Berthaud. "And that is really the Marquis, your neighbour of the Rue de Lille, the owner of that magnificent mansion, one of the richest and most noble men of title in France. You see how he is enjoying our mutton stew." It was true, the millionaire Marquis seemed delighted to be able to board himself for his 3 francs a day, and to sit down at table in genuine democratic fashion by the side of petty bourgeois and workmen who would not have dared to accost him in the street. Was not that chance table symbolical of social communion, effected by the joint practice of charity? For his part, the Marquis was the more hungry that day, as he had bathed over 60 patients, sufferers from all the most abominable diseases of unhappy humanity, at the piscinas that morning. And the scene around him seemed like a realization of the evangelical commonalty. But doubtless it was so charming and so gay simply because its duration was limited to 3 days. Although M. de Gersain had but lately risen from table, his curiosity prompted him to taste the mutton stew, and he pronounced it perfect. Meantime, Pierre caught sight of Baron Suire, the director of the hospitality, walking about between the rows of tables with an air of some importance, as though he had allotted himself the task of keeping an eye on everything, even on the manner in which his staff fed itself. The young priest thereupon remembered the ardent desire which Marie had expressed to spend the night in front of the grotto, and it occurred to him that the Baron might be willing to give the necessary authorization. "Certainly," replied the director, who had become quite grave whilst listening to Pierre. "We do sometimes allow it, but it is always a very delicate matter. You assure me, at all events, that this young person is not consumptive. Well, since you say that she so much desires it, I will mention the matter to Father Fourcade and warn Madame de Jonquière, so that she may let you take the young lady away." He was in reality a very good-natured fellow, albeit so fond of assuming the air of an indispensable man weighed down by the heaviest responsibilities. In his turn he now detained the visitors and gave them full particulars concerning the organization of the hospitality. Its members said prayers together every morning. 2 board meetings were held each day, and were attended by all the heads of departments, as well as by the reverend fathers and some of the chaplains. All the hospitallers took the sacrament as frequently as possible, and moreover there were many complicated tasks to be attended to, a prodigious rotation of duties, quite a little world to be governed with a firm hand. The Baron spoke like a general who each year gains a great victory over the spirit of the age. And sending Berthaud back to finish his déjeuner, he insisted on escorting the ladies into the little sanded courtyard, which was shaded by some fine trees. "It is very interesting, repeated Madame des Agneaux. "We are greatly obliged to you for your kindness, monsieur." Don't mention it, madame," answered the Baron. "It is I who am pleased at having had an opportunity to show you my little army." So far Gérard had not quitted Raymond's side. But M. de Gersain and Pierre were already exchanging glances suggestive of leave-taking, in order that they might repair by themselves to the Place du Mercadal, when Madame des Agneaux suddenly remembered that a friend had requested her to send her a bottle of Lourdes water, and she thereupon asked Gérard how she was to execute this commission. The young man began to laugh. "Will you again accept me as a guide?" said he. "And by the way, if these gentlemen like to come as well, I will show you the place where the bottles are filled, corked, packed in cases, and then sent off. It is a curious sight." Monsieur de Gersain immediately consented, and all 5 of them set out again, Madame des Agneaux still between the architect and the priest, whilst Raymond and Gérard brought up the rear. The crowd in the burning sunlight was increasing. The Place du Rosaire was now overflowing with an idle sauntering mob, resembling some concourse of sightseers on a day of public rejoicing. The bottling and packing shops were situated under one of the arches on the left-hand side of the Place. They formed a suite of 3 apartments of very simple aspect. In the first one the bottles were filled in the most ordinary of fashions. A little green-painted zinc barrel, not unlike a watering cask, was dragged by a man from the grotto, and the light-coloured bottles were then simply filled at its tap, one by one. The blouse-clad workman entrusted with the duty, exercising no particular watchfulness to prevent the water from overflowing. In fact, there was quite a puddle of it upon the ground. There were no labels on the bottles, the little leaden capsules placed over the corks alone bore an inscription, and they were coated with a kind of ceruse, doubtless to ensure preservation. Then came 2 other rooms which formed regular packing shops, with carpenters' benches, tools, and heaps of shavings. The boxes, most frequently made for 1 bottle or for 2, were put together with great care, and the bottles were deposited inside them, on beds of fine wood parings. The scene reminded one, in some degree, of the packing halls for flowers at Nice, and for preserved fruits at Grasse. Gérard went on giving explanations with a quiet, satisfied air. "The water," he said, "really comes from the grotto, as you can yourselves see, so that all the foolish jokes which one hears really have no basis. And everything is perfectly simple, natural, and goes on in the broad daylight. I would also point out to you that the fathers don't sell the water, as they are accused of doing. For instance, a bottle of water here costs 20 centimes, twopence, which is only the price of the bottle itself. If you wish to have it sent to anybody, you naturally have to pay for the packing and the carriage, and then it costs you 1 franc and 70 centimes, 1 shilling and 4 pence. However, you are perfectly at liberty to go to the source and fill the flasks and cans and other receptacles that you may choose to bring with you." Pierre reflected that the profits of the reverend fathers in this respect could not be very large ones, for their gains were limited to what they made by manufacturing the boxes and supplying the bottles, which latter, purchased by the 1,000, certainly did not cost them so much as 20 centimes apiece. However, Raymond and Madame des Agneaux, as well as Monsieur de Gersain, who had such a lively imagination, experienced deep disappointment at the sight of the little green barrel, the capsules, sticky with ceruse, and the piles of shavings lying around the benches. They had doubtless imagined all sorts of ceremonies, the observance of certain rites in bottling the miraculous water, priests in vestments pronouncing blessings, and choir boys singing hymns of praise in pure crystalline voices. For his part, Pierre, in presence of all this vulgar bottling and packing, ended by thinking of the active power of faith. When one of those bottles reaches some far-away sick-room and is unpacked there, and the sufferer falls upon his knees, and so excites himself by contemplating and drinking the pure water that he actually brings about the cure of his ailment, there must truly be a most extraordinary plunge into all-powerful illusion. "Ah!" exclaimed Gérard as they came out, "would you like to see the storehouse where the tapers are kept before going to the offices? It is only a couple of steps away." And then, not even waiting for their answer, he led them to the opposite side of the Place du Rosaire. His one desire was to amuse Raymond, but in point of fact, the aspect of the place where the tapers were stored was even less entertaining than that of the packing rooms which they had just left. This storehouse, a kind of deep vault under one of the right-hand arches of the Place, was divided by timber into a number of spacious compartments, in which lay an extraordinary collection of tapers, classified according to size. The overplus of all the tapers offered to the grotto was deposited here, and such was the number of these superfluous candles that the little conveyances stationed near the grotto railing, ready to receive the pilgrims' offerings, had to be brought to the storehouse several times a day in order to be emptied there, after which they were returned to the grotto, and were promptly filled again. In theory, each taper that was offered ought to have been burnt at the feet of the Virgin's statue. But so great was the number of these offerings that, although a couple of 100 tapers of all sizes were kept burning by day and night, it was impossible to exhaust the supply, which went on increasing and increasing. There was a rumour that the fathers could not even find room to store all this wax, but had to sell it over and over again. And indeed certain friends of the grotto confessed, with a touch of pride, that the profit on the tapers alone would have sufficed to defray all the expenses of the business. The quantity of these votive candles quite stupefied Raymond and Madame des Agneaux. How many there were! The smaller ones, costing from 50 centimes to a franc apiece, were piled up in fabulous numbers. Monsieur de Gersain, desirous of getting at the exact figures, quite lost himself in the puzzling calculation he attempted. As for Pierre, it was in silence that he gazed upon this mass of wax, destined to be burned in open daylight to the glory of God. And although he was by no means a rigid utilitarian, and could well understand that some apparent acts of extravagance yield an elusive enjoyment and satisfaction which provide humanity with as much sustenance as bread, he could not, on the other hand, refrain from reflecting on the many benefits which might have been conferred on the poor and the ailing with the money represented by all that wax, which would fly away in smoke. "But come, what about that bottle which I am to send off?" abruptly asked Madame des Agneaux. "We will go to the office," replied Gérard. "In 5 minutes everything will be settled." They had to cross the Place du Rosaire once more and ascend the stone stairway leading to the basilica. The office was up above, on the left hand, at the corner of the path leading to the Calvary. The building was a paltry one, a hut of lath and plaster which the wind and the rain had reduced to a state of ruin. On a board outside was the inscription, "Apply here with reference to masses, offerings and brotherhoods. Forwarding office for Lourdes water. Subscriptions to the Annals of O.L. of Lourdes." How many millions of people must have already passed through this wretched shanty, which seemed to date from the innocent days when the foundations of the adjacent basilica had scarcely been laid. The whole party went in, eager to see what might be inside. But they simply found a wicket at which Madame des Agneaux had to stop in order to give her friend's name and address. And when she had paid 1 franc and 70 centimes, a small printed receipt was handed her, such as you receive on registering luggage at a railway station. As soon as they were outside again, Gérard pointed to a large building standing 200 or 300 yards away, and resumed, "There, that is where the fathers reside." "But we see nothing of them," remarked Pierre. This observation so astonished the young man that he remained for a moment without replying. "It's true," he at last said. "We do not see them. But then they give up the custody of everything, the grotto and all the rest, to the Fathers of the Assumption during the national pilgrimage." Pierre looked at the building which had been pointed out to him, and noticed that it was a massive stone pile resembling a fortress. The windows were closed, and the whole edifice looked lifeless. Yet everything at Lourdes came from it, and to it also everything returned. It seemed, in fact, to the young priest that he could hear the silent, formidable rake-stroke which extended over the entire valley, which caught hold of all who had come to the spot, and placed both the gold and the blood of the throng in the clutches of those reverend fathers. However, Gérard just then resumed in a low voice, "But come, they do show themselves, for here is the Reverend Superior, Father Capdebart himself." An ecclesiastic was indeed just passing, a man with the appearance of a peasant, a knotty frame, and a large head which looked as though carved with a bill-hook. His opaque eyes were quite expressionless, and his face, with its worn features, had retained a loamy tint, a gloomy, russet reflection of the earth. Monseigneur Laurence had really made a politic selection in confiding the organization and management of the grotto to those garrison missionaries, who were so tenacious and covetous, for the most part sons of mountain peasants and passionately attached to the soil. However, the little party now slowly retraced its steps by way of the Plateau de la Merlasse, the broad boulevard which skirts the inclined way on the left hand and leads to the Avenue de la Grotte. It was already past 1 o'clock, but people were still eating their déjeuners from one to the other end of the overflowing town. Many of the 50,000 pilgrims and sightseers collected within it had not yet been able to sit down and eat, and Pierre, who had left the table d'hôte still crowded, who had just seen the hospitallers squeezing together so gaily at the ordinary, found more and more tables at each step he took. On all sides people were eating without a pause. Hereabouts, however, in the open air, on either side of the broad road, the hungry ones were humble folk who had rushed upon the tables set up on either footway, tables formed on a couple of long boards, flanked by 2 forms, and shaded from the sun by narrow linen awnings. Broth and coffee were sold at these places at a penny the cup. The little loaves, heaped up in high baskets, also cost a penny apiece. Hanging from the poles which upheld the awnings were sausages, chitterlings, and hams. Some of the open-air restaurateurs were frying potatoes, and others were concocting more or less savoury messes of inferior meat and onions. A pungent smoke, a violent odour, arose into the sunlight, mingling with the dust which was raised by the continuous tramp of the promenaders. Rows of people, moreover, were waiting at each canteen, so that each time a party rose from table, fresh customers took possession of the benches ranged beside the oilcloth-covered planks, which were so narrow that there was scarcely room for 2 bowls of soup to be placed side by side. And one and all made haste, and devoured with the ravenous hunger born of their fatigue, that insatiable appetite which so often follows upon great moral shocks. In fact, when the mind had exhausted itself in prayer, when everything physical had been forgotten amidst the mental flight into the legendary heavens, the human animal suddenly appeared, again asserted itself, and began to gorge. Moreover, under that dazzling Sunday sky, the scene was like that of a fair field, with all the gluttony of a merry-making community, a display of the delight which they felt in living, despite the multiplicity of their abominable ailments and the dearth of the miracles they hoped for. "They eat, they amuse themselves, what else can one expect?" remarked Gérard, guessing the thoughts of his amiable companions. "Ah, poor people," murmured Pierre, "they have a perfect right to do so." He was greatly touched to see human nature reassert itself in this fashion. However, when they had got to the lower part of the boulevard near the grotto, his feelings were hurt at sight of the desperate eagerness displayed by the female vendors of tapers and bouquets, who with the rough fierceness of conquerors assailed the passers-by in bands. They were mostly young women with bare heads or with kerchiefs tied over their hair, and they displayed extraordinary effrontery. Even the old ones were scarcely more discreet. With parcels of tapers under their arms, they brandished the one which they offered for sale and even thrust it into the hand of the promenader. "Monsieur, Madame," they called, buy a taper, it will bring you luck." One gentleman, who was surrounded and shaken by 3 of the youngest of these harpies, almost lost the skirts of his frock-coat in attempting to escape their clutches. Then the scene began afresh with the bouquets. Large round bouquets they were, carelessly fastened together and looking like cabbages. "A bouquet, madame," was the cry, "a bouquet for the Blessed Virgin." If the lady escaped, she heard muttered insults behind her. Trafficking, impudent trafficking, pursued the pilgrims to the very outskirts of the grotto. Trade was not merely triumphantly installed in every one of the shops, standing close together and transforming each street into a bazaar, but it overran the footways and barred the road with handcarts full of chaplets, medals, statuettes, and religious prints. On all sides people were buying almost to the same extent as they ate, in order that they might take away with them some souvenir of this holy kermesse. And the bright gay note of this commercial eagerness, this scramble of hawkers, was supplied by the urchins who rushed about through the crowd, crying the Journal de la Grotte. Their sharp shrill voices pierced the ear. The Journal de la Grotte! This morning's number, 2 sous! The Journal de la Grotte! Amidst the continual pushing which accompanied the eddying of the ever-moving crowd, Gérard's little party became separated. He and Raymond remained behind the others. They had begun talking together in low tones, with an air of smiling intimacy, lost and isolated as they were in the dense crowd. And Madame des Agneaux at last had to stop, look back, and call to them, "Come on, or we shall lose one another." As they drew near, Pierre heard the girl exclaim, "Mamma is so very busy. Speak to her before we leave." And Gérard thereupon replied, "It is understood. You have made me very happy, mademoiselle." Thus the husband had been secured, the marriage decided upon during this charming promenade among the sights of Lourdes. Raymond had completed her conquest, and Gérard had at last taken a resolution, realizing how gay and sensible she was, as she walked beside him leaning on his arm. Monsieur de Gersain, however, had raised his eyes and was heard inquiring, "Are not those people up there on that balcony the rich folk who made the journey in the same train as ourselves? You know whom I mean, that lady who is so very ill and whose husband and sister accompany her." He was alluding to the Dieu la Fées, and they indeed were the persons whom he now saw on the balcony of a suite of rooms which they had rented in a new house overlooking the lawns of the Rosary. They here occupied a first floor furnished with all the luxury that Lourdes could provide, carpets, hangings, mirrors, and many other things, without mentioning a staff of servants dispatched beforehand from Paris. As the weather was so fine that afternoon, the large armchair on which lay the poor ailing woman had been rolled onto the balcony. You could see her there, clad in a lace peignoir. Her husband, always correctly attired in a black frock-coat, stood beside her on her right hand, whilst her sister, in a delightful pale mauve gown, sat on her left, smiling and leaning over every now and then, so as to speak to her, but apparently receiving no reply. "Oh," declared little Madame des Agneaux, "I have often heard people speak of Madame Jousseur, that lady in mauve. She is the wife of a diplomatist who neglects her, it seems, in spite of her rare beauty, and last year there was a great deal of talk about her fancy for a young colonel who was well known in Parisian society. It is said, however, in Catholic salons that her religious principles enabled her to conquer it." They all 5 remained there, looking up at the balcony. "To think," resumed Madame des Agneaux, "that her sister, poor woman, was once her living portrait. And indeed, there was an expression of greater kindliness and more gentle gaiety on Madame Dieu la Fay's face. And now you see her, no different from a dead woman except that she is above instead of underground, with her flesh wasted away, reduced to a livid, boneless thing which they scarcely dare to move. Oh, the unhappy woman!" Raymond thereupon assured the others that Madame Dieu la Fay, who had been married scarcely 2 years previously, had brought all the jewellery given her on the occasion of her wedding to offer it as a gift to Our Lady of Lourdes. And Gérard confirmed this assertion, saying that the jewellery had been handed over to the treasurer of the basilica that very morning with a golden lantern studded with gems, and a large sum of money destined for the relief of the poor. However, the Blessed Virgin could not have been touched as yet, for the sufferer's condition seemed, if anything, to be worse. From that moment Pierre no longer beheld aught save that young woman on that handsome balcony, that woeful wealthy creature lying there high above the merry-making throng, the Lourdes mob which was feasting and laughing in the Sunday sunshine. The 2 dear ones who were so tenderly watching over her, her sister who had forsaken her society triumphs, her husband who had forgotten his financial business, his millions dispersed throughout the world, increased by their irreproachable demeanour the woefulness of the group which they thus formed on high, above all other heads, and face to face with the lovely valley. For Pierre they alone remained, and they were exceedingly wealthy and exceedingly wretched. However, lingering in this wise on the footway with their eyes upturned, the 5 promenaders narrowly escaped being knocked down and run over, for at every moment fresh vehicles were coming up, for the most part landaus drawn by 4 horses, which were driven at a fast trot and whose bells jingled merrily. The occupants of these carriages were tourists, visitors to the waters of Pau, Barège, and Cauterets, whom curiosity had attracted to Lourdes, and who were delighted with the fine weather and quite inspirited by their rapid drive across the mountains. They would remain at Lourdes only a few hours. After hastening to the grotto and the basilica in seaside costumes, they would start off again, laughing and well pleased at having seen it all. In this wise, families in light attire, bands of young women with bright parasols, darted hither and thither among the grey, neutral-tinted crowd of pilgrims, imparting to it, in a yet more pronounced manner, the aspect of a fair-day mob, amidst which folks of good society deigned to come and amuse themselves. All at once Madame des Agneaux raised a cry. "What, is it you, Berthe?" And thereupon she embraced a tall, charming brunette who had just alighted from a landau with 3 other young women, the whole party smiling and animated. Everyone began talking at once, and all sorts of merry exclamations rang out, in the delight they felt at meeting in this fashion. "Oh, we are at Cauterets, my dear," said the tall brunette. "And as everybody comes here, we decided to come all 4 together. And your husband, is he here with you?" Madame des Agneaux began protesting. "Of course not," said she. "He is at Trouville, as you ought to know. I shall start to join him on Thursday." "Yes, yes, of course," resumed the tall brunette, who, like her friend, seemed to be an amiable, giddy creature. "I was forgetting, you are here with the pilgrimage." Then Madame des Agneaux offered to guide her friends, promising to show them everything of interest in less than a couple of hours. And turning to Raymonde, who stood by, smiling, she added, "Come with us, my dear, your mother won't be anxious." The ladies and Pierre and M. de Gersain thereupon exchanged bows, and Gérard also took leave, tenderly pressing Raymonde's hand, with his eyes fixed on hers, as though to pledge himself definitively. The women swiftly departed, directing their steps towards the grotto, and when Gérard also had gone off, returning to his duties, M. de Gersain said to Pierre, "And the hairdresser on the Place du Mercadal, I really must go and see him. You will come with me, won't you?" "Of course, I will go wherever you like. I am quite at your disposal, as Marie does not need us." Following the pathways between the large lawns which stretch out in front of the rosary, they reached the new bridge, where they had another encounter, this time with Abbé des Hermoises, who was acting as guide to 2 young married ladies who had arrived that morning from Tarbes. Walking between them with the gallant air of a society priest, he was showing them Lourdes and explaining it to them, keeping them well away, however, from its more repugnant features, its poor and its ailing folk, its odour of low misery, which, it must be admitted, had well nigh disappeared that fine sunshiny day. At the first word which M. de Gersain addressed to him with respect to the hiring of a vehicle for the trip to Gavarnie, the abbé was seized with a dread lest he should be obliged to leave his pretty lady visitors. "As you please, my dear sir," he replied. "Kindly attend to the matter, and, you are quite right, make the cheapest arrangements possible, for I shall have 2 ecclesiastics of small means with me. There will be 4 of us. Let me know at the hotel this evening at what hour we shall start." Thereupon he again joined his lady friends, and led them towards the grotto, following the shady path which skirts the Gave, a cool, sequestered path well suited for lovers' walks. Feeling somewhat tired, Pierre had remained apart from the others, leaning against the parapet of the new bridge. And now for the first time he was struck by the prodigious number of priests among the crowd. He saw all varieties of them swarming across the bridge. Priests of correct mien who had come with the pilgrimage and who could be recognized by their air of assurance and their clean cassocks. Poor village priests who were far more timid and badly clothed, and who, after making sacrifices in order that they might indulge in the journey, would return home quite scared. And finally there was the whole cloud of unattached ecclesiastics who had come nobody knew whence, and who enjoyed such absolute liberty that it was difficult to be sure whether they had even said their mass that morning. They doubtless found this liberty very agreeable, and thus the greater number of them, like Abbé des Hermoises, had simply come on a holiday excursion, free from all duties, and happy at being able to live like ordinary men, lost, unnoticed as they were in the multitude around them. And from the young, carefully groomed and perfumed priest to the old one in a dirty cassock and shoes down at heel, the entire species had its representatives in the throng. There were corpulent ones, others but moderately fat, thin ones, tall ones and short ones, some whom faith had brought and whom ardour was consuming, some also who simply plied their calling like worthy men, and some, moreover, who were fond of intriguing, and were only present in order that they might help the good cause. However, Pierre was quite surprised to see such a stream of priests pass before him, each with his especial passion, and one and all hurrying to the grotto as one hurries to a duty, a belief, a pleasure, or a task. He noticed one among the number, a very short, slim, dark man with a pronounced Italian accent, whose glittering eyes seemed to be taking a plan of Lourdes, who looked, indeed, like one of those spies who come and peer around with a view to conquest. And then he observed another one, an enormous fellow with a paternal air, who was breathing hard through inordinate eating, and who paused in front of a poor sick woman, and ended by slipping a 5-franc piece into her hand. Just then, however, M. de Gersain returned. "We merely have to go down the boulevard and the Rue Basse," said he. Pierre followed him without answering. He had just felt his cassock on his shoulders for the first time that afternoon, for never had it seemed so light to him as whilst he was walking about amidst the scramble of the pilgrimage. The young fellow was now living in a state of mingled unconsciousness and dizziness, ever hoping that faith would fall upon him like a lightning flash, in spite of all the vague uneasiness which was growing within him at the sight of the things which he beheld. However, the spectacle of that ever-swelling stream of priests no longer wounded his heart. Fraternal feelings towards these unknown colleagues had returned to him. How many of them there must be who believed no more than he did himself, and yet, like himself, honestly fulfilled their mission as guides and consolers. "This boulevard is a new one, you know," said M. de Gersain, all at once raising his voice. "The number of houses built during the last 20 years is almost beyond belief. There is quite a new town here." The La Paca flowed along behind the buildings on their right, and their curiosity inducing them to turn into a narrow lane, they came upon some strange old structures on the margin of the narrow stream. Several ancient mills here displayed their wheels, among them one which Monseigneur Laurence had given to Bernadette's parents after the apparitions. Tourists, moreover, were here shown the pretended abode of Bernadette, a hovel whither the Soubirous family had removed on leaving the Rue des Petits Fossés, and in which the young girl, as she was already boarding with the Sisters of Nevers, can have but seldom slept. At last, by way of the Rue Basse, Pierre and his companion reached the Place du Mercadal. This was a long, triangular, open space, the most animated and luxurious of the squares of the old town, the one where the cafés, the chemists, all the finest shops were situated. And among the latter one showed conspicuously, coloured as it was a lively green, adorned with lofty mirrors, and surmounted by a broad board bearing in gilt letters the inscription "Casabin, hairdresser." M. de Gersain and Pierre went in, but there was nobody in the salon, and they had to wait. A terrible clatter of forks resounded from the adjoining room, an ordinary dining-room transformed into a table d'hôte, in which some 20 people were having déjeuner, although it was already 2 o'clock. The afternoon was progressing, and yet people were still eating from one to the other end of Lourdes. Like every other householder in the town, whatever his religious convictions might be, Casabin, in the pilgrimage season, let his bedrooms, surrendered his dining-room, and sought refuge in his cellar, where, heaped up with his family, he ate and slept, although this unventilated hole was no more than 3 yards square. However, the passion for trading and money-making carried all before it. At pilgrimage time the whole population disappeared like that of a conquered city, surrendering even the beds of its women and its children to the pilgrims, seating them at its tables and supplying them with food. "Is there nobody here?" called M. de Gersain after waiting a moment. At last a little man made his appearance. Casabin himself, a type of the naughty but active Pyrenean, with a long face, prominent cheekbones, and a sunburnt complexion spotted here and there with red. His big glittering eyes never remained still, and the whole of his spare little figure quivered with incessant exuberance of speech and gesture. "For you, monsieur, a shave, eh?" said he. "I must beg your pardon for keeping you waiting, but my assistant has gone out, and I was in there with my boarders. If you will kindly sit down, I will attend to you at once." Thereupon, deigning to operate in person, Casabin began to stir up the lather and strop the razor. He had glanced rather nervously, however, at the cassock worn by Pierre, who without a word had seated himself in a corner and taken up a newspaper in the perusal of which he appeared to be absorbed. A short interval of silence followed, but it was fraught with suffering for Casabin, and whilst lathering his customer's chin he began to chatter. "My boarders lingered this morning such a long time at the grotto, monsieur, that they have scarcely sat down to déjeuner. You can hear them, eh? I was staying with them out of politeness. However, I owe myself to my customers as well, do I not? One must try to please everybody." Monsieur de Gersain, who was also fond of a chat, thereupon began to question him. "You lodge some of the pilgrims, I suppose?" "Oh, we all lodge some of them, monsieur. It is necessary for the town," replied the barber. "And you accompany them to the grotto?" At this, however, Casabon revolted, and holding up his razor, he answered with an air of dignity, "Never, monsieur, never. For 5 years past I have not been in that new town which they are building." He was still seeking to restrain himself, and again glanced at Pierre, whose face was hidden by the newspaper. The sight of the red cross pinned on Monsieur de Gersain's jacket was also calculated to render him prudent. Nevertheless, his tongue won the victory. "Well, monsieur, opinions are free, are they not?" said he. "I respect yours, but for my part I don't believe in all that phantasmagoria. Oh, I've never concealed it. I was already a republican and a free-thinker in the days of the Empire. There were barely 4 men of those views in the whole town at that time. Oh, I'm proud of it." He had begun to shave Monsieur de Gersain's left cheek and was quite triumphant. From that moment a stream of words poured forth from his mouth, a stream which seemed to be inexhaustible. To begin with, he brought the same charges as Majesté against the fathers of the grotto. He reproached them for their dealings in tapers, chaplets, prints, and crucifixes, for the disloyal manner in which they competed with those who sold those articles as well as with the hotel and lodging-house keepers. And he was also wrathful with the Blue Sisters of the Immaculate Conception, for had they not robbed him of 2 tenants, 2 old ladies, who spent 3 weeks at Lourdes each year? Moreover, you could divine within him all the slowly accumulated, overflowing spite with which the old town regarded the new town, that town which had sprung up so quickly on the other side of the castle, that rich city with houses as big as palaces, whither flowed all the life, all the luxury, all the money of Lourdes, so that it was incessantly growing larger and wealthier, whilst its elder sister, the poor antique town of the mountains, with its narrow, grass-grown, deserted streets, seemed near the point of death. Nevertheless, the struggle still continued. The old town seemed determined not to die, and by lodging pilgrims and opening shops on her side, endeavoured to compel her ungrateful junior to grant her a share of the spoils. But custom only flowed to the shops which were near the grotto, and only the poorer pilgrims were willing to lodge so far away, so that the unequal conditions of the struggle intensified the rupture, and turned the high town and the low town into 2 irreconcilable enemies, who preyed upon one another amidst continual intrigues. "Ah, no, they certainly won't see me at their grotto," resumed Casabon with his rageful air. "What an abusive use they make of that grotto of theirs! They serve it up in every fashion. To think of such idolatry, such gross superstition in the 19th century! Just ask them if they have cured a single sufferer belonging to the town during the last 20 years. Yet there are plenty of infirm people crawling about our streets. It was our folk that benefited by the first miracles, but it would seem that the miraculous water has long lost all its power, so far as we are concerned. We are too near it. People have to come from a long distance if they wanted to act on them. It's really all too stupid. Why, I wouldn't go there even if I were offered 100 francs. Pierre's immobility was doubtless irritating the barber. He had now begun to shave Monsieur de Gersain's right cheek, and he was inveighing against the fathers of the Immaculate Conception, whose greed for gain was the one cause of all the misunderstanding. These fathers who were at home there, since they had purchased from the municipality the land on which they desired to build, did not even carry out the stipulations of the contract they had signed, for there were clauses in it forbidding all trading, such as the sale of the water and of religious articles. Innumerable actions might have been brought against them, but they snapped their fingers, and felt themselves so powerful that they no longer allowed a single offering to go to the parish, but arranged matters so that the whole harvest of money should be garnered by the grotto and the basilica. And all at once Casabon candidly exclaimed, "If they were only reasonable, if they would only share with us!" Then, when Monsieur de Gersain had washed his face, and reseated himself, the hairdresser resumed, "And if I were to tell you, monsieur, what they have done with our poor town. 40 years ago all the young girls here conducted themselves properly, I assure you. I remember that in my young days, when a young man was wicked, he generally had to go elsewhere. But times have changed, our manners are no longer the same. Nowadays nearly all the girls content themselves with selling candles and nosegays, and you must have seen them catching hold of the passers-by and thrusting their goods into their hands. It is really shameful to see so many bold girls about. They make a lot of money, acquire lazy habits, and instead of working during the winter, simply wait for the return of the pilgrimage season. And I assure you that the young men don't need to go elsewhere nowadays. No, indeed. And add to all this the suspicious floating element which swells the population as soon as the first fine weather sets in. The coachmen, the hawkers, the canteen keepers, all the low-class wandering folk reeking with grossness and vice, and you can form an idea of the honest new town which they have given us with the crowds that come to their grotto and their basilica." Greatly struck by these remarks, Pierre had let his newspaper fall and begun to listen. It was now, for the first time, that he fully realized the difference between the two Lourdes. Old Lourdes, so honest and so pious in its tranquil solitude, and new Lourdes, corrupted, demoralized by the circulation of so much money, by such a great enforced increase of wealth, by the ever-growing torrent of strangers sweeping through it, by the fatal rotting influence of the conflux of thousands of people, the contagion of evil examples. And what a terrible result it seemed when one thought of Bernadette, the pure, candid girl kneeling before the wild primitive grotto, when one thought of all the naive faith, all the fervent purity of those who had first begun the work. Had they desired that the whole countryside should be poisoned in this wise by lucre and human filth? Yet it had sufficed that the nations should flock there for a pestilence to break out. Seeing that Pierre was listening, Casabin made a final threatening gesture as though to sweep away all this poisonous superstition. Then, relapsing into silence, he finished cutting Monsieur de Gersain's hair. "There you are, monsieur." The architect rose, and it was only now that he began to speak of the conveyance which he wished to hire. At first the hairdresser declined to enter into the matter, pretending that they must apply to his brother at the Champ Commun, but at last he consented to take the order. A pair-horse landau for Gavarnie was priced at 50 francs. However, he was so pleased at having talked so much, and so flattered at hearing himself called an honest man, that he eventually agreed to charge only 40 francs. There were 4 persons in the party, so this would make 10 francs apiece, and it was agreed that they should start off at about 2 in the morning, so that they might get back to Lourdes at a tolerably early hour on the Monday evening. "The landau will be outside the Hotel of the Apparitions at the appointed time," repeated Casabin in his emphatic way. "You may rely on me, monsieur." Then he began to listen. The clatter of crockery did not cease resounding in the adjoining room. People were still eating there with that impulsive voracity which had spread from one to the other end of Lourdes. And all at once a voice was heard calling for more bread. "Excuse me," hastily resumed Casabin, "my boarders want me." And thereupon he rushed away, his hands still greasy through fingering the comb. The door remained open for a second, and on the walls of the dining-room Pierre espied various religious prints, and notably a view of the grotto, which surprised him. In all probability, however, the hairdresser only hung these engravings there during the pilgrimage season, by way of pleasing his boarders. It was now nearly 3 o'clock. When the young priest and Monsieur de Gersain got outside, they were astonished at the loud pealing of bells which was flying through the air. The parish church had responded to the first stroke of vespers chiming at the basilica, and now all the convents, one after another, were contributing to the swelling peals. The crystalline notes of the bell of the Carmelites mingled with the grave notes of the bell of the Immaculate Conception, and all the joyous bells of the Sisters of Nevers and the Dominicans were jingling together. In this wise, from morning till evening on fine days of festivity, the chimes winged their flight above the house roofs of Lourdes. And nothing could have been gayer than that sonorous melody resounding in the broad blue heavens above the gluttonous town, which had at last lunched, and was now comfortably digesting as it strolled about in the sunlight. End of section 12. Section 13 of Lourdes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The third day. 3. The night procession. As soon as night had fallen, Marie, still lying on her bed at the hospital of Our Lady of Dolours, became extremely impatient, for she had learned through Madame de Jonquière that Baron Suire had obtained from Father Fourcade the necessary permission for her to spend the night in front of the grotto. Thus she kept on questioning Sister Hyacinthe, asking her, "Pray, sister, is it not yet 9 o'clock?" "No, my child, it is scarcely 8:30, was the reply. "Here is a nice woolen shawl for you to wrap round you at daybreak, for the Gave is close by, and the mornings are very fresh, you know, in these mountainous parts." "Oh, but the nights are so lovely, sister, and besides, I sleep so little here," replied Marie. "I cannot be worse off out of doors. Mon Dieu, how happy I am! How delightful it will be to spend the whole night with the Blessed Virgin." The entire ward was jealous of her, for to remain in prayer before the grotto all night long was the most ineffable of joys, the supreme beatitude. It was said that in the deep peacefulness of night the chosen ones undoubtedly beheld the Virgin, but powerful protection was needed to obtain such a favour as had been granted to Marie, for nowadays the Reverend Fathers scarcely liked to grant it, as several sufferers had died during the long vigil, falling asleep, as it were, in the midst of their ecstasy. "You will take the sacrament at the grotto tomorrow morning before you are brought back here, won't you, my child?" resumed Sister Hyacinthe. However, 9 o'clock at last struck, and Pierre not arriving, the girl wondered whether he, usually so punctual, could have forgotten her. The others were now talking to her of the night procession, which she would see from beginning to end if she only started at once. The ceremonies concluded with a procession every night, but the Sunday one was always the finest, and that evening, it was said, would be remarkably splendid, such indeed as was seldom seen. Nearly 30,000 pilgrims would take part in it, each carrying a lighted taper. The nocturnal marvels of the sky would be revealed. The stars would descend upon earth. At this thought the sufferers began to bewail their fate. What a wretched lot was theirs, to be tied to their beds, unable to see any of those wonders. At last Madame de Jonquière approached Marie's bed. "My dear girl," said she, "here is your father with Monsieur l'Abbé." Radiant with delight, the girl at once forgot her weary waiting. "Oh, pray let us make haste, Pierre," she exclaimed. "Pray let us make haste." They carried her down the stairs, and the young priest harnessed himself to the little car, which gently rolled along, under the star-studded heavens, while Monsieur de Guersin walked beside it. The night was moonless, but extremely beautiful. The vault above looked like deep blue velvet, spangled with diamonds, and the atmosphere was exquisitely mild and pure, fragrant with the perfumes from the mountains. Many pilgrims were hurrying along the street, all bending their steps towards the grotto, but they formed a discreet, pensive crowd, with naught of the Fairfield lounging character of the daytime throng. And as soon as the Plateau de la Merlasse was reached, the darkness spread out, you entered into a great lake of shadows formed by the stretching lawns and lofty trees, and saw nothing rising on high save the black, tapering spire of the basilica. Pierre grew rather anxious on finding that the crowd became more and more compact as he advanced. Already on reaching the Place du Rosaire it was difficult to take another forward step. "There is no hope of getting to the grotto yet awhile," he said. "The best course would be to turn into one of the pathways behind the pilgrims' shelter-house and wait there." Marie, however, greatly desired to see the procession start. "Oh, pray try to go as far as the Gave," said she. "I shall then see everything from a distance. I don't want to go near." Monsieur de Guersin, who was equally inquisitive, seconded this proposal. "Don't be uneasy," he said to Pierre. "I am here behind, and will take care to let nobody jostle her." Pierre had to begin pulling the little vehicle again. It took him a quarter of an hour to pass under one of the arches of the inclined way on the left hand, so great was the crush of pilgrims at that point. Then, taking a somewhat oblique course, he ended by reaching the quay beside the Gave, where there were only some spectators standing on the sidewalk, so that he was able to advance another 50 yards. At last he halted and backed the little car against the quay parapet, in full view of the grotto. "Will you be all right here?" he asked. "Oh yes, thank you. Only you must sit me up. I shall then be able to see much better." Monsieur de Guersin raised her into a sitting posture, and then for his part climbed upon the stonework running from one to the other end of the quay. A mob of inquisitive people had already scaled it in part, like sightseers waiting for a display of fireworks, and they were all raising themselves on tiptoe and craning their necks to get a better view. Pierre himself at last grew interested, although there was, so far, little to see. Some 30,000 people were assembled, and every moment there were fresh arrivals. All carried candles, the lower parts of which were wrapped in white paper, on which a picture of Our Lady of Lourdes was printed in blue ink. However, these candles were not yet lighted, and the only illumination that you perceived above the billowy sea of heads was the bright, forge-like glow of the taper-lighted grotto. A great buzzing arose, whiffs of human breath blew hither and thither, and these alone allowed you to realize that thousands of serried, stifling creatures were gathered together in the black depths, like a living sea that was ever eddying and spreading. There were even people hidden away under the trees beyond the grotto, in distant recesses of the darkness of which one had no suspicion. At last a few tapers began to shine forth here and there, like sudden sparks of light spangling the obscurity at random. Their number rapidly increased, eos of stars were formed, whilst at other points there were meteoric trails, Milky Ways, so to say, flowing amidst the constellations. The 30,000 tapers were being lighted one by one, their beams gradually increasing in number till they obscured the bright glow of the grotto and spread, from one to the other end of the promenade, the small yellow flames of a gigantic brazier. "Oh, how beautiful it is, Pierre," murmured Marie. "It is like the resurrection of the humble, the bright awakening of the souls of the poor." "It is superb, superb," repeated Monsieur de Gersain with impassioned artistic satisfaction. "Do you see those two trails of light yonder which intersect one another and form a cross?" Pierre's feelings, however, had been touched by what Marie had just said. He was reflecting upon her words. There was truth in them. Taken singly, those slender flames, those mere specks of light, were modest and unobtrusive, like the lowly. It was only their great number that supplied the effulgence, the sun-like resplendency. Fresh ones were continually appearing, farther and farther away, like waifs and strays. "Ah," murmured the young priest, "do you see that one which has just begun to flicker all by itself far away? Do you see it, Marie? Do you see how it floats and slowly approaches until it is merged in the great lake of light?" In the vicinity of the grotto one could see now as clearly as in the daytime. The trees, illumined from below, were intensely green, like the painted trees in stage scenery. Above the moving brazier were some motionless banners, whose embroidered saints and silken cords showed with vivid distinctness. And the great reflection ascended to the rock, even to the basilica, whose spire now shone out, quite white, against the black sky, whilst the hillsides across the Gave were likewise brightened, and displayed the pale fronts of their convents amidst their sombre foliage. There came yet another moment of uncertainty. The flaming lake, in which each burning wick was like a little wave, rolled its starry sparkling as though it were about to burst from its bed and flow away in a river. Then the banners began to oscillate, and soon a regular motion set in. "Oh, so they won't pass this way," exclaimed Monsieur de Gersain in a tone of disappointment. Pierre, who had informed himself on the matter, thereupon explained that the procession would first of all ascend the Serpentine road, constructed at great cost up the hillside, and that it would afterwards pass behind the basilica, descend by the inclined way on the right hand, and then spread out through the gardens. "Look," said he, "you can see the foremost tapers ascending amidst the greenery." Then came an enchanting spectacle. Little flickering lights detached themselves from the great bed of fire, and began gently rising, without it being possible for one to tell at that distance what connected them with the earth. They moved upward, looking in the darkness like golden particles of the sun. And soon they formed an oblique streak, a streak which suddenly twisted, then extended again until it curved once more. At last the whole hillside was streaked by a flaming zigzag, resembling those lightning flashes which you see falling from black skies in cheap engravings. But unlike the lightning, the luminous trail did not fade away. The little lights still went onward in the same slow, gentle, gliding manner. Only for a moment, at rare intervals, was there a sudden eclipse. The procession, no doubt, was then passing behind some clump of trees. But farther on, the tapers beamed forth afresh, rising heavenward by an intricate path, which incessantly diverged and then started upward again. At last, however, the time came when the lights no longer ascended, for they had reached the summit of the hill and begun to disappear at the last turn of the road. Exclamations were rising from the crowd. "They are passing behind the basilica," said one. "Oh, it will take them 20 minutes before they begin coming down on the other side," remarked another. "Yes, madame," said a third, "there are 30,000 of them, and an hour will go by before the last of them leaves the grotto." Ever since the start, a sound of chanting had risen above the low rumbling of the crowd. The hymn of Bernadette was being sung, those 60 couplets between which the angelic salutation with its all-besetting rhythm was ever returning as a refrain. When the 60 couplets were finished, they were sung again, and that lullaby of Ave, Ave, Ave Maria came back incessantly, stupefying the mind, and gradually transporting those thousands of beings into a kind of wide-awake dream, with a vision of paradise before their eyes. And indeed, at night-time when they were asleep, their beds would rock to the eternal tune, which they still and ever continued singing. "Are we going to stop here?" asked Monsieur de Gersain, who speedily got tired of remaining in any one spot. "We see nothing but the same thing over and over again." Marie, who had informed herself by listening to what was said in the crowd, thereupon exclaimed, "You were quite right, Pierre. It would be much better to go back yonder under the trees. I so much wish to see everything." "Yes, certainly, we will seek a spot whence you may see it all," replied the priest. "The only difficulty lies in getting away from here." Indeed, they were now enclosed within the mob of sightseers, and in order to secure a passage, Pierre with stubborn perseverance had to keep on begging a little room for a suffering girl. Monsieur de Gersain meantime brought up the rear, screening the little conveyance so that it might not be upset by the jostling, whilst Marie turned her head, still endeavouring to see the sheet of flame spread out before the grotto, that lake of little sparkling waves which never seemed to diminish, although the procession continued to flow from it without a pause. At last they all three found themselves out of the crowd, near one of the arches, on a deserted spot where they were able to breathe for a moment. They now heard nothing but the distant canticle with its besetting refrain, and they only saw the reflection of the tapers, hovering like a luminous cloud in the neighbourhood of the basilica. "The best plan would be to climb to the Calvary," said Monsieur de Gersain. "The servant at the hotel told me so this morning. From up there, it seems, the scene is fairy-like." But they could not think of making the ascent. Pierre at once enumerated the difficulties. "How could we hoist ourselves to such a height with Marie's conveyance?" he asked. "Besides, we should have to come down again, and that would be dangerous work in the darkness amidst all the scrambling." Marie herself preferred to remain under the trees in the gardens, where it was very mild. So they started off, and reached the esplanade in front of the great crowned statue of the Virgin. It was illuminated by means of blue and yellow globes, which encompassed it with a gaudy splendour, and despite all his piety, Monsieur de Gersain could not help finding these decorations in execrable taste. "There," exclaimed Marie, "a good place would be near those shrubs yonder." She was pointing to a shrubbery near the pilgrims' shelter-house, and the spot was indeed an excellent one for their purpose, as it enabled them to see the procession descend by the gradient way on the left hand, and watch it as it passed between the lawns to the new bridge and back again. Moreover, a delightful freshness prevailed there by reason of the vicinity of the Gave. There was nobody there as yet, and one could enjoy deep peacefulness in the dense shade which fell from the big plane trees bordering the path. In his impatience to see the first tapers reappear as soon as they should have passed behind the basilica, Monsieur de Gersain had risen on tiptoe. "I see nothing as yet," he muttered, "so whatever the regulations may be, I shall sit on the grass for a moment. I have no strength left in my legs." Then, growing anxious about his daughter, he inquired, "Shall I cover you up? It is very cool here." "Oh no, I'm not cold, father," answered Marie. "I feel so happy. It is long since I breathed such sweet air. There must be some roses about. Can't you smell that delicious perfume?" And turning to Pierre, she asked, "Where are the roses, my friend? Can you see them?" When Monsieur de Gersain had seated himself on the grass near the little vehicle, it occurred to Pierre to see if there was not some bed of roses near at hand. But it was in vain that he explored the dark lawns. He could only distinguish sundry clumps of evergreens. And, as he passed in front of the pilgrim's shelter-house on his way back, curiosity prompted him to enter it. This building formed a long and lofty hall, lighted by large windows upon two sides. With bare walls and a stone pavement, it contained no other furniture than a number of benches, which stood here and there in haphazard fashion. There was neither table nor shelf, so that the homeless pilgrims who had sought refuge there had piled up their baskets, parcels, and valises in the window embrasures. Moreover, the place was apparently empty. The poor folk that it sheltered had no doubt joined the procession. Nevertheless, although the door stood wide open, an almost unbearable smell reigned inside. The very walls seemed impregnated with an odour of poverty, and in spite of the bright sunshine which had prevailed during the day, the flagstones were quite damp, soiled and soaked with expectorations, spilt wine, and grease. This mess had been made by the poorer pilgrims, who with their dirty skins and wretched rags lived in the hall, eating and sleeping in heaps on the benches. Pierre speedily came to the conclusion that the pleasant smell of roses must emanate from some other spot. Still, he was making the round of the hall, which was lighted by 4 smoky lanterns, and which he believed to be altogether unoccupied, when, against the left-hand wall, he was surprised to espy the vague figure of a woman in black, with what seemed to be a white parcel lying on her lap. She was all alone in that solitude and did not stir. However, her eyes were wide open. He drew near and recognized Madame Vincent. She addressed him in a deep, broken voice. "Rose has suffered so dreadfully today. Since daybreak she has not ceased moaning, and so, as she fell asleep a couple of hours ago, I haven't dared to stir for fear lest she should awake and suffer again." Thus the poor woman remained motionless, martyr-mother that she was, having for long months held her daughter in her arms in this fashion, in the stubborn hope of curing her. In her arms, too, she had brought her to Lourdes. In her arms she had carried her to the grotto. In her arms she had rocked her to sleep, having neither a room of her own, nor even a hospital bed at her disposal. "Isn't the poor little thing any better?" asked Pierre, whose heart ached at the sight. "No, Monsieur l'Abbé, no, I think not." "But you are very badly off here on this bench. You should have made an application to the pilgrimage managers instead of remaining like this, in the street, as it were. Some accommodation would have been found for your little girl, at any rate, that's certain." "Oh, what would have been the use of it, Monsieur l'Abbé? She is all right on my lap. And besides, should I have been allowed to stay with her? No, no, I prefer to have her on my knees. It seems to me that it will end by curing her." Two big tears rolled down the poor woman's motionless cheeks, and in her stifled voice she continued, "I am not penniless. I had 30 sous when I left Paris, and I still have 10 left. All I need is a little bread, and she, poor darling, can no longer drink any milk even. I have enough to last me till we go back, and if she gets well again, oh, we shall be rich, rich, rich." She had leant forward whilst speaking, and by the flickering light of a lantern nearby gazed at Rose, who was breathing faintly with parted lips. "You see how soundly she is sleeping," resumed the unhappy mother. "Surely the Blessed Virgin will take pity on her and cure her, won't she, Monsieur l'Abbé? We have only 1 day left. Still, I don't despair, and I shall again pray all night long without moving from here. She will be cured tomorrow. We must live till then." Infinite pity was filling the heart of Pierre, who, fearing that he also might weep, now went away. "Yes, yes, my poor woman, we must hope, still hope," said he, as he left her there among the scattered benches in that deserted, malodorous hall, so motionless in her painful maternal passion as to hold her own breath, fearful lest the heaving of her bosom should awaken the poor little sufferer. And in deepest grief, with closed lips, she prayed ardently. On Pierre returning to Marie's side, the girl inquired of him, "Well, and those roses? Are there any near here?" He did not wish to sadden her by telling her what he had seen, so he simply answered, "No, I have searched the lawns. There are none." "How singular!" she rejoined in a thoughtful way. "The perfume is both so sweet and penetrating. You can smell it, can't you? At this moment it is wonderfully strong, as though all the roses of paradise were flowering around us in the darkness." A low exclamation from her father interrupted her. Monsieur de Guersin had risen to his feet again on seeing some specks of light shine out above the gradient ways on the left side of the basilica. "At last, here they come," said he. It was indeed the head of the procession again appearing to view, and at once the specks of light began to swarm and extend in long, wavering double files. The darkness submerged everything except these luminous points, which seemed to be at a great elevation, and to emerge, as it were, from the black depths of the unknown. And at the same time the everlasting canticle was again heard, but so lightly, for the procession was far away, that it seemed as yet merely like the rustle of a coming storm, stirring the leaves of the trees. "Ah, I said so," muttered Monsieur de Guersin. "One ought to be at the Calvary to see everything." With the obstinacy of a child, he kept on returning to his first idea, again and again complaining that they had chosen the worst possible place. "But why don't you go up to the Calvary, Papa?" at last said Marie. "There is still time. Pierre will stay here with me." And with a mournful laugh she added, "Go! You know very well that nobody will run away with me." He at first refused to act upon the suggestion, but unable to resist his desire, he all at once fell in with it, and he had to hasten his steps, crossing the lawns at a run. "Don't move," he called. "Wait for me under the trees. I will tell you of all that I may see up there." Pierre and Marie remained alone in that dim, solitary nook, whence came such a perfume of roses, albeit no roses could be found. and they did not speak, but in silence watched the procession, which was now coming down from the hill with a gentle, continuous, gliding motion. A double file of quivering stars leapt into view on the left-hand side of the basilica, and then followed the monumental gradient way, whose curve it gradually described. At that distance you were still unable to see the pilgrims themselves, and you beheld simply those well-disciplined travelling lights tracing geometrical lines amidst the darkness. Under the deep blue heavens, even the buildings at first remained vague, forming but blacker patches against the sky. Little by little, however, as the number of candles increased, the principal architectural lines, the tapering spire of the basilica, the cyclopean arches of the gradient ways, the heavy, squat façade of the rosary, became more distinctly visible. And with that ceaseless torrent of bright sparks, flowing slowly downward with the stubborn persistence of a stream which has overflowed its banks and can be stopped by nothing, there came as it were an aurora, a growing, invading mass of light, which would at last spread its glory over the whole horizon. "Look, look, Pierre!" cried Marie in an access of childish joy. "There is no end to them. Fresh ones are ever shining out." Indeed, the sudden appearances of the little lights continued with mechanical regularity, as though some inexhaustible celestial source were pouring forth all those solar specks. The head of the procession had just reached the gardens, near the crowned statue of the Virgin, so that as yet the double file of flames merely outlined the curves of the rosary and the broad inclined way. However, the approach of the multitude was foretokened by the perturbation of the atmosphere, by the gusts of human breath coming from afar, and particularly did the voices swell, the canticle of Bernadette surging with the clamour of a rising tide, through which, with rhythmical persistence, the refrain of Ave, Ave, Ave Maria rolled ever in a louder key. "Ah, that refrain," muttered Pierre, "it penetrates one's very skin. It seems to me as though my whole body were at last singing it." Again did Marie give vent to that childish laugh of hers. "It is true," said she, "it follows me about everywhere. I heard it the other night whilst I was asleep. And now it is again taking possession of me, rocking me, wafting me above the ground." Then she broke off to say, "Here they come, just across the lawn in front of us." The procession had entered one of the long straight paths, and then, turning round the lawn by way of the Breton's Cross, it came back by a parallel path. It took more than a quarter of an hour to execute this movement, during which the double file of tapers resembled two long parallel streams of flame. That which ever excited one's imagination was the ceaseless march of this serpent of fire, whose golden coils crept so gently over the black earth, winding, stretching into the far distance, without the immense body ever seeming to end. There must have been some jostling and scrambling every now and then, for some of the luminous lines shook and bent as though they were about to break. But order was soon re-established, and then the slow, regular, gliding movement set in afresh. There now seemed to be fewer stars in the heavens. It was as though a Milky Way had fallen from on high, rolling its glittering dust of worlds, and transferring the revolutions of the planets from the empyrean to the earth. A bluish light streamed all around. There was naught but heaven left. The buildings and trees assumed a visionary aspect in the mysterious glow of those thousands of tapers, whose number still and ever increased. A faint sigh of admiration came from Marie. She was at a loss for words, and could only repeat, "How beautiful it is! Mon Dieu, how beautiful it is! Look, Pierre, is it not beautiful?" However, since the procession had been going by at so short a distance from them, it had ceased to be a rhythmic march of stars which no human hand appeared to guide, for amidst the stream of light they could distinguish the figures of the pilgrims carrying the tapers, and at times even recognize them as they passed. First they espied La Grivotte, who, exaggerating her cure, and repeating that she had never felt in better health, had insisted upon taking part in the ceremony despite the lateness of the hour. And she still retained her excited demeanour, her dancing gait in the cool night air, which often made her shiver. Then the vignerons appeared, the father at the head of the party, raising his taper on high, and followed by Madame Vigneron and Madame Chaise, who dragged their weary legs, whilst little Gustave, quite worn out, kept on tapping the sanded path with his crutch, his right hand covered, meantime, with all the wax that had dripped upon it. Every sufferer who could walk was there, among others Elise Rouquet, who with her bare red face passed by like some apparition from among the damned. Others were laughing. Sophie Couteau, the little girl who had been miraculously healed the previous year, was quite forgetting herself, playing with her taper as though it were a switch. Heads followed heads without a pause, heads of women especially, more often with sordid, common features, but at times wearing an exalted expression, which you saw for a second ere it vanished amidst the fantastic illumination. And there was no end to that terrible march past. Fresh pilgrims were ever appearing. Among them, Pierre and Marie noticed yet another little black shadowy figure, gliding along in a discreet, humble way. It was Madame Maz, whom they would not have recognized if she had not for a moment raised her pale face, down which the tears were streaming. "Look," explained Pierre, "the first tapers in the procession are reaching the Place du Rosaire, and I am sure that half of the pilgrims are still in front of the grotto." Marie had raised her eyes. Up yonder, on the left-hand side of the basilica, she could see other lights incessantly appearing with that mechanical kind of movement which seemed as though it would never cease. "Ah," she said, how many distressed souls there are! For each of those little flames is a suffering soul seeking deliverance, is it not?" Pierre had to lean over in order to hear her, for since the procession had been streaming by, so near to them, they had been deafened by the sound of the endless canticle, the hymn of Bernadette. The voices of the pilgrims rang out more loudly than ever amidst the increasing vertigo. The couplets became jumbled together. Each batch of processionists chanted a different one with the ecstatic voices of beings possessed, who can no longer hear themselves. There was a huge indistinct clamour, the distracted clamour of a multitude intoxicated by its ardent faith. And meantime the refrain of Ave, Ave, Ave Maria was ever returning, rising, with its frantic, importunate rhythm, above everything else. All at once, Pierre and Marie, to their great surprise, saw Monsieur de Gersain before them again. "Ah, my children," he said, "I did not want to linger too long up there. I cut through the procession twice in order to get back to you. But what a sight it is! It is certainly the first beautiful thing that I have seen since I have been here." Thereupon he began to describe the procession as he had beheld it from the Calvary height. "Imagine," said he, "another heaven, a heaven down below reflecting that above, a heaven entirely filled by a single immense constellation. The swarming stars seem to be lost, to lie in dim faraway depths, and the trail of fire is in form like a monstrance. Yes, a real monstrance, the base of which is outlined by the inclined ways, the stem by the two parallel paths, and the host by the round lawn which crowns them. It is a monstrance of burning gold, shining out in the depths of the darkness with a perpetual sparkle of moving stars. Nothing else seems to exist. It is gigantic, paramount. I really never saw anything so extraordinary before." He was waving his arms, beside himself, overflowing with the emotion of an artist. "Father dear," said Marie tenderly, "since you have come back, you ought to go to bed. It is nearly 11 o'clock, and you know that you have to start at 2 in the morning." Then, to render him compliant, she added, "I am so pleased that you are going to make that excursion. Only come back early tomorrow evening, because you'll see... She stopped short, not daring to express her conviction that she would be cured. "You are right, I will go to bed," replied Monsieur de Gersain, quite calmed. "Since Pierre will be with you, I shan't feel anxious." "But I don't wish Pierre to pass the night out here. He will join you by and by after he has taken me to the grotto. I shan't have any further need of anybody. The first bearer who passes can take me back to the hospital tomorrow morning." Pierre had not interrupted her, and now he simply said, "No, no, Marie, I shall stay. Like you, I shall spend the night at the grotto." She opened her mouth to insist and express her displeasure, but he had spoken those words so gently, and she had detected in them such a dolorous thirst for happiness, that, stirred to the depths of her soul, she stayed her tongue. "Well, well, my children," replied her father, "settle the matter between you. I know that you are both very sensible. And now good night, and don't be at all uneasy about me." He gave his daughter a long, loving kiss, pressed the young priest's hands, and then went off, disappearing among the serried ranks of the procession, which he once more had to cross. Then they remained alone in their dark, solitary nook under the spreading trees, she still sitting up in her box, and he kneeling on the grass, with his elbow resting on one of the wheels. And it was truly sweet to linger there while the tapers continued marching past, and after a turning movement assembled on the Place du Rosaire. What delighted Pierre was that nothing of all the daytime junketing remained. It seemed as though a purifying breeze had come down from the mountains, sweeping away all the odour of strong meats, the greedy Sunday delights, the scorching, pestilential Fairfield dust which at an earlier hour had hovered above the town. Overhead there was now only the vast sky, studded with pure stars, and the freshness of the Gave was delicious, whilst the wandering breezes were laden with the perfumes of wildflowers. The mysterious infinite spread far around in the sovereign peacefulness of night, and nothing of materiality remained save those little candle flames which the young priest's companion had compared to suffering souls seeking deliverance. All was now exquisitely restful, instinct with unlimited hope. Since Pierre had been there, all the heart-rending memories of the afternoon, of the voracious appetites, the impudent simony, and the poisoning of the old town, had gradually left him, allowing him to savour the divine refreshment of that beautiful night, in which his whole being was steeped as in some revivifying water. A feeling of infinite sweetness had likewise come over Marie, who murmured, "Ah, how happy Blanche would be to see all these marvels!" She was thinking of her sister, who had been left in Paris amidst all the worries of her hard profession as a teacher, forced to run hither and thither giving lessons. And that simple mention of her sister, of whom Marie had not spoken since her arrival at Lourdes, but whose figure now unexpectedly arose in her mind's eye, sufficed to evoke a vision of all the past. Then, without exchanging a word, Marie and Pierre lived their childhood's days afresh, playing together once more in the neighbouring gardens parted by the quickset hedge. But separation came on the day when he entered the seminary and when she kissed him on the cheeks, vowing that she would never forget him. Years went by, and they found themselves forever parted. He a priest, she prostrated by illness, no longer with any hope of ever being a woman. That was their whole story, an ardent affection of which they had long been ignorant, then absolute severance, as though they were dead, albeit they lived side by side. They again beheld the sorry lodging whence they had started to come to Lourdes after so much battling, so much discussion. His doubts and her passionate faith, which at last had conquered. And it seemed to them truly delightful to find themselves once more quite alone together in that dark nook on that lovely night, when there were as many stars upon earth as there were in heaven. Marie had hitherto retained the soul of a child, a spotless soul, as her father said, good and pure among the purest. Stricken low in her 13th year, she had grown no older in mind. Although she was now 23, she was still a child of 13, who had retired within herself, absorbed in the bitter catastrophe which had annihilated her. You could tell this by the frigidity of her glance, by her absent expression, by the haunted air she ever wore, unable as she was to bestow a thought on anything but her calamity. And never was woman's soul more pure and candid, arrested as it had been in its development. She had had no other romance in life save that tearful farewell to her friend, which for 10 long years had sufficed to fill her heart. During the endless days which she had spent on her couch of wretchedness, she had never gone beyond this dream, that if she had grown up in health, he doubtless would not have become a priest in order to live near her. She never read any novels. The pious works which she was allowed to peruse maintained her in the excitement of a superhuman love. Even the rumours of everyday life died away at the door of the room where she lived in seclusion. And in past years, when she had been taken from one to the other end of France, from one inland spa to another, she had passed through the crowds like a somnambulist, who neither sees nor hears anything, possessed, as she was, by the idea of the calamity that had befallen her, the bond which made her a sexless thing. Hence her purity and childishness. Hence she was but an adorable daughter of suffering, who, despite the growth of her sorry flesh, harboured nothing in her heart save that distant awakening of passion, the unconscious love of her 13th year. Her hand sought Pierre's in the darkness, and when she found it, coming to meet her own, she, for a long time, continued pressing it. Ah, how sweet it was! Never before, indeed, had they tasted such pure and perfect joy in being together, far from the world, amidst the sovereign enchantment of darkness and mystery. Around them nothing subsisted save the revolving stars. The lulling hymns were like the very vertigo that bore them away, and she knew right well that after spending a night of rapture at the grotto, she would on the morrow be cured. Of this she was indeed absolutely convinced. She would prevail upon the Blessed Virgin to listen to her. She would soften her as soon as she should be alone, imploring her face to face. And she well understood what Pierre had wished to say a short time previously, when expressing his desire to spend the whole night outside the grotto like herself. Was it not that he intended to make a supreme effort to believe, that he meant to fall upon his knees like a little child and beg the all-powerful mother to restore his lost faith? Without need of any further exchange of words, their clasped hands repeated all those things. They mutually promised that they would pray for each other, and so absorbed in each other did they become that they forgot themselves, with such an ardent desire for one another's cure and happiness, that for a moment they attained to the depths of the love which offers itself in sacrifice. It was divine enjoyment. "Ah," murmured Pierre, "how beautiful is this blue night, this infinite darkness, which has swept away all the hideousness of things and beings, this deep, fresh peacefulness, in which I myself should like to bury my doubts." His voice died away, and Marie in her turn said in a very low voice, "And the roses, the perfume of the roses, can't you smell them, my friend? Where can they be, since you could not see them?" "Yes, yes, I smell them, but there are none," he replied. "I should certainly have seen them, for I hunted everywhere." "How can you say that there are no roses when they perfume the air around us, when we are steeped in their aroma? Why, there are moments when the scent is so powerful that I almost faint with delight in inhaling it. They must certainly be here, innumerable, under our very feet." "No, no," said Pierre, "I swear to you I hunted everywhere, and there are no roses. They must be invisible, or they may be the very grass we tread and the spreading trees that are around us. Their perfume may come from the soil itself, from the torrent which flows along close by, from the woods and the mountains that rise yonder." For a moment they remained silent. Then in an undertone she resumed, "How sweet they smell, Pierre, and it seems to me that even our clasped hands form a bouquet." "Yes, they smell delightfully sweet. But it is from you, Marie, that the perfume now ascends, as though the roses were budding from your hair." Then they ceased speaking. The procession was still gliding along, and at the corner of the basilica bright sparks were still appearing, flashing suddenly from out of the obscurity, as though spurting from some invisible source. The vast trail of little flames, marching in double file, threw a riband of light across the darkness. But the great sight was now on the Place du Rosaire, where the head of the procession, still continuing its measured evolutions, was revolving and revolving in a circle which ever grew smaller, with a stubborn whirl which increased the dizziness of the weary pilgrims and the violence of their chants. And soon the circle formed a nucleus, the nucleus of a nebula, so to say, around which the endless riband of fire began to coil itself. And the brazier grew larger and larger. There was first a pool, then a lake of light. The whole vast Place du Rosaire changed at last into a burning ocean, rolling its little sparkling wavelets with the dizzy motion of a whirlpool that never rested. A reflection like that of dawn whitened the basilica, while the rest of the horizon faded into deep obscurity, amidst which you only saw a few stray tapers journeying along, like glowworms seeking their way with the help of their little lights. However, a straggling rearguard of the procession must have climbed the Calvary height, for up there, against the sky, some moving stars could also be seen. Eventually the moment came when the last tapers appeared down below, marched round the lawns, flowed away, and were merged in the sea of flame. 30,000 tapers were burning there, still and ever revolving, quickening their sparkles under the vast calm heavens where the planets had grown pale. A luminous glow ascended in company with the strains of the canticle which never ceased, and the roar of voices incessantly repeating the refrain of Ave, Ave, Ave Maria, was like the very crackling of those hearts of fire which were burning away in prayers in order that souls might be saved. The candles had just been extinguished one by one, and the night was falling again, paramount, densely black and extremely mild, when Pierre and Marie perceived that they were still there, hand in hand, hidden away among the trees. In the dim streets of Lourdes, far off, there were now only some stray, lost pilgrims inquiring their way, in order that they might get to bed. Through the darkness there swept a rustling sound, the rustling of those who prowl and fall asleep when days of festivity draw to a close. But the young priest and the girl lingered in their nook forgetfully, never stirring, but tasting delicious happiness amidst the perfume of the invisible roses. End of section 13. Section 14 of Lourdes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The Third Day. 4. The Vigil. When Pierre dragged Marie in her box to the front of the grotto and placed her as near as possible to the railing, it was past midnight, and about 100 persons were still there, some seated on the benches, but the greater number kneeling as though prostrated in prayer. The grotto shone from afar, with its multitude of lighted tapers, similar to the illumination round a coffin, though all that you could distinguish was a star-like blaze, from the midst of which, with visionary whiteness, emerged the statue of the Virgin in its niche. The hanging foliage assumed an emerald sheen, the hundreds of crutches covering the vault resembled an inextricable network of dead wood on the point of reflowering, and the darkness was rendered more dense by so great a brightness. The surroundings became lost in a deep shadow in which nothing, neither walls nor trees, remained, whilst all alone ascended the angry and continuous murmur of the Gave, rolling along beneath the gloomy, boundless sky, now heavy with a gathering storm. "Are you comfortable, Marie?" gently inquired Pierre. "Don't you feel chilly?" She had just shivered, but it was only at a breath from the other world, which had seemed to her to come from the grotto. "No, no, I am so comfortable. Only place the shawl over my knees. And, thank you, Pierre, don't be anxious about me. I no longer require anyone now that I am with her." Her voice died away. She was already falling into an ecstasy, her hands clasped, her eyes raised towards the white statue, in a beatific transfiguration of the whole of her poor suffering face. Yet Pierre remained a few minutes longer beside her. He would have liked to wrap her in the shawl, for he perceived the trembling of her little wasted hands, but he feared to annoy her, so confined himself to tucking her in like a child, whilst she, slightly raised, with her elbows on the edges of her box and her eyes fixed on the grotto, no longer beheld him. A bench stood near, and he had just seated himself upon it, intending to collect his thoughts, when his glance fell upon a woman kneeling in the gloom. Dressed in black, she was so slim, so discreet, so unobtrusive, so wrapped in darkness, that at first he had not noticed her. After a while, however, he recognized her as Madame Maz. The thought of the letter which she had received during the day then recurred to him, and the sight of her filled him with pity. He could feel for the forlornness of this solitary woman, who had no physical sore to heal, but only implored the Blessed Virgin to relieve her heart pain by converting her inconstant husband. The letter had no doubt been some harsh reply, for with bowed head she seemed almost annihilated, filled with the humility of some poor beaten creature. It was only at night time that she readily forgot herself there, happy at disappearing, at being able to weep, suffer martyrdom, and implore the return of the lost caresses, for hours together, without any one suspecting her grievous secret. Her lips did not even move. It was her wounded heart which prayed, which desperately begged for its share of love and happiness. Ah, that inextinguishable thirst for happiness which brought them all there, wounded either in body or in spirit. Pierre also felt it parching his throat in an ardent desire to be quenched. He longed to cast himself upon his knees, to beg the divine aid with the same humble faith as that woman. But his limbs were as though tied. He could not find the words he wanted, and it was a relief when he at last felt someone touch him on the arm. "Come with me, Monsieur l'Abbé, if you do not know the grotto," said a voice. "I will find you a place. It is so pleasant there at this time." He raised his head and recognized Baron Suire, the director of the hospitality of Our Lady of Salvation. This benevolent and simple man no doubt felt some affection for him. He therefore accepted his offer and followed him into the grotto, which was quite empty. The Baron had a key with which he locked the railing behind them. "You see, Monsieur l'Abbé," said he, "this is the time when one can really be comfortable here. For my part, whenever I come to spend a few days at Lourdes, I seldom retire to rest before daybreak, as I have fallen into the habit of finishing my night here. The place is deserted, one is quite alone, and is it not pleasant? How well one feels oneself to be in the abode of the Blessed Virgin." He smiled with a kindly air, doing the honours of the grotto like an old frequenter of the place, somewhat enfeebled by age, but full of genuine affection for this delightful nook. Moreover, in spite of his great piety, he was in no way ill at ease there, but talked on and explained matters with the familiarity of a man who felt himself to be the friend of heaven. "Ah, you are looking at the tapers," he said. "There are about 200 of them which burn together night and day, and they end by making the place warm. It is even warm here in winter." Indeed, Pierre was beginning to feel incommoded by the warm odour of the wax. Dazzled by the brilliant light into which he was penetrating, he gazed at the large central pyramidal holder, all bristling with little tapers, and resembling a luminous clipped yew glistening with stars. In the background, a straight holder, on a level with the ground, upheld the large tapers, which, like the pipes of an organ, formed a row of uneven height, some of them being as large as a man's thigh. And yet other holders, resembling massive candelabra, stood here and there on the jutting parts of the rock. The vault of the grotto sank towards the left, where the stone seemed baked and blackened by the eternal flames which had been heating it for years, and the wax was perpetually dripping like fine snow. The trays of the holders were smothered with it, whitened by its ever-thickening dust. In fact, it coated the whole rock, which had become quite greasy to the touch, and to such a degree did it cover the ground that accidents had occurred, and it had been necessary to spread some mats about to prevent persons from slipping. "You see those large ones there," obligingly continued Baron Suire. "They are the most expensive, and cost 60 francs apiece. They will continue burning for a month. The smallest ones, which cost but 5 sous each, only last 3 hours. Oh, we don't husband them, we never run short. Look here, here are 2 more hampers full, which there has not yet been time to remove to the storehouse." Then he pointed to the furniture, which comprised a harmonium covered with a cloth, a substantial dresser with several large drawers in which the sacred vestments were kept, some benches and chairs reserved for the privileged few who were admitted during the ceremonies, and finally a very handsome movable altar, which was adorned with engraved silver plates, the gift of a great lady, and, for fear of injury from dampness, was only brought out on the occasions of remunerative pilgrimages. Pierre was disturbed by all this well-meant chatter. His religious emotion lost some of its charm. In spite of his lack of faith, he had, on entering, experienced a feeling of agitation, a heaving of the soul, as though the mystery were about to be revealed to him. It was at the same time both an anxious and a delicious feeling. And he beheld things which deeply stirred him: bunches of flowers lying in a heap at the Virgin's feet, with the votive offerings of children, little faded shoes, a tiny iron corselet, and a doll-like crutch which almost seemed to be a toy. Beneath the natural ogival cavity in which the apparition had appeared, at the spot where the pilgrims rubbed the chaplets and medals they wished to consecrate, the rock was quite worn away and polished. Millions of ardent lips had pressed kisses on the wall with such intensity of love that the stone was as though calcined, streaked with black veins, shining like marble. However, he stopped short at last opposite a cavity in which lay a considerable pile of letters and papers of every description. "Ah, I was forgetting," hastily resumed Baron Suire. "This is the most interesting part of it. These are the letters which the faithful throw into the grotto, through the railing, every day. We gather them up and place them there, and in the winter I amuse myself by glancing through them. You see, we cannot burn them without opening them, for they often contain money, francs, half-francs, and especially postage stamps." He stirred up the letters, and selecting a few at random, showed the addresses and opened them to read. Nearly all of them were letters from illiterate persons, with the superscription, "To Our Lady of Lourdes," scrawled on the envelopes in big, irregular handwriting. Many of them contained requests or thanks, incorrectly worded and wondrously spelt. And nothing was more affecting than the nature of some of the petitions: a little brother to be saved, a lawsuit to be gained, a lover to be preserved, a marriage to be effected. Other letters, however, were angry ones, taking the Blessed Virgin to task for not having had the politeness to acknowledge a former communication by granting the writer's prayers. Then there were still others, written in a finer hand, with carefully worded phrases containing confessions and fervent entreaties. And these were from women who confided to the Queen of Heaven things which they dared not even say to a priest in the shadow of the confessional. Finally, one envelope, selected at random, merely contained a photograph. A young girl had sent her portrait to Our Lady of Lourdes, with this dedication: "To my good mother." In short, They every day received the correspondence of a most powerful queen, to whom both prayers and secrets were addressed, and who was expected to reply with favours and kindnesses of every kind. The franc and half-franc pieces were simple tokens of love to propitiate her, while, as for the postage stamps, these could only be sent for convenience's sake, in lieu of coined money, unless indeed they were sent guilelessly, as in the case of a peasant woman who had added a postscript to her letter to say that she enclosed a stamp for the reply. "I can assure you," concluded the Baron, "that there are some very nice ones among them, much less foolish than you might imagine. During a period of 3 years I constantly found some very interesting letters from a lady who did nothing without relating it to the Blessed Virgin. She was a married woman, and entertained a most dangerous passion for a friend of her husband's. Well, Monsieur l'Abbé, she overcame it. The Blessed Virgin answered her by sending her an armour for her chastity, an all-divine power to resist the promptings of her heart." Then he broke off to say, "But come and seat yourself here, Monsieur l'Abbé. You will see how comfortable you will be." Pierre went and placed himself beside him, on a bench on the left hand, at the spot where the rock hung lower. This was a deliciously reposeful corner, and neither the one nor the other spoke. A profound silence had ensued, when, behind him, Pierre heard an indistinct murmur, a light crystalline voice, which seemed to come from the invisible. He gave a start, which Baron Suire understood. "That is the spring which you hear," said he. "It is there, underground, below this grating. Would you like to see it?" And without waiting for Pierre's reply, he at once bent down to open one of the iron plates protecting the spring, mentioning that it was thus closed up in order to prevent freethinkers from throwing poison into it. For a moment this extraordinary idea quite amazed the priest, but he ended by attributing it entirely to the Baron, who was indeed very childish. The latter, meantime, was vainly struggling with the padlock, which opened by a combination of letters, and refused to yield to his endeavours. "It is singular," he muttered. "The word is Rome, and I am positive that it hasn't been changed. The damp destroys everything. Every 2 years or so we are obliged to replace those crutches up there, otherwise they would all rot away. Be good enough to bring me a taper." By the light of the candle which Pierre then took from one of the holders, he at last succeeded in unfastening the brass padlock, which was covered with verdigris. Then, the plate having been raised, the spring appeared to view. Upon a bed of muddy gravel, in a fissure of the rock, there was a limpid stream, quite tranquil, but seemingly spreading over a rather large surface. The Baron explained that it had been necessary to conduct it to the fountains through pipes coated with cement. And he even admitted that, behind the piscinas, a large cistern had been dug in which the water was collected during the night, as otherwise the small output of the source would not suffice for the daily requirements. "Will you taste it?" he suddenly asked. "It is much better here, fresh from the earth." Pierre did not answer. He was gazing at that tranquil, innocent water, which assumed a moire-like golden sheen in the dancing light of the taper. The falling drops of wax now and again ruffled its surface. And as he gazed at it, the young priest pondered upon all the mystery it brought with it from the distant mountain slopes. "Come, drink some," said the Baron, who had already dipped and filled a glass which was kept there handy. The priest had no choice but to empty it. It was good, pure water, fresh and transparent, like that which flows from all the lofty uplands of the Pyrenees. After refastening the padlock, they both returned to the bench. Now and again Pierre could still hear the spring flowing behind him, with a music resembling the gentle warble of an unseen bird. But the Baron was again talking, giving him the history of the grotto at all times and seasons, in a pathetic babble, replete with puerile details. The summer was the roughest season, for then came the great itinerant pilgrimage crowds, with the uproarious fervour of thousands of eager beings, all praying and vociferating together. But with the autumn came the rain, those diluvial rains which beat against the grotto entrance for days together, and with them arrived the pilgrims from remote countries, small, silent and ecstatic bands of Indians, Malays, and even Chinese, who fell upon their knees in the mud at a sign from the missionaries accompanying them. Of all the old provinces of France it was Brittany that sent the most devout pilgrims, whole parishes arriving together, the men as numerous as the women, and all displaying a pious deportment, a simple and unostentatious faith, such as might edify the world. Then came the winter, December with its terrible cold, its dense snowdrifts blocking the mountain ways. But even then families put up at the hotels, and despite everything, faithful worshippers, all those who, fleeing the noise of the world, wished to speak to the Virgin in the tender intimacy of solitude, still came every morning to the grotto. Among them were some whom no one knew, who appeared directly they felt certain they would be alone there to kneel and love like jealous lovers, and who departed, frightened away by the first suspicion of a crowd. And how warm and pleasant the place was throughout the foul winter weather! In spite of rain and wind and snow, the grotto still continued flaring. Even during nights of howling tempest, when not a soul was there, it lighted up the empty darkness, blazing like a brazier of love that nothing could extinguish. The Baron related that, at the time of the heavy snowfall of the previous winter, he had frequently spent whole afternoons there, on the bench where they were then seated. A gentle warmth prevailed there, although the spot faced the north and was never reached by a ray of sunshine. No doubt the circumstance of the burning tapers continuously heating the rock explained this generous warmth. But might one not also believe in some charming kindness on the part of the Virgin, who endowed the spot with perpetual springtide? And the little birds were well aware of it. When the snow on the ground froze their feet, all the finches of the neighbourhood sought shelter there, fluttering about in the ivy around the holy statue. At length came the awakening of the real spring, the Gave swollen with melted snow and rolling on with a voice of thunder, the trees under the action of their sap arraying themselves in a mantle of greenery, whilst the crowds, once more returning, noisily invaded the sparkling grotto, whence they drove the little birds of heaven. "Yes, yes," repeated Baron Suire in a declining voice. "I spent some most delightful winter days here all alone. I saw no one but a woman, who leant against the railing to avoid kneeling in the snow. She was quite young, 25 perhaps, and very pretty, dark, with magnificent blue eyes. She never spoke, and did not even seem to pray, but remained there for hours together, looking intensely sad. I do not know who she was, nor have I ever seen her since." He ceased speaking, and when, a couple of minutes later, Pierre, surprised at his silence, looked at him, he perceived that he had fallen asleep. With his hands clasped upon his belly, his chin resting on his chest, he slept as peacefully as a child, a smile hovering the while about his mouth. Doubtless, when he said that he had spent the night there, he meant that he came thither to indulge in the early nap of a happy old man, whose dreams are of the angels. And now Pierre tasted all the charms of the solitude. It was indeed true that a feeling of peacefulness and comfort permeated the soul in this rocky nook. It was occasioned by the somewhat stifling fumes of the burning wax, by the transplendent ecstasy into which you sank amidst the glare of the tapers. The young priest could no longer distinctly see the crutches on the roof, the votive offerings hanging from the sides, the altar of engraved silver, and the harmonium in its wrapper, for a slow intoxication seemed to be stealing over him, a gradual prostration of his whole being. And he particularly experienced the divine sensation of having left the living world, of having attained to the far realms of the marvellous and the superhuman, as though that simple iron railing yonder had become the very barrier of the infinite. However, a slight noise on his left again disturbed him. It was the spring flowing, ever flowing on with its bird-like warble. Ah, how he would have liked to fall upon his knees and believe in the miracle, to acquire a certain conviction that the divine water had gushed from the rock solely for the healing of suffering humanity. Had he not come there to prostrate himself and implore the Virgin to restore the faith of his childhood? Why then did he not pray? Why did he not beseech her to bring him back to grace? His feeling of suffocation increased, the burning tapers dazzled him almost to the point of giddiness. And all at once the recollection came to him that for 2 days past, amid the great freedom which priests enjoyed at Lourdes, he had neglected to say his Mass. He was in a state of sin, and perhaps it was the weight of this transgression which was oppressing his heart. He suffered so much that he was at last compelled to rise from his seat and walk away. He gently closed the gate behind him, leaving Baron Suire still asleep on the bench. Marie, he found, had not stirred, but was still raised on her elbows, with her ecstatic eyes uplifted towards the figure of the Virgin. "How are you, Marie?" asked Pierre. "Don't you feel cold?" She did not reply. He felt her hands and found them warm and soft, albeit slightly trembling. "It is not the cold which makes you tremble, is it, Marie?" he asked. In a voice as gentle as a zephyr she replied, "No, no, let me be. I am so happy. I shall see her, I feel it. Ah, what joy! So, after slightly pulling up her shawl, he went forth into the night, a prey to indescribable agitation. Beyond the bright glow of the grotto was a night as black as ink, a region of darkness into which he plunged at random. Then, as his eyes became accustomed to this gloom, he found himself near the Gave and skirted it, following a path shaded by tall trees, where he again came upon a refreshing obscurity. This shade and coolness, both so soothing, now brought him relief. And his only surprise was that he had not fallen on his knees in the grotto and prayed, even as Marie was praying, with all the power of his soul. What could be the obstacle within him? Whence came the irresistible revolt, which prevented him from surrendering himself to faith even when his overtaxed, tortured being longed to yield? He understood well enough that it was his reason alone which protested, and the time had come when he would gladly have killed that voracious reason, which was devouring his life and preventing him from enjoying the happiness allowed to the ignorant and the simple. Perhaps, had he beheld a miracle, he might have acquired enough strength of will to believe. For instance, would he not have bowed himself down, vanquished at last, if Marie had suddenly risen up and walked before him? The scene which he conjured up of Marie saved, Marie cured, affected him so deeply that he stopped short, his trembling arms uplifted towards the star-spangled vault of heaven. What a lovely night it was, so deep and mysterious, so airy and fragrant! And what joy rained down at the hope that eternal health might be restored, that eternal love might ever revive, even as spring returns. Then he continued his walk, following the path to the end. But his doubts were again coming back to him. When you need a miracle to gain belief, it means that you are incapable of believing. There is no need for the Almighty to prove his existence. Pierre also felt uneasy at the thought that, so long as he had not discharged his priestly duties by saying his Mass, his prayers would not be answered. Why did he not go at once to the Church of the Rosary, whose altars, from midnight till noon, are placed at the disposal of the priests who come from a distance? Thus thinking, he descended by another path, again finding himself beneath the trees, near the leafy spot whence he and Marie had watched the march past of the procession of tapers. Not a light now remained. There was but a boundless expanse of gloom. Here Pierre experienced a fresh attack of faintness, and as though to gain time, he turned mechanically into the pilgrims' shelter-house. Its door had remained wide open. Still this failed to sufficiently ventilate the spacious hall, which was now crowded with people. On the very threshold, Pierre felt oppressed by the stifling heat emanating from the multitude of bodies, the dense, pestilential smell of human breath and perspiration. The smoking lanterns gave out so bad a light that he had to pick his way with extreme care in order to avoid treading upon outstretched limbs. For the overcrowding was extraordinary, and many persons, unable to find room on the benches, had stretched themselves on the pavement, on the damp stone slabs fouled by all the refuse of the day. And on all sides indescribable promiscuousness prevailed. Prostrated by overpowering weariness, men, women, and priests were lying there pell-mell, at random, open-mouthed and utterly exhausted. A large number were snoring, seated on the slabs, with their backs resting against the walls and their heads drooping on their chests. Others had slipped down, with limbs intermingled, and one young girl lay prostrate across an old country priest, who in his calm childlike slumber was smiling at the angels. It was like a cattle shed sheltering poor wanderers of the roads, all who were homeless on that beautiful holiday night, and who had dropped in there and fallen fraternally asleep. Still there were some who found no repose in their feverish excitement, but turned and twisted, or rose up to finish eating the food which remained in their baskets. Others could be seen lying perfectly motionless, their eyes wide open and fixed upon the gloom. The cries of dreamers, the wailing of sufferers, arose amidst general snoring. And pity came to the heart, a pity full of anguish, at sight of this flock of wretched beings lying there in heaps in loathsome rags, whilst their poor spotless souls no doubt were far away in the blue realm of some mystical dream. Pierre was on the point of withdrawing, feeling sick at heart, when a low continuous moan attracted his attention. He looked and recognized Madame Vincent, on the same spot and in the same position as before, still nursing little Rose under her lap. "Ah, Monsieur l'Abbé," the poor woman murmured, "you hear her. She woke up nearly an hour ago, and has been sobbing ever since. Yet I assure you I have not moved even a finger. I felt so happy at seeing her sleep." The priest bent down, examining the little one who had not even the strength to raise her eyelids. A plaintive cry, no stronger than a breath, was coming from her lips, and she was so white that he shuddered, for he felt that death was hovering near. "Dear me, what shall I do?" continued the poor mother, utterly worn out. "This cannot last. I can no longer bear to hear her cry. And if you knew all that I have been saying to her! My jewel, my treasure, my angel, I beseech you, cry no more. Be good, the Blessed Virgin will cure you." And yet she still cries on. With these words the poor creature burst out sobbing, her big tears falling on the face of the child, whose rattle still continued. "Had it been daylight," she resumed, "I would long ago have left this hall, the more especially as she disturbs the others. There is an old lady yonder who has already complained. But I fear it may be chilly outside, and besides, where could I go in the middle of the night? Ah, Blessed Virgin, take pity upon us." Overcome by emotion, Pierre kissed the child's fair head, and then hastened away to avoid bursting into tears like the sorrowing mother. And he went straight to the rosary, as though he were determined to conquer death. He had already beheld the rosary in broad daylight, and had been displeased by the aspect of this church, which the architect, fettered by the rock-bound site, had been obliged to make circular and low, so that it seemed crushed beneath its great cupola, which square pillars supported. The worst was that, despite its archaic Byzantine style, it altogether lacked any religious appearance, and suggested neither mystery nor meditation. Indeed, with the glaring light admitted by the cupola and the broad glazed doors, it was more like some brand-new corn market. And then, too, it was not yet completed. The decorations were lacking. The bare walls against which the altars stood had no other embellishment than some artificial roses of coloured paper and a few insignificant votive offerings. And this bareness heightened the resemblance to some vast public hall. Moreover, in time of rain the paved floor became as muddy as that of a general waiting-room at a railway station. The high altar was a temporary structure of painted wood. Innumerable rows of benches filled the central rotunda, benches free to the public, on which people could come and rest at all hours, for night and day alike the rosary remained open to the swarming pilgrims. Like the shelter-house, it was a cowshed in which the Almighty received the poor ones of the earth. On entering, Pierre felt himself to be in some common hall trod by the footsteps of an ever-changing crowd. But the brilliant sunlight no longer streamed on the pallid walls, the tapers burning at every altar simply gleamed like stars amidst the uncertain gloom which filled the building. A solemn high mass had been celebrated at midnight with extraordinary pomp, amidst all the splendour of candles, chants, golden vestments, and swinging, steaming censers. But of all this glorious display there now remained only the regulation number of tapers necessary for the celebration of the masses at each of the 15 altars ranged around the edifice. These masses began at midnight and did not cease till noon. Nearly 400 were said during those 12 hours at the rosary alone. Taking the whole of Lourdes, where there were altogether some 50 altars, more than 2,000 masses were celebrated daily. And so great was the abundance of priests that many had extreme difficulty in fulfilling their duties, having to wait for hours together before they could find an altar unoccupied. What particularly struck Pierre that evening was the sight of all the altars besieged by rows of priests patiently awaiting their turn in the dim light at the foot of the steps, whilst the officiating minister galloped through the Latin phrases, hastily punctuating them with the prescribed signs of the cross. And the weariness of all the waiting ones was so great that most of them were seated on the flagstones, some even dozing on the altar steps in heaps, quite overpowered, relying on the beadle to come and rouse them. For a moment Pierre walked about undecided. Was he going to wait like the others? However, the scene determined him against doing so. At every altar, at every mass, a crowd of pilgrims was gathered, communicating in all haste with a sort of voracious fervour. Each pyx was filled and emptied incessantly, the priest's hands grew tired in thus distributing the bread of life, and Pierre's surprise increased at the sight. Never before had he beheld a corner of this earth so watered by the divine blood, whence faith took wing in such a flight of souls. It was like a return to the heroic days of the Church, when all nations prostrated themselves beneath the same blast of credulity in their terrified ignorance which led them to place their hope of eternal happiness in an almighty God. He could fancy himself carried back some 8 or 9 centuries, to the time of great public piety, when people believed in the approaching end of the world. And this he could fancy the more readily as the crowd of simple folk, the whole host that had attended High Mass, was still seated on the benches, as much at ease in God's house as at home. Many had no place of refuge. Was not the church their home, the asylum where consolation awaited them both by day and by night? Those who knew not where to sleep, who had not found room even at the shelter place, came to the rosary, where sometimes they succeeded in finding a vacant seat on a bench, at others sufficient space to lie down on the flagstones. And others who had beds awaiting them lingered there for the joy of passing a whole night in that divine abode, so full of beautiful dreams. Until daylight the concourse and promiscuity were extraordinary. Every row of benches was occupied, sleeping persons were scattered in every corner and behind every pillar. Men, women, children were leaning against each other, their heads on one another's shoulders, their breath mingling in calm unconsciousness. It was the break-up of a religious gathering overwhelmed by sleep, a church transformed into a chance hospital, its door wide open to the lovely August night, giving access to all who were wandering in the darkness, the good and the bad, the weary and the lost. And all over the place, from each of the 15 altars, the bells announcing the elevation of the host incessantly sounded, whilst from among the mob of sleepers bands of believers now and again arose, went and received the sacrament, and then returned to mingle once more with the nameless, shepherdless flock, which the semi-obscurity enveloped like a veil. With an air of restless indecision, Pierre was still wandering through the shadowy groups, when an old priest, seated on the step of an altar, beckoned to him. For 2 hours he had been waiting there, and now that his turn was at length arriving he felt so faint that he feared he might not have strength to say the whole of his mass, and preferred therefore to surrender his place to another. No doubt the sight of Pierre, wandering so distressfully in the gloom, had moved him. He pointed the vestry out to him, waited until he returned with chasuble and chalice, and then went off and fell into a sound sleep on one of the neighbouring benches. Pierre thereupon said his mass in the same way as he said it at Paris, like a worthy man fulfilling a professional duty. He outwardly maintained an air of sincere faith. But contrary to what he had expected from the 2 feverish days through which he had just gone, from the extraordinary and agitating surroundings amidst which he had spent the last few hours, nothing moved him nor touched his heart. He had hoped that a great commotion would overpower him at the moment of the communion, when the divine mystery is accomplished, that he would find himself in view of paradise, steeped in grace, in the very presence of the Almighty. But there was no manifestation, his chilled heart did not even throb, he went on to the end pronouncing the usual words, making the regulation gestures, with the mechanical accuracy of the profession. In spite of his effort to be fervent, one single idea kept obstinately returning to his mind: that the vestry was far too small, since such an enormous number of masses had to be said. How could the sacristans manage to distribute the holy vestments and the cloths? It puzzled him and engaged his thoughts with absurd persistency. At length, to his surprise, he once more found himself outside. Again he wandered through the night, a night which seemed to him utterly void, darker and stiller than before. The town was lifeless, not a light was gleaming. There only remained the growl of the Gave, which his accustomed ears no longer heard. And suddenly, similar to a miraculous apparition, the grotto blazed before him, illumining the darkness with its everlasting brazier, which burnt with a flame of inextinguishable love. He had returned thither unconsciously, attracted no doubt by thoughts of Marie. 3 o'clock was about to strike, the benches before the grotto were emptying, and only some 20 persons remained there, dark, indistinct forms, kneeling in slumberous ecstasy, wrapped in divine torpor. It seemed as though the night in progressing had increased the gloom, and imparted a remote visionary aspect to the grotto. All faded away amidst delicious lassitude. Sleep reigned supreme over the dim, far-spreading countryside, whilst the voice of the invisible waters seemed to be merely the breathing of this pure slumber, upon which the Blessed Virgin, all white with her aureola of tapers, was smiling. And among the few unconscious women was Madame Maz, still kneeling, with clasped hands and bowed head, but so indistinct that she seemed to have melted away amidst her ardent prayer. Pierre, however, had immediately gone up to Marie. He was shivering, and fancied that she must be chilled by the early morning air. "I beseech you, Marie, cover yourself up," said he. "Do you want to suffer still more?" And thereupon he drew up the shawl which had slipped off her, and endeavoured to fasten it about her neck. "You are cold, Marie," he added. "Your hands are like ice." She did not answer, and was still in the same attitude as when he had left her a couple of hours previously. With her elbows resting on the edges of her box, she kept herself raised, her soul still lifted towards the Blessed Virgin and her face transfigured, beaming with a celestial joy. Her lips moved, though no sound came from them. Perhaps she was still carrying on some mysterious conversation in the world of enchantments, dreaming wide awake, as she had been doing ever since he had placed her there. He spoke to her again, but still she answered not. At last, however, of her own accord, she murmured in a faraway voice, "Oh, I am so happy, Pierre! I have seen her. I prayed to her for you, and she smiled at me, slightly nodding her head to let me know that she heard me and would grant my prayers. And though she did not speak to me, Pierre, I understood what she wished me to know. 'Tis today, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the Blessed Sacrament passes by, that I shall be cured." He listened to her in deep agitation. Had she been sleeping with her eyes wide open? Was it in a dream that she had seen the marble figure of the Blessed Virgin bend its head and smile? A great tremor passed through him at the thought that this pure child had prayed for him, and he walked up to the railing and dropped upon his knees, stammering, "Oh, Marie! Oh, Marie!" without knowing whether this heart-cry were intended for the Virgin or for the beloved friend of his childhood. And he remained there, utterly overwhelmed, waiting for grace to come to him. Endless minutes went by. This was indeed the superhuman effort, the waiting for the miracle which he had come to seek for himself, the sudden revelation, the thunderclap which was to sweep away his unbelief and restore him, rejuvenated and triumphant, to the faith of the simple-minded. He surrendered himself, he wished that some mighty power might ravage his being and transform it. But even as before, whilst saying his Mass, he heard naught within him but an endless silence, felt nothing but a boundless vacuum. There was no divine intervention, his despairing heart almost seemed to cease beating. And although he strove to pray, to fix his mind wholly upon that powerful Virgin, so compassionate to poor humanity, his thoughts none the less wandered, won back by the outside world, and again turning to puerile trifles. Within the grotto, on the other side of the railing, he had once more caught sight of Baron Suire, still asleep, still continuing his pleasant nap with his hands clasped in front of him. Other things also attracted his attention: the flowers deposited at the feet of the Virgin, the letters cast there as though into a heavenly letterbox, the delicate lace-like work of wax which remained erect round the flames of the larger tapers, looking like some rich silver ornamentation. Then, without any apparent reason, his thoughts flew away to the days of his childhood, and his brother Guillaume's face rose before him with extreme distinctness. He had not seen him since their mother's death. He merely knew that he led a very secluded life, occupying himself with scientific matters, in a little house in which he had buried himself with a mistress and 2 big dogs. And he would have known nothing more about him, but for having recently read his name in a newspaper in connection with some revolutionary attempt. It was stated that he was passionately devoting himself to the study of explosives, and in constant intercourse with the leaders of the most advanced parties. Why, however, should Guillaume appear to him in this wise, in this ecstatic spot, amidst the mystical light of the tapers, appear to him, moreover, such as he had formerly known him, so good, affectionate, and brotherly, overflowing with charity for every affliction? The thought haunted him for a moment, and filled him with painful regret for that brotherliness now dead and gone. Then, with hardly a moment's pause, his mind reverted to himself, and he realized that he might stubbornly remain there for hours without regaining faith. Nevertheless, he felt a sort of tremor pass through him, a final hope, a feeling that if the Blessed Virgin should perform the great miracle of curing Marie, he would at last believe. It was like a final delay which he allowed himself, an appointment with faith for that very day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when, according to what the girl had told him, the Blessed Sacrament would pass by. And at this thought his anguish at once ceased, he remained kneeling, worn out with fatigue and overcome by invincible drowsiness. The hours passed by, the resplendent illumination of the grotto was still projected into the night, its reflection stretching to the neighbouring hillsides and whitening the walls of the convents there. However, Pierre noticed it grow paler and paler, which surprised him, and he roused himself, feeling thoroughly chilled. It was the day breaking, beneath a leaden sky overcast with clouds. He perceived that one of those storms, so sudden in mountainous regions, was rapidly rising from the south. The thunder could already be heard rumbling in the distance, whilst gusts of wind swept along the roads. Perhaps he had also been sleeping, for he no longer beheld Baransuir, whose departure he did not remember having witnessed. There were scarcely 10 persons left before the grotto, though among them he again recognized Madame Mars with her face hidden in her hands. However, when she noticed that it was daylight and that she could be seen, she rose up and vanished at a turn of the narrow path leading to the convent of the Blue Sisters. Feeling anxious, Pierre went up to Marie to tell her she must not remain there any longer unless she wished to get wet through. "I will take you back to the hospital," said he. She refused, and then entreated, "No, no, I am waiting for Mass. I promised to communicate here. Don't trouble about me, return to the hotel at once and go to bed, I implore you. You know very well that covered vehicles are sent here for the sick whenever it rains." And she persisted in refusing to leave, whilst on his side he kept on repeating that he did not wish to go to bed. A Mass, it should be mentioned, was said at the grotto early every morning, and it was a divine joy for the pilgrims to be able to communicate, amidst the glory of the rising sun, after a long night of ecstasy. And now, just as some large drops of rain were beginning to fall, there came the priest, wearing a chasuble and accompanied by 2 acolytes, one of whom, in order to protect the chalice, held a large white silk umbrella, embroidered with gold, over him. Pierre, after pushing Marie's little conveyance close to the railing so that the girl might be sheltered by the overhanging rock, under which the few other worshippers had also sought refuge, had just seen her receive the sacrament with ardent fervour, when his attention was attracted by a pitiful spectacle which quite wrung his heart. Beneath a dense, heavy deluge of rain, he caught sight of Madame Vincent, still with that precious, woeful burden, her little Rose, whom with outstretched arms she was offering to the Blessed Virgin. Unable to stay any longer at the shelter-house owing to the complaints caused by the child's constant moaning, she had carried her off into the night, and during 2 hours had roamed about in the darkness, lost, distracted, bearing this poor flesh of her flesh, which she pressed to her bosom, unable to give it any relief. She knew not what road she had taken, beneath what trees she had strayed, so absorbed had she been in her revolt against the unjust sufferings which had so sorely stricken this poor little being, so feeble and so pure, and as yet quite incapable of sin. Was it not abominable that the grip of disease should for weeks have been incessantly torturing her child, whose cry she knew not how to quiet? She carried her about, rocking her in her arms as she went wildly along the paths, obstinately hoping that she would at last get her to sleep, and so hush that wail which was rending her heart. And suddenly, utterly worn out, sharing each of her daughter's death pangs, she found herself opposite the grotto, at the feet of the miracle-working Virgin, she who forgave and who healed. O Virgin, Mother most admirable, heal her! O Virgin, Mother of divine grace, heal her! She had fallen on her knees, and with quivering outstretched arms was still offering her expiring daughter in a paroxysm of hope and desire which seemed to raise her from the ground. And the rain, which she never noticed, beat down behind her with the fury of an escaped torrent, whilst violent claps of thunder shook the mountains. For one moment she thought her prayer was granted, for Rose had slightly quivered as though visited by the archangel, her face becoming quite white, her eyes and mouth opening wide, and with one last little gasp she ceased her cry. O Virgin, Mother of our Redeemer, heal her! O Virgin, all-powerful Mother, heal her! But the poor woman felt her child become even lighter in her extended arms. And now she became afraid at no longer hearing her moan, at seeing her so white, with staring eyes and open mouth, without a sign of life. How was it that she did not smile if she were cured? Suddenly a loud heart-rending cry rang out, the cry of the mother, surpassing even the din of the thunder in the storm, whose violence was increasing. Her child was dead. And she rose up erect, turned her back on that deaf Virgin who let little children die, and started off like a mad woman beneath the lashing downpour, going straight before her without knowing whither, and still and ever carrying and nursing that poor little body which she had held in her arms during so many days and nights. A thunderbolt fell, shivering one of the neighbouring trees, as though with the stroke of a giant axe, amidst a great crash of twisted and broken branches. Pierre had rushed after Madame Vincent, eager to guide and help her, but he was unable to follow her, for he at once lost sight of her behind the blurring curtain of rain. When he returned, the Mass was drawing to an end, and as soon as the rain fell less violently, the officiating priest went off under the white silk umbrella embroidered with gold. Meantime a kind of omnibus awaited the few patients to take them back to the hospital. Marie pressed Pierre's hands. "Oh, how happy I am," she said. "Do not come for me before 3 o'clock this afternoon." On being left amidst the rain, which had now become an obstinate fine drizzle, Pierre re-entered the grotto and seated himself on the bench near the spring. He would not go to bed, for in spite of his weariness he dreaded sleep in the state of nervous excitement in which he had been plunged ever since the day before. Little Rosa's death had increased his fever. He could not banish from his mind the thought of that broken-hearted mother, wandering along the muddy paths with the dead body of her child. What could be the reasons which influenced the Virgin? He was amazed that she could make a choice. Divine Mother as she was, he wondered how her heart could decide upon healing only 10 out of 100 sufferers, that 10% of miracles which Dr. Bonamy had proved by statistics. He, Pierre, had already asked himself the day before which ones he would have chosen had he possessed the power of saving 10. A terrible power, in all truth, a formidable selection, which he would never have had the courage to make. Why this one and not that other? Where was the justice? Where the compassion? To be all-powerful and heal every one of them, was that not the desire which rose from each heart? And the Virgin seemed to him to be cruel, badly informed, as harsh and indifferent as even impassible nature, distributing life and death at random, or in accordance with laws which mankind knew nothing of. The rain was at last leaving off, and Pierre had been there a couple of hours when he felt that his feet were damp. He looked down and was greatly surprised, for the spring was overflowing through the gratings. The soil of the grotto was already covered, whilst outside a sheet of water was flowing under the benches, as far as the parapet against the Gave. The late storms had swollen the waters in the neighbourhood. Pierre thereupon reflected that this spring, in spite of its miraculous origin, was subject to the laws that governed other springs, for it certainly communicated with some natural reservoirs, wherein the rain penetrated and accumulated. And then, to keep his ankles dry, he left the place. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The third day. 5. The two victims. Pierre walked along thirsting for fresh air, his head so heavy that he took off his hat to relieve his burning brow. Despite all the fatigue of that terrible night of vigil, he did not think of sleeping. He was kept erect by that rebellion of his whole being which he could not quiet. 8 o'clock was striking, and he walked at random under the glorious morning sun, now shining forth in a spotless sky, which the storm seemed to have cleansed of all the Sunday dust. All at once, however, he raised his head, anxious to know where he was. And he was quite astonished, for he found that he had already covered a deal of ground, and was now below the station, near the municipal hospital. He was hesitating at a point where the road forked, not knowing which direction to take, when a friendly hand was laid on his shoulder, and a voice inquired, "Where are you going at this early hour?" It was Dr. Chassaigne who addressed him, drawing up his lofty figure, clad in black from head to foot. "Have you lost yourself?" he added. "Do you want to know your way?" "No, thanks, no," replied Pierre, somewhat disturbed. "I spent the night at the grotto with that young patient to whom I am so much attached, and my heart was so upset that I have been walking about in the hope it would do me good, before returning to the hotel to take a little sleep." The doctor continued looking at him, clearly detecting the frightful struggle which was raging within him, the despair which he felt at being unable to sink asleep in faith, the suffering which the futility of all his efforts brought him. "Ah, my poor child," murmured Monsieur Chassaigne, and in a fatherly way he added, "Well, since you are walking, suppose we take a walk together. I was just going down yonder to the bank of the Gave. Come along, and on our way back you will see what a lovely view we shall have." For his part, the doctor took a walk of a couple of hours' duration each morning, ever alone, seeking, as it were, to tire and exhaust his grief. First of all, as soon as he had risen, he repaired to the cemetery, and knelt on the tomb of his wife and daughter, which, at all seasons, he decked with flowers. And afterwards he would roam along the roads, with tearful eyes, never returning home until fatigue compelled him. With a wave of the hand, Pierre accepted his proposal, and in perfect silence they went, side by side, down the sloping road. They remained for a long time without speaking. The doctor seemed more overcome than was his wont that morning. It was as though his chat with his dear lost ones had made his heart bleed yet more copiously. He walked along with his head bowed. His face, round which his white hair streamed, was very pale, and tears still blurred his eyes. And yet it was so pleasant, so warm in the sunlight on that lovely morning. The road now followed the Gave on its right bank, on the other side of the new town, and you could see the gardens, the inclined ways, and the basilica. And all at once the grotto appeared, with the everlasting flare of its tapers now paling in the broad light. Dr. Chassagne, who had turned his head, made the sign of the cross, which Pierre did not at first understand. And when in his turn he had perceived the grotto, he glanced in surprise at his old friend, and once more relapsed into the astonishment which had come over him a couple of days previously, on finding this man of science, this whilom atheist and materialist, so overwhelmed by grief that he was now a believer, longing for the one delight of meeting his dear ones in another life. His heart had swept his reason away. Old and lonely as he was, it was only the illusion that he would live once more in paradise, where loving souls meet again, that prolonged his life on earth. This thought increased the young priest's discomfort. Must he also wait until he had grown old and endured equal sufferings in order to find a refuge in faith? Still walking beside the Gave, leaving the town farther and farther behind them, they were lulled, as it were, by the noise of those clear waters rolling over the pebbles, between banks shaded by trees. And they still remained silent, walking on with an equal step, each on his own side, absorbed in his sorrows. "And Bernadette," Pierre suddenly inquired, "did you know her?" The doctor raised his head. "Bernadette? Yes, yes," said he. "I saw her once, afterwards." He relapsed into silence for a moment, and then began chatting. "In 1858, you know, at the time of the apparitions, I was 30 years of age. I was in Paris, still young in my profession, and opposed to all supernatural notions, so that I had no idea of returning to my native mountains to see a girl suffering from hallucinations. 5 or 6 years later, however, some time about 1864, I passed through Lourdes and was inquisitive enough to pay Bernadette a visit. She was then still at the asylum with the Sisters of Nevers." Pierre remembered that one of the reasons of his journey had been his desire to complete his inquiry respecting Bernadette. And who could tell if grace might not come to him from that humble, lovable girl, on the day when he should be convinced that she had indeed fulfilled a mission of divine love and forgiveness? For this consummation to ensue, it would perhaps suffice that he should know her better and learn to feel that she was really the saint, the chosen one, as others believed her to have been. "Tell me about her, I pray you," he said. "Tell me all you know of her." A faint smile curved the doctor's lips. He understood, and would have greatly liked to calm and comfort the young priest, whose soul was so grievously tortured by doubt. "Oh, willingly, my poor child," he answered. "I should be so happy to help you on the path to light. You do well to love Bernadette. That may save you. For since all those old-time things I have deeply reflected on her case, and I declare to you that I never met a more charming creature or one with a better heart." Then, to the slow rhythm of their footsteps along the well-kept, sunlit road, in the delightful freshness of morning, the doctor began to relate his visit to Bernadette in 1864. She had then just attained her 20th birthday. The apparitions had taken place 6 years previously, and she had astonished him by her candid and sensible air, her perfect modesty. The Sisters of Nevers, who had taught her to read, kept her with them at the asylum in order to shield her from public inquisitiveness. She found an occupation there, helping them in sundry petty duties, but she was very often taken ill, and would spend weeks at a time in her bed. The doctor had been particularly struck by her beautiful eyes, pure, candid, and frank like those of a child. The rest of her face, said he, had become somewhat spoilt. Her complexion was losing its clearness, her features had grown less delicate, and her general appearance was that of an ordinary servant girl, short, puny, and unobtrusive. Her piety was still keen, but she had not seemed to him to be the ecstatical, excitable creature that many might have supposed. Indeed, she appeared to have a rather positive mind which did not indulge in flights of fancy, and she invariably had some little piece of needlework, some knitting, some embroidery in her hand. In a word, she appeared to have entered the common path, and in no wise resembled the intensely passionate female worshippers of the Christ. She had no further visions, and never of her own accord spoke of the 18 apparitions which had decided her life. To learn anything it was necessary to interrogate her, to address precise questions to her. These she would briefly answer, and then seek to change the conversation, as though she did not like to talk of such mysterious things. If, wishing to probe the matter further, you asked her the nature of the 3 secrets which the Virgin had confided to her, she would remain silent, simply averting her eyes. And it was impossible to make her contradict herself. The particulars she gave invariably agreed with her original narrative, and indeed she always seemed to repeat the same words with the same inflections of the voice. "I had her in hand during the whole of one afternoon," continued Dr. Chassaigne, "and there was not the variation of a syllable in her story. It was disconcerting. Still, I am prepared to swear that she was not lying, that she never lied, that she was altogether incapable of falsehood." Pierre boldly ventured to discuss this point. "But won't you admit, Doctor, the possibility of some disorder of the will?" he asked. "Has it not been proved, is it not admitted nowadays, that when certain degenerate creatures with childish minds fall into an hallucination, a fancy of some kind or other, they are often unable to free themselves from it, especially when they remain in the same environment in which the phenomenon occurred? Cloistered, living alone with her fixed idea, Bernadette, naturally enough, obstinately clung to it." The doctor's faint smile returned to his lips, and vaguely waving his arm, he replied, "Ah, my child, you ask me too much. You know very well that I am now only a poor old man, who prides himself but little on his science, and no longer claims to be able to explain anything. However, I do of course know of that famous medical school example of the young girl who allowed herself to waste away with hunger at home, because she imagined that she was suffering from a serious complaint of the digestive organs, but who nevertheless began to eat when she was taken elsewhere. However, that is but one circumstance, and there are so many contradictory cases." For a moment they became silent, and only the rhythmical sound of their steps was heard along the road. Then the doctor resumed, "Moreover, it is quite true that Bernadette shunned the world, and was only happy in her solitary corner. She was never known to have a single intimate female friend, any particular human love for anybody. She was kind and gentle towards all, but it was only for children that she showed any lively affection. And as, after all, the medical man is not quite dead within me, I will confess to you that I have sometimes wondered if she remained as pure in mind as, most undoubtedly, she did remain in body. However, I think it quite possible, given her sluggish, poor-blooded temperament, not to speak of the innocent sphere in which she grew up, first Bartrès and then the convent. Still a doubt came to me when I heard of the tender interest which she took in the orphan asylum built by the Sisters of Nevers, farther along this very road. Poor little girls are received into it, and shielded from the perils of the highways, and if Bernadette wished it to be extremely large, so as to lodge all the little lambs in danger, was it not because she herself remembered having roamed the roads with bare feet, and still trembled at the idea of what might have become of her but for the help of the Blessed Virgin?" Then, resuming his narrative, he went on telling Pierre of the crowds that flocked to see Bernadette and pay her reverence in her asylum at Lourdes. This had proved a source of considerable fatigue to her. Not a day went by without a stream of visitors appearing before her. They came from all parts of France, some even from abroad, and it soon became necessary to refuse the applications of those who were actuated by mere inquisitiveness, and to grant admittance only to the genuine believers, the members of the clergy, and the people of mark on whom the doors could not well have been shut. A sister was always present to protect her against the excessive indiscretion of some of her visitors, for questions literally rained upon her, and she often grew faint through having to repeat her stories so many times. Ladies of high position fell on their knees, kissed her gown, and would have liked to carry a piece of it away as a relic. She also had to defend her chaplet, which in their excitement they all begged her to sell to them for a fabulous amount. One day a certain marchioness endeavoured to secure it by giving her another one which she had brought with her, a chaplet with a golden cross and beads of real pearls. Many hoped that she would consent to work a miracle in their presence. Children were brought to her in order that she might lay her hands upon them. She was also consulted in cases of illness, and attempts were made to purchase her influence with the Virgin. Large sums were offered to her. At the slightest sign, the slightest expression of a desire to be a queen, decked with jewels and crowned with gold, she would have been overwhelmed with regal presents. And while the humble remained on their knees on her threshold, the great ones of the earth pressed round her, and would have counted it a glory to act as her escort. It was even related that one among them, the handsomest and wealthiest of princes, came one clear sunny April day to ask her hand in marriage. "But what always struck and displeased me," said Pierre, "was her departure from Lourdes when she was 22. Her sudden disappearance and sequestration in the convent of Saint-Gildas at Nevers, whence she never emerged. Didn't that give a semblance of truth to those spurious rumours of insanity which were circulated? Didn't it help people to suppose that she was being shut up, whisked away for fear of some indiscretion on her part, some naive remark or other which might have revealed the secret of a prolonged fraud? Indeed, to speak plainly, I will confess to you that for my own part I still believe that she was spirited away." Dr. Chassaigne gently shook his head. "No, no," said he. "There was no story prepared in advance in this affair, no big melodrama secretly staged and afterwards performed by more or less unconscious actors. The developments came of themselves, by the sole force of circumstances, and they were always very intricate, very difficult to analyse. Moreover, it is certain that it was Bernadette herself who wished to leave Lourdes. Those incessant visits wearied her, she felt ill at ease amidst all that noisy worship. All that she desired was a dim nook where she might live in peace, and so fierce was she at times in her disinterestedness, that when money was handed to her, even with the pious intent of having a mass said or a taper burnt, she would fling it upon the floor. She never accepted anything for herself or for her family, which remained in poverty. And with such pride as she possessed, such natural simplicity, such a desire to remain in the background, one can very well understand that she should have wished to disappear and cloister herself in some lonely spot, so as to prepare herself to make a good death. Her work was accomplished. She had initiated this great movement, scarcely knowing how or why, and she could really be of no further utility. Others were about to conduct matters to an issue and ensure the triumph of the grotto." "Let us admit, then, that she went off of her own accord," said Pierre. "Still, what a relief it must have been for the people you speak of, who thenceforth became the real masters, whilst millions of money were raining down on Lourdes from the whole world." "Oh, certainly. I don't pretend that any attempt was made to detain her here," exclaimed the doctor. "Frankly, I even believe that she was in some degree urged into the course she took. She ended by becoming somewhat of an encumbrance. It was not that any annoying revelations were feared from her, but remember that with her extreme timidity and frequent illnesses she was scarcely ornamental. Besides, however small the room which she took up at Lourdes, however obedient she showed herself, she was none the less a power, and attracted the multitude, which made her, so to say, a competitor of the grotto. For the grotto to remain alone, resplendent in its glory, it was advisable that Bernadette should withdraw into the background, become as it were a simple legend. Such indeed must have been the reasons which induced Monseigneur Laurence, the Bishop of Tarbes, to hasten her departure. The only mistake that was made was in saying that it was a question of screening her from the enterprises of the world, as though it were feared that she might fall into the sin of pride by growing vain of the saintly fame with which the whole of Christendom re-echoed. And this was doing her a grave injury, for she was as incapable of pride as she was of falsehood. Never indeed was there a more candid or more modest child. The doctor was growing impassioned, excited, but all at once he became calm again, and a pale smile returned to his lips. "'Tis true," said he, "I love her. The more I have thought of her, the more I have learned to love her. But you must not think, Pierre, that I am completely brutified by belief. If I nowadays acknowledge the existence of an unseen power, if I feel a need of believing in another, better, and more just life, I nevertheless know right well that there are men remaining in this world of ours, and at times, even when they wear the cowl or the cassock, the work they do is vile." There came another interval of silence. Each was continuing his dream apart from the other. Then the doctor resumed, "I will tell you of a fancy which has often haunted me. Suppose we admit that Bernadette was not the shy, simple child we knew her to be. Let us endow her with a spirit of intrigue and domination, transform her into a conqueress, a leader of nations, and try to picture what, in that case, would have happened. It is evident that the grotto would be hers, the basilica also. We should see her lording it at all the ceremonies, under a dais, with a gold mitre on her head. She would distribute the miracles. With a sovereign gesture her little hand would lead the multitudes to heaven. All the lustre and glory would come from her, she being the saint, the chosen one, the only one that had been privileged to see the divinity face to face. And indeed nothing would seem more just, for she would triumph after toiling, enjoy the fruit of her labour in all glory. But you see, as it happens, she is defrauded, robbed. The marvellous harvests sown by her are reaped by others. During the 12 years which she lived at Saint-Gildard, kneeling in the gloom, Lourdes was full of victors, priests in golden vestments, chanting thanksgivings and blessing churches and monuments erected at a cost of millions. She alone did not behold the triumph of the new faith, whose author she had been. You say that she dreamt it all. Well, at all events, what a beautiful dream it was, a dream which has stirred the whole world, and from which she, dear girl, never awakened. They halted and sat down for a moment on a rock beside the road, before returning to the town. In front of them the Gave, deep at this point of its course, was rolling blue waters tinged with dark Marais-like reflections, whilst farther on, rushing hurriedly over a bed of large stones, the stream became so much foam, a white froth, light like snow. Amidst the gold raining from the sun, a fresh breeze came down from the mountains. Whilst listening to that story of how Bernadette had been exploited and suppressed, Pierre had simply found in it all a fresh motive for revolt, and with his eyes fixed on the ground he began to think of the injustice of nature, of that law which wills that the strong should devour the weak. Then all at once, raising his head, he inquired, "And did you also know Abbé Peyramale?" The doctor's eyes brightened once more, and he eagerly replied, "Certainly I did. He was an upright, energetic man, a saint, an apostle. He and Bernadette were the great makers of Our Lady of Lourdes. Like her, he endured frightful sufferings, and like her, he died from them. Those who do not know his story can know nothing, understand nothing of the drama enacted here." Thereupon he related that story at length. Abbé Peyramale was the parish priest of Lourdes at the time of the apparitions. A native of the region, tall, broad-shouldered, with a powerful leonine head, he was extremely intelligent, very honest and good-hearted, though at times violent and domineering. He seemed built for combat. An enemy of all pious exaggerations, discharging the duties of his ministry in a broad, liberal spirit, he regarded the apparitions with distrust when he first heard of them, refused to believe in Bernadette's stories, questioned her, and demanded proofs. It was only at a later stage, when the blast of faith became irresistible, upsetting the most rebellious minds and mastering the multitude, that he ended in his turn by bowing his head. And when he was finally conquered, it was more particularly by his love for the humble and the oppressed, which he could not restrain when he beheld Bernadette threatened with imprisonment. The civil authorities were persecuting one of his flock. At this his shepherd's heart awoke, and in her defence he gave full rein to his ardent passion for justice. Moreover, the charm which the child diffused had worked upon him. He felt her to be so candid, so truthful, that he began to place a blind faith in her and love her even as everybody else loved her. Moreover, why should he have curtly dismissed all question of miracles, when miracles abound in the pages of Holy Writ? It was not for a minister of religion, whatever his prudence, to set himself up as a sceptic, when entire populations were falling on their knees, and the Church seemed to be on the eve of another great triumph. Then, too, he had the nature of one who leads men, who stirs up crowds, who builds, and in this affair he had really found his vocation, the vast field in which he might exercise his energy, the great cause to which he might wholly devote himself with all his passionate ardour and determination to succeed. From that moment, then, Abbé Peyramale had but one thought, to execute the orders which the Virgin had commissioned Bernadette to transmit to him. He caused improvements to be carried out at the grotto. A railing was placed in front of it. Pipes were laid for the conveyance of the water from the source, and a variety of work was accomplished in order to clear the approaches. However, the Virgin had particularly requested that a chapel might be built, and he wished to have a church, quite a triumphal basilica. He pictured everything on a grand scale, and full of confidence in the enthusiastic help of Christendom, he worried the architects, requiring them to design real palaces worthy of the Queen of Heaven. As a matter of fact, offerings already abounded, gold poured from the most distant dioceses, a rain of gold destined to increase and never end. Then came his happy years. He was to be met among the workmen at all hours, instilling activity into them like the jovial, good-natured fellow he was, constantly on the point of taking a pick or trowel in hand himself, such was his eagerness to behold the realization of his dream. But days of trial were in store for him. He fell ill, and lay in danger of death on the 4th of April 1864, when the first procession started from his parish church to the grotto, a procession of 60,000 pilgrims, which wound along the streets amidst an immense concourse of spectators. On the day when Abbé Peramal rose from his bed, saved a first time from death, he found himself despoiled. To second him in his heavy task, Monseigneur Laurence, the bishop, had already given him an assistant, a former episcopal secretary, Father Saint-Pé, whom he had appointed warden of the missionaries of Garaison, a community founded by himself. Father Saint-Pé was a sly, spare little man, to all appearance most disinterested and humble, but in reality consumed by all the thirst of ambition. At the outset he kept in his place, serving the priest of Lourdes like a faithful subordinate, attending to matters of all kinds in order to lighten the other's work, and acquiring information on every possible subject in his desire to render himself indispensable. He must soon have realized what a rich farm the grotto was destined to become, and what a colossal revenue might be derived from it if only a little skill were exercised. And thenceforth he no longer stirred from the episcopal residence, but ended by acquiring great influence over the calm, practical bishop, who was in great need of money for the charities of his diocese. And thus it was that during Abbé Peramal's illness, Father Saint-Pé succeeded in effecting a separation between the parish of Lourdes and the domain of the grotto, which last he was commissioned to manage at the head of a few Fathers of the Immaculate Conception, over whom the bishop placed him as Father Superior. The struggle soon began, one of those covert, desperate, mortal struggles which are waged under the cloak of ecclesiastical discipline. There was a pretext for rupture already, a field of battle on which the longer purse would necessarily end by conquering. It was proposed to build a new parish church, larger and more worthy of Lourdes than the old one already in existence, which was admitted to have become too small, since the faithful had been flocking into the town in larger and larger numbers. Moreover, it was an old idea of Abbé Peramal, who desired to carry out the Virgin's orders with all possible precision. Speaking of the grotto, she had said that people would go thither in procession, and the abbé had always seen the pilgrims start in procession from the town, whither they were expected to return in the same fashion, as indeed had been the practice on the first occasions after the apparitions. A central point, a rallying spot, was therefore required, and the abbé's dream was to erect a magnificent church, a cathedral of gigantic proportions, which would accommodate a vast multitude. Builder as he was by temperament, impassioned artisan working for the glory of heaven, he already pictured this cathedral springing from the soil, and rearing its clanging belfry in the sunlight. And it was also his own house that he wished to build, the edifice which would be his act of faith and adoration, the temple where he would be the pontiff, and triumph in company with the sweet memory of Bernadette, in full view of the spot of which both he and she had been so cruelly dispossessed. Naturally enough, bitterly as he felt that act of spoliation, the building of this new parish church was in some degree his revenge, his share of all the glory, besides being a task which would enable him to utilize both his militant activity and the fever that had been consuming him ever since he had ceased going to the grotto by reason of his soreness of heart. At the outset of the new enterprise there was again a flash of enthusiasm. At the prospect of seeing all the life and all the money flow into the new city which was springing from the ground around the basilica, the old town, which felt itself thrust upon one side, espoused the cause of its priest. The municipal council voted a sum of 100,000 francs, which unfortunately was not to be paid until the new church should be roofed in. Abbé Peramal had already accepted the plans of his architect, plans which, he had insisted, should be on a grand scale, and had also treated with a contractor of Chartres, who engaged to complete the church in 3 or 4 years if the promised supplies of funds should be regularly forthcoming. The abbé believed that offerings would assuredly continue raining down from all parts, and so he launched into this big enterprise without any anxiety, overflowing with a careless bravery, and fully expecting that heaven would not abandon him on the road. He even fancied that he could rely upon the support of Monseigneur Jourdain, who had now succeeded Monseigneur Laurence as Bishop of Tarbes, for this prelate, after blessing the foundation stone of the new church, had delivered an address in which he admitted that the enterprise was necessary and meritorious. And it seemed, too, as though Father Saint-Pé, with his customary humility, had bowed to the inevitable and accepted this vexatious competition, which would compel him to relinquish a share of the plunder. For he now pretended to devote himself entirely to the management of the grotto, and even allowed a collection box for contributions to the building of the new parish church to be placed inside the basilica. Then, however, the secret rageful struggle began afresh. Abbé Peramal, who was a wretched manager, exulted on seeing his new church so rapidly take shape. The work was being carried on at a fast pace, and he troubled about nothing else, being still under the delusion that the Blessed Virgin would find whatever money might be needed. Thus he was quite stupefied when he at last perceived that the offerings were falling off, that the money of the faithful no longer reached him, as though indeed someone had secretly diverted its flow. And eventually the day came when he was unable to make the stipulated payments. In all this there had been so much skilfully combined strangulation, of which he only became aware later on. Father Saint-Pé, however, had once more prevailed on the bishop to grant his favour exclusively to the grotto. There was even a talk of some confidential circulars distributed through the various dioceses, so that the many sums of money offered by the faithful should no longer be sent to the parish. The voracious, insatiable grotto was bent upon securing everything, and to such a point were things carried that 500-franc notes slipped into the collection box at the basilica were kept back. The box was rifled and the parish robbed. Abbé Peramal, however, in his passion for the rising church, his child, continued fighting most desperately, ready if need were to give his blood. He had at first treated with the contractor in the name of the vestry. Then, when he was at a loss how to pay, he treated in his own name. His life was bound up in the enterprise. He wore himself out in the heroic efforts which he made. Of the 400,000 francs that he had promised, he had only been able to pay 200,000, and the municipal council still obstinately refused to hand over the 100,000 francs which it had voted, until the new church should be covered in. This was acting against the town's real interests. However, it was said that Father Saint-Pé was trying to bring influence to bear on the contractor, and all at once the work was stopped. From that moment the death agony began. Wounded in the heart, the Abbé Peramal, the broad-shouldered mountaineer with the leonine face, staggered and fell like an oak struck down by a thunderbolt. He took to his bed and never left it alive. Strange stories circulated. It was said that Father Saint-Pé had sought to secure admission to the parsonage under some pious pretext, but in reality to see if his much-dreaded adversary were really mortally stricken. And it was added that it had been necessary to drive him from the sick-room, where his presence was an outrageous scandal. Then, when the unhappy priest, vanquished and steeped in bitterness, was dead, Father Saint-Pé was seen triumphing at the funeral, from which the others had not dared to keep him away. It was affirmed that he openly displayed his abominable delight, that his face was radiant that day with the joy of victory. He was at last rid of the only man who had been an obstacle to his designs, whose legitimate authority he had feared. He would no longer be forced to share anything with anybody, now that both the founders of Our Lady of Lourdes had been suppressed, Bernadette placed in a convent, and Abbé Peramal lowered into the ground. The grotto was now his own property. The alms would come to him alone, and he could do what he pleased with the 800,000 francs or so, 32,000 livres, which were at his disposal every year. He would complete the gigantic works destined to make the basilica a self-supporting centre, and assist in embellishing the new town in order to increase the isolation of the old one and seclude it behind its rock, like an insignificant parish submerged beneath the splendour of its all-powerful neighbour. All the money, all the sovereignty would be his. He henceforth would reign. However, although the works had been stopped, and the new parish church was slumbering inside its wooden fence, it was none the less more than half built. The vaulted aisles were already erected, and the imperfect pile remained there like a threat, for the town might some day attempt to finish it. Like Abbé Peramal, therefore, it must be killed for good, turned into an irreparable ruin. The secret labour therefore continued, a work of refined cruelty and slow destruction. To begin with, the new parish priest, a simple-minded creature, was cowed to such a point that he no longer opened the envelopes containing remittances for the parish. All the registered letters were at once taken to the fathers. Then the site selected for the new parish church was criticised, and the diocesan architect was induced to draw up a report stating that the old church was still in good condition and of ample size for the requirements of the community. Moreover, influence was brought to bear on the bishop, and representations were made to him respecting the annoying features of the pecuniary difficulties which had arisen with the contractor. With a little imagination, poor Père Amal was transformed into a violent, obstinate madman, through whose undisciplined zeal the church had almost been compromised. And, at last, the bishop, forgetting that he himself had blessed the foundation stone, issued a pastoral letter laying the unfinished church under interdict, and prohibiting all religious services in it. This was the supreme blow. Endless lawsuits had already begun. The contractor, who had only received 200,000 francs for the 500,000 francs worth of work which had been executed, had taken proceedings against Abbé Père Amal's heir-at-law, the vestry, and the town, for the latter still refused to pay over the amount which it had voted. At first the prefect's council declared itself incompetent to deal with the case, and when it was sent back to it by the Council of State, it rendered a judgment by which the town was condemned to pay the 100,000 francs and the heir-at-law to finish the church. At the same time the vestry was put out of court. However, there was a fresh appeal to the Council of State, which quashed this judgment and condemned the vestry, and, in default, the heir-at-law, to pay the contractor. Neither party being solvent, matters remained in this position. The lawsuits had lasted 15 years. The town had now resignedly paid over the 100,000 francs, and only 200,000 remained owing to the contractor. However, the costs and the accumulated interest had so increased the amount of indebtedness that it had risen to 600,000 francs. And as, on the other hand, it was estimated that 400,000 francs would be required to finish the church, 1,000,000 was needed to save this young ruin from certain destruction. The fathers of the grotto were thenceforth able to sleep in peace. They had assassinated the poor church. It was as dead as Abbé Père Amal himself. The bells of the basilica rang out triumphantly, and Father Saint-Pierre reigned as a victor at the conclusion of that great struggle, that dagger warfare in which not only a man but stones also had been done to death in the shrouding gloom of intriguing sacristies. And old Lourdes, obstinate and unintelligent, paid a hard penalty for its mistake in not giving more support to its minister, who had died struggling, killed by his love for his parish, for now the new town did not cease to grow and prosper at the expense of the old one. All the wealth flowed to the former. The fathers of the grotto coined money, financed hotels and candle shops, and sold the water of the source, although a clause of their agreement with the municipality expressly prohibited them from carrying on any commercial pursuits. The whole region began to rot and fester. The triumph of the grotto had brought about such a passion for lucre, such a burning, feverish desire to possess and enjoy, that extraordinary perversion set in, growing worse and worse each day, and changing Bernadette's peaceful Bethlehem into a perfect Sodom or Gomorrah. Father Saint-Pé had ensured the triumph of his divinity by spreading human abominations all around and wrecking thousands of souls. Gigantic buildings rose from the ground, 5 or 6 millions of francs had already been expended, everything being sacrificed to the stern determination to leave the poor parish out in the cold, and keep the entire plunder for self and friends. Those costly, colossal gradient ways had only been erected in order to avoid compliance with the Virgin's express desire that the faithful should come to the grotto in procession. For to go down from the basilica by the incline on the left, and climb up to it again by the incline on the right, could certainly not be called going to the grotto in procession. It was simply so much revolving in a circle. However, the fathers cared little about that. They had succeeded in compelling people to start from their premises and return to them, in order that they might be the sole proprietors of the affair, the opulent farmers who garnered the whole harvest. Abbé Père Amal lay buried in the crypt of his unfinished, ruined church, and Bernadette, who had long since dragged out her life of suffering in the depths of a convent far away, was now likewise sleeping the eternal sleep under a flagstone in a chapel. Deep silence fell when Dr. Chassaigne had finished this long narrative. Then, with a painful effort, he rose to his feet again. "It will soon be 10 o'clock, my dear child," said he, "and I want you to take a little rest. Let us go back." Pierre followed him without speaking, and they retraced their steps towards the town at a more rapid pace. "Ah, yes," resumed the doctor, "there were great iniquities and great sufferings in it all. But what else could you expect? Man spoils and corrupts the most beautiful things. And you cannot yet understand all the woeful sadness of the things of which I have been talking to you. You must see them, lay your hand on them. Would you like me to show you Bernadette's room and Abbé Père Amal's unfinished church this evening?" "Yes, I should indeed," replied Pierre. "Well, I will meet you in front of the basilica after the 4 o'clock procession, and you can come with me." Then they spoke no further, each becoming absorbed in his reverie once more. The Gave, now upon their right hand, was flowing through a deep gorge, a kind of cleft into which it plunged, vanishing from sight among the bushes. But at intervals a clear stretch of it, looking like unburnished silver, would appear to view, and farther on, after a sudden turn in the road, they found it flowing in increased volume across a plain, where it spread at times into glassy sheets which must often have changed their beds, for the gravelly soil was ravined on all sides. The sun was now becoming very hot, and it was already high in the heavens, whose limpid azure assumed a deeper tinge above the vast circle of mountains. And it was at this turn of the road that Lourdes, still some distance away, reappeared to the eyes of Pierre and Dr. Chassaigne. In the splendid morning atmosphere, amid a flying dust of gold and purple rays, the town showed whitely on the horizon, its houses and monuments becoming more and more distinct at each step which brought them nearer. And the doctor, still silent, at last waved his arm with a broad, mournful gesture in order to call his companion's attention to this growing town, as though to a proof of all that he had been telling him. There, indeed, rising up in the dazzling daylight, was the evidence which confirmed his words. The flare of the grotto, fainter now that the sun was shining, could already be espied amidst the greenery. And soon afterwards the gigantic monumental works spread out, the quay with its freestone parapet skirting the Gave, whose course had been diverted, the new bridge connecting the new gardens with the recently opened boulevard, the colossal gradient ways, the massive church of the Rosary, and finally the slim, tapering basilica rising above all else with graceful pride. Of the new town spread all around the monuments, the wealthy city which had sprung as though by enchantment from the ancient impoverished soil, the great convents and the great hotels, you could, at this distance, merely distinguish a swarming of white facades and a scintillation of new slates. Whilst in confusion, far away, beyond the rocky mass, on which the crumbling castle walls were profiled against the sky, appeared the humble roofs of the old town, a jumble of little time-worn roofs, pressing timorously against one another. And as a background to this vision of the life of yesterday and today, the little and the big Gers rose up beneath the splendour of the everlasting sun and barred the horizon with their bare slopes, which the oblique rays were tinging with streaks of pink and yellow. Dr. Chassaigne insisted on accompanying Pierre to the Hotel of the Apparitions, and only parted from him at its door, after reminding him of their appointment for the afternoon. It was not yet 11 o'clock. Pierre, whom fatigue had suddenly mastered, forced himself to eat before going to bed, for he realized that want of food was one of the chief causes of the weakness which had come over him. He fortunately found a vacant seat at the table d'hôte, and made some kind of a déjeuner, half asleep all the time, and scarcely knowing what was served to him. Then he went upstairs and flung himself on his bed, after taking care to tell the servant to awake him at 3 o'clock. However, on lying down, the fever that consumed him at first prevented him from closing his eyes. A pair of gloves, forgotten in the next room, had reminded him of Monsieur de Gersain, who had left for Gavarnie before daybreak, and would only return in the evening. What a delightful gift was thoughtlessness, thought Pierre. For his own part, with his limbs worn out by weariness and his mind distracted, he was sad unto death. Everything seemed to conspire against his willing desire to regain the faith of his childhood. The tale of Abbé Peyramal's tragic adventures had simply aggravated the feeling of revolt which the story of Bernadette, chosen and martyred, had implanted in his breast. And thus he asked himself whether his search after the truth, instead of restoring his faith, would not rather lead him to yet greater hatred of ignorance and credulity, and to the bitter conviction that man is indeed all alone in the world, with naught to guide him save his reason. At last he fell asleep, but visions continued hovering around him in his painful slumber. He beheld Lourdes, contaminated by mammon, turned into a spot of abomination and perdition, transformed into a huge bazaar, where everything was sold, masses and souls alike. He beheld also Abbé Peyramal, dead and slumbering under the ruins of his church, among the nettles which ingratitude had sown there. And he only grew calm again, only tasted the delights of forgetfulness, when a last pale, woeful vision had faded from his gaze. A vision of Bernadette upon her knees in a gloomy corner at Nevers, dreaming of her far-away work, which she was never, never to behold. End of section 15. Section 16 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The Fourth Day. 1. The Bitterness of Death. At the hospital of Our Lady of Lourdes that morning, Marie remained seated on her bed, propped up by pillows. Having spent the whole night at the grotto, she had refused to let them take her back there. And as Madame de Jonquière approached her to raise one of the pillows which was slipping from its place, she asked, "What day is it, Madame?" "Monday, my dear child." "Ah, true. One so soon loses count of the time. And besides, I am so happy. It is today that the Blessed Virgin will cure me." She smiled divinely with the air of a daydreamer, her eyes gazing into vacancy, her thoughts so far away, so absorbed in her one fixed idea, that she beheld nothing save the certainty of her hope. Round about her the Sainte-Honorine ward was now quite deserted, all the patients excepting Madame Vétu, who lay at the last extremity in the next bed, having already started for the grotto. But Marie did not even notice her neighbour. She was delighted with the sudden stillness which had fallen. One of the windows overlooking the courtyard had been opened, and the glorious morning sunshine entered in one broad beam, whose golden dust was dancing over her bed and streaming upon her pale hands. It was indeed pleasant to find this room, so dismal at night-time with its many beds of sickness, its unhealthy atmosphere and its nightmare groans, thus suddenly filled with sunlight, purified by the morning air and wrapped in such delicious silence. "Why don't you try to sleep a little?" maternally inquired Madame de Jonquière. "You must be quite worn out by your vigil." Marie, who felt so light and cheerful that she no longer experienced any pain, seemed surprised. "But I am not at all tired, and I don't feel a bit sleepy. Go to sleep? Oh no, that would be too sad. I should no longer know that I was going to be cured." At this the superintendent laughed. "Then why didn't you let them take you to the grotto?" she asked. "You won't know what to do with yourself all alone here." "I am not alone, madame, I am with her," replied Marie. And thereupon, her vision returning to her, she clasped her hands in ecstasy. "Last night, you know, I saw her bend her head towards me and smile. I quite understood her, I could hear her voice, although she never opened her lips. When the Blessed Sacrament passes at 4 o'clock, I shall be cured." Madame de Jonquière tried to calm her, feeling rather anxious at the species of somnambulism in which she beheld her. However, the sick girl went on, "No, no, I am no worse, I am waiting. Only you must surely see, madame, that there is no need for me to go to the grotto this morning, since the appointment which she gave me is for 4 o'clock." And then the girl added in a lower tone, "Pierre will come for me at 3:30. At 4 o'clock, I shall be cured." The sunbeam slowly made its way up her bare arms, which were now almost transparent, so wasted had they become through illness, whilst her glorious fair hair, which had fallen over her shoulders, seemed like the very effulgence of the great luminary enveloping her. The trill of a bird came in from the courtyard and quite enlivened the tremulous silence of the ward. Some child who could not be seen must also have been playing close by, for now and again a soft laugh could be heard ascending in the warm air which was so delightfully calm. "Well," said Madame de Jonquière by way of conclusion, "don't sleep then, as you don't wish to, but keep quite quiet, and it will rest you all the same." Meantime Madame Vétu was expiring in the adjoining bed. They had not dared to take her to the grotto, for fear lest they should see her die on the way. For some little time she had lain there with her eyes closed, and Sister Hyacinthe, who was watching, had beckoned to Madame des Agneaux in order to acquaint her with the bad opinion she had formed of the case. Both of them were now leaning over the dying woman, observing her with increasing anxiety. The mask upon her face had turned more yellow than ever, and now looked like mud. Her eyes had become more sunken, her lips seemed to have grown thinner, and the death rattle had begun, a slow, pestilential wheezing, polluted by the cancer which was finishing its destructive work. All at once she raised her eyelids, and was seized with fear on beholding those two faces bent over her own. Could her death be near, that they should thus be gazing at her? Immense sadness showed itself in her eyes, a despairing regret of life. It was not a vehement revolt, for she no longer had the strength to struggle, but what a frightful fate it was to have left her shop, her surroundings, and her husband, merely to come and die so far away, to have braved the abominable torture of such a journey, to have prayed both day and night, and then, instead of having her prayer granted, to die when others recovered. However, she could do no more than murmur, "Oh, how I suffer! Oh, how I suffer! Do something, anything, to relieve this pain, I beseech you." Little Madame des Agneaux, with her pretty milk-white face half hidden by a mass of fair, frizzy hair, was quite upset. She was not used to death-bed scenes. She would have given half her heart, as she expressed it, to see that poor woman recover. And she rose up and began to question Sister Hyacinthe, who was also in tears but already resigned, knowing as she did that salvation was assured when one died well. Could nothing really be done, however? Could not something be tried to ease the dying woman? Abbé Judaine had come and administered the last sacrament to her a couple of hours earlier that very morning. She now only had heaven to look to. It was her only hope, for she had long since given up expecting aid from the skill of man. "No, no, we must do something!" exclaimed Madame des Agneaux. And thereupon she went and fetched Madame de Jonquière from beside Marie's bed. "Look how this poor creature is suffering, Madame," she exclaimed. "Sister Hyacinthe says that she can only last a few hours longer. But we cannot leave her moaning like this. There are things which give relief. Why not call that young doctor who is here?" "Of course we will," replied the superintendent. "We will send for him at once." They seldom thought of the doctor in the wards. It only occurred to the ladies to send for him when a case was at its very worst, when one of their patients was howling with pain. Sister Hyacinthe, who herself felt surprised at not having thought of Ferrand, whom she believed to be in an adjoining room, inquired if she should fetch him. "Certainly," was the reply. "Bring him as quickly as possible." When the sister had gone, Madame de Jonquière made Madame des Agneaux help her in slightly raising the dying woman's head, thinking that this might relieve her. The two ladies happened to be alone there that morning, all the other lady hospitallers having gone to their devotions or their private affairs. However, from the end of the large deserted ward, where, amidst the warm quiver of the sunlight, such sweet tranquillity prevailed, there still came at intervals the light laughter of the unseen child. "Can it be Sophie who is making such a noise?" suddenly asked the lady superintendent, whose nerves were slightly upset by all the worry of the death which she foresaw. Then, quickly walking to the end of the ward, she found that it was indeed Sophie Couteau, the young girl so miraculously healed the previous year, who, seated on the floor behind a bed, had been amusing herself, despite her 14 years, in making a doll out of a few rags. She was now talking to it, so happy, so absorbed in her play, that she laughed quite heartily. "Hold yourself up, mademoiselle," said she. "Dance the polka, that I may see how you can do it. 1, 2, dance, turn, kiss the one you like best." Madame de Jonquière, however, was now coming up. "Little girl," she said, "we have one of our patients here in great pain, and not expected to recover. You must not laugh so loud." "Ah, madame, I didn't know," replied Sophie, rising up and becoming quite serious, although still holding the doll in her hand. "Is she going to die, madame?" "I fear so, my poor child." Thereupon Sophie became quite silent. She followed the superintendent and seated herself on an adjoining bed, whence, without the slightest sign of fear, but with her large eyes burning with curiosity, she began to watch Madame Vétu's death agony. In her nervous state, Madame des Agneaux was growing impatient at the delay in the doctor's arrival, whilst Marie, still enraptured and resplendent in the sunlight, seemed unconscious of what was taking place about her, wrapped as she was in delightful expectancy of the miracle. Not having found Ferrand in the small apartment near the linen room which he usually occupied, Sister Hyacinthe was now searching for him all over the building. During the past 2 days the young doctor had become more bewildered than ever in that extraordinary hospital, where his assistance was only sought for the relief of death pangs. The small medicine chest which he had brought with him proved quite useless, for there could be no thought of trying any course of treatment, as the sick were not there to be doctored, but simply to be cured by the lightning stroke of a miracle. And so he had mainly confined himself to administering a few opium pills, in order to deaden the severer sufferings. He had been fairly amazed when accompanying Dr. Bonamy on a round through the wards. It had resolved itself into a mere stroll, the doctor, who had only come out of curiosity, taking no interest in the patients, whom he neither questioned nor examined. He solely concerned himself with the pretended cases of cure, stopping opposite those women whom he recognized from having seen them at his office where the miracles were verified. One of them had suffered from 3 complaints, only one of which the Blessed Virgin had so far deigned to cure, but great hopes were entertained respecting the other 2. Sometimes, when a wretched woman, who the day before had claimed to be cured, was questioned with reference to her health, she would reply that her pains had returned to her. However, this never disturbed the doctor's serenity. Ever conciliatory, the good man declared that heaven would surely complete what heaven had begun. Whenever there was an improvement in health, he would ask if it were not something to be thankful for. And indeed his constant saying was, "There's an improvement already, be patient." What he most dreaded were the importunities of the lady superintendents, who all wished to detain him to show him sundry extraordinary cases. Each prided herself on having the most serious illnesses, the most frightful, exceptional cases in her ward, so that she was eager to have them medically authenticated in order that she might share in the triumph should cure supervene. One caught the doctor by the arm and assured him that she felt confident she had a leper in her charge. Another entreated him to come and look at a young girl whose back, she said, was covered with fishes' scales, whilst a third, whispering in his ear, gave him some terrible details about a married lady of the best society. He hastened away, however, refusing to see even one of them, or else simply promising to come back later on, when he was not so busy. As he himself said, if he listened to all those ladies, the day would pass in useless consultations. However, he at last suddenly stopped opposite one of the miraculously cured inmates, and beckoning Ferrand to his side, exclaimed, "Ah, now here is an interesting cure!" And Ferrand, utterly bewildered, had to listen to him whilst he described all the features of the illness, which had totally disappeared at the first immersion in the piscina. At last Sister Hyacinthe, still wandering about, encountered Abbé Judaine, who informed her that the young doctor had just been summoned to the family ward. It was the 4th time he had gone down there to attend to Brother Isidore, whose sufferings were as acute as ever, and whom he could only stuff with opium. In his agony, the brother himself merely asked to be soothed a little, in order that he might gather sufficient strength to return to the grotto during the afternoon, as he had not been able to do so in the morning. However, his pains increased, and at last he swooned away. When the sister entered the ward, she found the doctor seated at the missionary's bedside. "Monsieur Ferrand," she said, "come upstairs with me to the Saint-Honorine ward at once. We have a patient there at the point of death." He smiled at her. Indeed, he never beheld her without feeling brighter and comforted. "I will come with you, sister," he replied, "but you'll wait a minute, won't you? I must try to restore this poor man." She waited patiently and made herself useful. The family ward, situated on the ground floor, was also full of sunshine and fresh air, which entered through 3 large windows opening onto a narrow strip of garden. In addition to Brother Isidore, only Monsieur Sabatier had remained in bed that morning, in view of obtaining a little rest, whilst Madame Sabatier, taking advantage of the opportunity, had gone to purchase a few medals and pictures, which she intended for presents. Comfortably seated on his bed, his back supported by some pillows, the ex-professor was rolling the beads of a chaplet between his fingers. He was no longer praying, however, but merely continuing the occupation in a mechanical manner, his eyes meantime fixed upon his neighbour, whose attack he was following with painful interest. "Ah, sister," said he to Sister Hyacinthe, who had drawn near, "that poor brother fills me with admiration. Yesterday I doubted the Blessed Virgin for a moment, seeing that she still did not deign to hear me, though I have been coming here for 7 years. But the example set me by that poor martyr, so resigned amidst his torments, has quite shamed me for my want of faith. You can have no idea how grievously he suffers, and you should see him at the grotto, with his eyes glowing with divine hope. It is really sublime. I only know of one picture at the Louvre, a picture by some unknown Italian master, in which there is the head of a monk beatified by a similar faith." The man of intellect, the ex-university professor, reared on literature and art, was reappearing in this poor old fellow, whose life had been blasted, and who had desired to become a free patient, one of the poor of the earth, in order to move the pity of heaven. He again began thinking of his own case, and with tenacious hopefulness, which the futility of 7 journeys to Lourdes had failed to destroy, he added, Well, I still have this afternoon, since we shan't leave till tomorrow. The water is certainly very cold, but I shall let them dip me a last time, and all the morning I have been praying and asking pardon for my revolt of yesterday. When the Blessed Virgin chooses to cure one of her children, it only takes her a second to do so. Is that not so, sister? May her will be done, and blessed be her name." Passing the beads of the chaplet more slowly between his fingers, he again began saying his Aves and Paters, whilst his eyelids drooped in his flabby face, to which a childish expression had been returning during the many years that he had been virtually cut off from the world. Meantime Ferrand had signalled to Brother Isidore's sister, Marthe, to come to him. She had been standing at the foot of the bed with her arms hanging down beside her, showing the tearless resignation of a poor, narrow-minded girl whilst she watched that dying man whom she worshipped. She was no more than a faithful dog. She had accompanied her brother and spent her scanty savings, without being of any use save to watch him suffer. Accordingly, when the doctor told her to take the invalid in her arms and raise him up a little, she felt quite happy at being of some service at last. Her heavy, freckled, mournful face actually grew bright. "Hold him," said the doctor, "whilst I try to give him this." When she had raised him, Ferrand, with the aid of a small spoon, succeeded in introducing a few drops of liquid between his set teeth. Almost immediately the sick man opened his eyes and heaved a deep sigh. He was calmer already. The opium was taking effect and dulling the pain which he felt burning his right side as though a red-hot iron were being applied to it. However, he remained so weak that when he wished to speak, it became necessary to place one's ear close to his mouth in order to catch what he said. With a slight sign he had begged Ferrand to bend over him. "You are the doctor, monsieur, are you not?" he faltered. "Give me sufficient strength that I may go once more to the grotto this afternoon. I am certain that if I am able to go, the Blessed Virgin will cure me." "Why, of course you shall go," replied the young man. "Don't you feel ever so much better?" "Oh, ever so much better? No. I know very well what my condition is, because I saw many of our brothers die out there in Senegal. When the liver is attacked and the abscess has worked its way outside, it means the end. Sweating, fever, and delirium follow. But the Blessed Virgin will touch the sore with her little finger, and it will be healed. Oh, I implore you all, take me to the grotto, even if I should be unconscious." Sister Hyacinthe had also approached and leant over him. "Be easy, dear brother," said she. "You shall go to the grotto after déjeuner, and we will all pray for you." At length, in despair at these delays and extremely anxious about Madame Vétu, she was able to get Ferrand away. Still, the brother's state filled her with pity, and as they ascended the stairs she questioned the doctor, asking him if there were really no more hope. The other made a gesture expressive of absolute hopelessness. It was madness to come to Lourdes when in such a condition. However, he hastened to add with a smile, "I beg your pardon, sister. You know that I am unfortunate enough not to be a believer." But she smiled in her turn, like an indulgent friend who tolerates the shortcomings of those she loves. "Oh, that doesn't matter," she replied. "I know you. You're all the same a good fellow. Besides, we see so many people, we go amongst such pagans, that it would be difficult to shock us." Up above, in the Saint-Honorine ward, they found Madame Vétu still moaning, a prey to the most intolerable suffering. Madame de Jonquière and Madame des Agneaux had remained beside the bed, their faces turning pale, their hearts distracted by that death-cry, which never ceased. And when they consulted Ferrand in a whisper, he merely replied, with a slight shrug of the shoulders, that she was a lost woman, that it was only a question of hours, perhaps merely of minutes. All he could do was to stupefy her also, in order to ease the atrocious death-agony which he foresaw. She was watching him, still conscious and also very obedient, never refusing the medicine offered her. Like the others, she now had but one ardent desire, to go back to the grotto, and she gave expression to it in the stammering accents of a child who fears that its prayer may not be granted. "To the grotto, will you? To the grotto!" "You shall be taken there by and by, I promise you," said Sister Hyacinthe. "But you must be good. Try to sleep a little, to gain some strength." The sick woman appeared to sink into a doze, and Madame de Jonquière then thought that she might take Madame des Agneaux with her to the other end of the ward to count the linen, a troublesome business, in which they became quite bewildered, as some of the articles were missing. Meantime Sophie, seated on the bed opposite Madame Vétu, had not stirred. She had laid her doll on her lap, and was waiting for the lady's death, since they had told her that she was about to die. Sister Hyacinthe, moreover, had remained beside the dying woman, and, unwilling to waste her time, had taken a needle and cotton to mend some patient's bodice which had a hole in the sleeve. "You'll stay a little while with us, won't you?" she asked Ferrand. The latter, who was still watching Madame Vétu, replied, "Yes, yes. She may go off at any moment. I fear hemorrhage." Then, catching sight of Marie on the neighbouring bed, he added in a lower voice, "How is she? Has she experienced any relief?" "No, not yet. Ah, dear child, we all pray for her very sincerely. She is so young, so sweet, and so sorely afflicted. Just look at her now. Isn't she pretty? One might think her a saint amid all this sunshine, with her large ecstatic eyes, and her golden hair shining like an aureola." Ferrand watched Marie for a moment with interest. Her absent air, her indifference to all about her, the ardent faith, the internal joy which so completely absorbed her, surprised him. "She will recover," he murmured, as though giving utterance to a prognostic. "She will recover." Then he rejoined Sister Hyacinthe, who had seated herself in the embrasure of the lofty window, which stood wide open, admitting the warm air of the courtyard. The sun was now creeping round, and only a narrow golden ray fell upon her white coif and wimple. Ferrand stood opposite to her, leaning against the window-bar and watching her while she sewed. "Do you know, sister," said he, "this journey to Lourdes, which I undertook to oblige a friend, will be one of the few delights of my life?" She did not understand him, but innocently asked, "Why so?" "Because I have found you again. Because I am here with you, assisting you in your admirable work. And if you only knew how grateful I am to you, what sincere affection and reverence I feel for you." She raised her head to look him straight in the face, and began jesting without the least constraint. She was really delicious, with her pure lily-white complexion, her small laughing mouth, and adorable blue eyes which ever smiled, and you could realize that she had grown up in all innocence and devotion, slender and supple, with all the appearance of a girl hardly in her teens. "What, you are so fond of me as all that?" she exclaimed. "Why?" "Why I am fond of you? Because you are the best, the most consoling, the most sisterly of beings. You are the sweetest memory in my life, the memory I evoke whenever I need to be encouraged and sustained. Do you no longer remember the month we spent together in my poor room, when I was so ill and you so affectionately nursed me?" Of course I remember it. Why, I never had so good a patient as you. You took all I offered you, and when I tucked you in, after changing your linen, you remained as still as a little child." So speaking, she continued looking at him, smiling ingenuously the while. He was very handsome and robust, in the very prime of youth, with a rather pronounced nose, superb eyes, and red lips showing under his black moustache. But she seemed to be simply pleased at seeing him there before her, moved almost to tears. "Ah, sister, I should have died if it hadn't been for you," he said. "It was through having you that I was cured." Then, as they gazed at one another with tender gaiety of heart, the memory of that adorable month recurred to them. They no longer heard Madame Vétu's death moans, nor beheld the ward littered with beds, and with all its disorder, resembling some ambulance improvised after a public catastrophe. They once more found themselves in a small attic at the top of a dingy house in old Paris, where air and light only reached them through a tiny window opening onto a sea of roofs. And how charming it was to be alone there together, he who had been prostrated by fever, she who had appeared there like a good angel, who had quietly come from her convent like a comrade who fears nothing. It was thus that she nursed women, children, and men, as chance ordained, feeling perfectly happy so long as she had something to do, some sufferer to relieve. She never displayed any consciousness of her sex, and he, on his side, never seemed to have suspected that she might be a woman, except it were for the extreme softness of her hands, the caressing accents of her voice, the beneficent gentleness of her manner. And yet all the tender love of a mother, all the affection of a sister, radiated from her person. During 3 weeks, as she had said, she had nursed him like a child, helping him in and out of bed, and rendering him every necessary attention, without the slightest embarrassment or repugnance, the holy purity born of suffering and charity shielding them both the while. They were indeed far removed from the frailties of life. And when he became convalescent, What a happy existence began, how joyously they laughed, like two old friends. She still watched over him, scolding him and gently slapping his arms when he persisted in keeping them uncovered. He would watch her standing at the basin, washing him a shirt in order to save him the trifling expense of employing a laundress. No one ever came up there. They were quite alone, thousands of miles away from the world, delighted with this solitude, in which their youth displayed such fraternal gaiety. "Do you remember, sister, the morning when I was first able to walk about?" asked Ferrand. "You helped me to get up, and supported me whilst I awkwardly stumbled about, no longer knowing how to use my legs. We did laugh so." "Yes, yes, you were saved, and I was very pleased." "And the day when you brought me some cherries. I can see it all again, myself reclining on my pillows, and you seated at the edge of the bed, with the cherries lying between us in a large piece of white paper. I refused to touch them unless you ate some with me. And then we took them in turn, one at a time, until the paper was emptied. And they were very nice." "Yes, yes, very nice. It was the same with the currant syrup. You would only drink it when I took some also." Thereupon they laughed yet louder. These recollections quite delighted them. But a painful sigh from Madame Vétu brought them back to the present. Ferrand leant over and cast a glance at the sick woman, who had not stirred. The ward was still full of a quivering peacefulness, which was only broken by the clear voice of Madame des Agneaux counting the linen. Stifling with emotion, the young man resumed in a lower tone, "Ah, sister, were I to live 100 years, to know every joy, every pleasure, I should never love another woman as I love you." Then Sister Hyacinthe, without, however, showing any confusion, bowed her head and resumed her sewing. An almost imperceptible blush tinged her lily-white skin with pink. "I also love you well, Monsieur Ferrand," she said, "but you must not make me vain. I only did for you what I do for so many others. It is my business, you see, and there was really only one pleasant thing about it all, that the Almighty cured you." They were now again interrupted. La Grivotte and Élise Rouquet had returned from the grotto before the others. La Grivotte at once squatted down on her mattress on the floor, at the foot of Madame Vétu's bed, and taking a piece of bread from her pocket, proceeded to devour it. Ferrand, since the day before, had felt some interest in this consumptive patient, who was traversing such a curious phase of agitation, a prey to an inordinate appetite and a feverish need of motion. For the moment, however, Élise Rouquet's case interested him still more, for it had now become evident that the lupus, the sore which was eating away her face, was showing signs of cure. She had continued bathing her face at the miraculous fountain, and had just come from the verification office, where Dr. Bonamy had triumphed. Ferrand, quite surprised, went and examined the sore, which, although still far from healed, was already paler in colour and slightly desiccated, displaying all the symptoms of gradual cure. And the case seemed to him so curious that he resolved to make some notes upon it for one of his old masters at the medical college, who was studying the nervous origin of certain skin diseases due to faulty nutrition. "Have you felt any pricking sensation?" he asked. "Not at all, monsieur," she replied. "I bathe my face and tell my beads with my whole soul, and that is all." La Grivotte, who was vain and jealous, and ever since the day before had been going in triumph among the crowds, thereupon called to the doctor. "I say, monsieur, I am cured, cured completely." He waved his hand to her in a friendly way, but refused to examine her. "I know, my girl, there is nothing more the matter with you." Just then Sister Hyacinthe called to him. She had put her sewing down on seeing Madame Vétu raise herself in a frightful fit of nausea. In spite of her haste, however, she was too late with the basin. The sick woman had brought up another discharge of black matter, similar to soot. But this time some blood was mixed with it, little specks of violet-coloured blood. It was the hemorrhage coming, the near end which Ferrand had been dreading. "Send for the superintendent," he said in a low voice, seating himself at the bedside. Sister Hyacinthe ran for Madame de Jonquière. The linen having been counted, she found her deep in conversation with her daughter Raymonde, at some distance from Madame des Agneaux, who was washing her hands. Raymonde had just escaped for a few minutes from the refectory, where she was on duty. This was the roughest of her labours. The long, narrow room, with its double row of greasy tables, its sickening smell of food and misery, quite disgusted her. and taking advantage of the half-hour still remaining before the return of the patients, she had hurried upstairs, where, out of breath, with a rosy face and shining eyes, she had thrown her arms round her mother's neck. "Ah, Mamma!" she cried. "What happiness! It's settled!" Amazed, her head buzzing, busy with the superintendence of her ward, Madame de Jonquière did not understand. "What's settled, my child?" she asked. Then Raymonde lowered her voice, and with a faint blush replied, "My marriage!" It was now the mother's turn to rejoice. Lively satisfaction appeared upon her face, the fat face of a ripe, handsome, and still agreeable woman. She at once beheld in her mind's eye their little lodging in the Rue Vaneau, where, since her husband's death, she had reared her daughter with great difficulty upon the few thousand francs he had left her. This marriage, however, meant a return to life, to society, the good old times come back once more. "Ah, my child, how happy you make me!" she exclaimed. But a feeling of uneasiness suddenly restrained her. God was her witness that for 3 years past she had been coming to Lourdes through pure motives of charity, for the one great joy of nursing his beloved invalids. Perhaps, had she closely examined her conscience, she might, behind her devotion, have found some trace of her fondness for authority, which rendered her present managerial duties extremely pleasant to her. However, the hope of finding a husband for her daughter among the suitable young men who swarmed at the grotto was certainly her last thought. It was a thought which came to her, of course, but merely as something that was possible, though she never mentioned it. However, her happiness wrung an avowal from her. "Ah, my child, your success doesn't surprise me. I prayed to the Blessed Virgin for it this morning." Then she wished to be quite sure and asked for further information. Raymonde had not yet told her of her long walk leaning on Gérard's arm the day before, for she did not wish to speak of such things until she was triumphant, certain of having at last secured a husband. And now it was indeed settled, as she had exclaimed so gaily. That very morning she had again seen the young man at the grotto, and he had formally become engaged to her. Monsieur Berthaud would undoubtedly ask for her hand on his cousin's behalf before they took their departure from Lourdes. "Well," declared Madame de Jonquière, who was now convinced, smiling and delighted at heart, "I hope you will be happy, since you are so sensible, and do not need my aid to bring your affairs to a successful issue. Kiss me." It was at this moment that Sister Hyacinthe arrived to announce Madame Vétu's imminent death. Raymonde at once ran off, and Madame des Agneaux, who was wiping her hands, began to complain of the lady assistants, who had all disappeared precisely on the morning when they were most wanted. "For instance," said she, "there's Madame Volmar. I should like to know where she can have got to. She has not been seen even for an hour ever since our arrival." "Pray leave Madame Volmar alone," replied Madame de Jonquière with some asperity. "I have already told you that she is ill." They both hastened to Madame Vétu. Ferrand stood there waiting, and Sister Hyacinthe having asked him if there were indeed nothing to be done, he shook his head. The dying woman, relieved by her first emesis, now lay inert, with closed eyes. But a second time the frightful nausea returned to her, and she brought up another discharge of black matter mingled with violet-coloured blood. Then she had another short interval of calm, during which she noticed La Grivotte, who was greedily devouring her hunk of bread on the mattress on the floor. "She's cured, isn't she?" the poor woman asked, feeling that she herself was dying. La Grivotte heard her and exclaimed triumphantly, "Oh, yes, madame! Cured! Cured! Cured completely!" For a moment Madame Vétu seemed overcome by a miserable feeling of grief, the revolt of one who will not succumb while others continue to live. But almost immediately she became resigned, and they heard her add very faintly, "It is the young ones who ought to remain." Then her eyes, which remained wide open, looked round as though bidding farewell to all those persons whom she seemed surprised to see about her. She attempted to smile as she encountered the eager gaze of curiosity which little Sophie Couteau still fixed upon her. This charming child had come to kiss her that very morning in her bed. Elise Rouquet, who troubled herself about nobody, was meantime holding her hand-glass, absorbed in the contemplation of her face, which seemed to her to be growing beautiful, now that the sore was healing. But what especially charmed the dying woman was the sight of Marie, so lovely in her ecstasy. She watched her for a long time, constantly attracted towards her, as towards a vision of light and joy. Perhaps she fancied that she already beheld one of the saints of paradise amid the glory of the sun. Suddenly, however, the fits of vomiting returned, and now she solely brought up blood, vitiated blood, the colour of claret. The rush was so great that it bespattered the sheet and ran all over the bed. In vain did Madame de Jonquière and Madame des Agneaux bring cloths. They were both very pale and scarcely able to remain standing. Ferrand, knowing how powerless he was, had withdrawn to the window, to the very spot where he had so lately experienced such delicious emotion. And with an instinctive movement, of which she was surely unconscious, Sister Hyacinthe had likewise returned to that happy window, as though to be near him. "Really, can you do nothing?" she inquired. "No, nothing. She will go off like that, in the same way as a lamp that has burnt out." Madame Vétu, who was now utterly exhausted, with a thin red stream still flowing from her mouth, looked fixedly at Madame de Jonquière whilst faintly moving her lips. The lady superintendent thereupon bent over her and heard these slowly uttered words. "About my husband, madame. The shop is in the Rue Mouffetard. Oh, it's quite a tiny one, not far from the Gobelins. He's a clockmaker, he is. He couldn't come with me, of course, having to attend to the business, and he will be very much put out when he finds I don't come back. Yes, I cleaned the jewellery and did the errands." Then her voice grew fainter, her words disjointed by the death rattle which began. "Therefore, madame, I beg you will write to him, because I haven't done so. And now here's the end. Tell him my body had better remain at Lourdes on account of the expense. And he must marry again. It's necessary for one in trade. His cousin. Tell him his cousin." The rest became a confused murmur. Her weakness was too great, her breath was halting, yet her eyes continued open and full of life amid her pale yellow waxy mask. And those eyes seemed to fix themselves despairingly on the past, on all that which soon would be no more. The little clockmaker's shop hidden away in a populous neighbourhood, the gentle humdrum existence with a toiling husband who was ever bending over his watches, and the great pleasures of Sunday, such as watching children fly their kites upon the fortifications. And at last those staring eyes gazed vainly into the frightful night which was gathering. A last time did Madame de Jonquière lean over her, seeing that her lips were again moving. There came but a faint breath, a voice from far away, which distantly murmured in an accent of intense grief, "She did not cure me." And then Madame Vétu expired, very gently. As though this were all that she had been waiting for, little Sophie Couteau jumped from the bed quite satisfied, and went off to play with her doll again at the far end of the ward. Neither La Grivotte, who was finishing her bread, nor Elise Rouquet, busy with her mirror, noticed the catastrophe. However, amidst the cold breath which seemingly swept by, while Madame de Jonquière and Madame des Agneaux, the latter of whom was unaccustomed to the sight of death, were whispering together in agitation, Marie emerged from the expectant rapture in which the continuous unspoken prayer of her whole being had plunged her so long. And when she understood what had happened, a feeling of sisterly compassion, the compassion of a suffering companion, on her side certain of cure, brought tears to her eyes. "Oh, the poor woman," she murmured, "to think that she has died so far from home, in such loneliness, at the hour when others are being born anew." Ferrand, who in spite of professional indifference had also been stirred by the scene, stepped forward to verify the death, and it was on a sign from him that Sister Hyacinthe turned up the sheet and threw it over the dead woman's face, for there could be no question of removing the corpse at that moment. The patients were now returning from the grotto in bands, and the ward, hitherto so calm, so full of sunshine, was again filling with the tumult of wretchedness and pain. Deep coughing and feeble shuffling mingled with a noisome smell, a pitiful display, in fact, of well-nigh every human infirmity. End of section 16. Section 17 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The fourth day. 2. The service at the grotto. On that day, Monday, the crowd at the grotto was enormous. It was the last day that the national pilgrimage would spend at Lourdes, and Father Fourcade, in his morning address, had said that it would be necessary to make a supreme effort of fervour and faith to obtain from heaven all that it might be willing to grant in the way of grace and prodigious cure. So, from 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 20,000 pilgrims were assembled there, feverish and agitated by the most ardent hopes. From minute to minute the crowd continued increasing, to such a point, indeed, that Baron Suire became alarmed and came out of the grotto to say to Berthaud, "My friend, we shall be overwhelmed, that's certain. Double your squads, bring your men closer together." The hospitality of Our Lady of Salvation was alone entrusted with the task of keeping order, for there were neither guardians nor policemen of any sort present, and it was for this reason that the president of the association was so alarmed. However, Berthaud, under grave circumstances, was a leader whose words commanded attention, and who was endowed with energy that could be relied on. "Be easy," said he. "I will be answerable for everything. I shall not move from here until the 4 o'clock procession has passed by." Nevertheless, he signalled to Gérard to approach. "Give your men the strictest instructions," he said to him. "Only those persons who have cards should be allowed to pass. And place your men nearer each other. Tell them to hold the cord tight." Yonder, beneath the ivy which draped the rock, the grotto opened, with the eternal flaring of its candles. From a distance it looked rather squat and misshapen, a very narrow and modest aperture for the breath of the infinite which issued from it, turning all faces pale and bowing every head. The statue of the Virgin had become a mere white spot, which seemed to move in the quiver of the atmosphere, heated by the small yellow flames. To see anything it was necessary to raise oneself. For the silver altar, the harmonium organ divested of its housing, the heap of bouquets thrown there, the votive offerings streaking the smoky walls, were scarcely distinguishable from behind the railing. And the day was lovely. Never yet had a purer sky expanded above the immense crowd. The softness of the breeze, in particular, seemed delicious after the storm of the night, which had brought down the over-oppressive heat of the 2 first days. Gérard had to fight his way with his elbows in order to repeat the orders to his men. The crowd had already begun pushing. "2 more men here," he called. "Come, 4 together if necessary, and hold the rope well." The general impulse was instinctive and invincible. The 20,000 persons assembled there were drawn towards the grotto by an irresistible attraction, in which burning curiosity mingled with the thirst for mystery. All eyes converged, every mouth, hand, and body was borne towards the pale glitter of the candles and the white moving speck of the marble Virgin. And in order that the large space reserved to the sick, in front of the railings, might not be invaded by the swelling mob, it had been necessary to enclose it with a stout rope, which the bearers at intervals of 2 or 3 yards grasped with both hands. Their orders were to let nobody pass excepting the sick provided with hospital cards and the few persons to whom special authorizations had been granted. They limited themselves, therefore, to raising the cords and then letting them fall behind the chosen ones, without listening to the supplications of any of the others. In fact, they even showed themselves somewhat rough, taking a certain pleasure in exercising the authority with which they were invested for a day. In truth, however, they were very much pushed about, and had to support each other and resist with all the strength of their loins to avoid being swept away. While the benches before the grotto and the vast reserved space were filling with sick people, hand-carts, and stretchers, the crowd, the immense crowd, swayed about on the outskirts. Starting from the Place du Rosaire, it extended to the bottom of the promenade along the Gave, where the pavement throughout its entire length was black with people, so dense a human sea that all circulation was prevented. On the parapet was an interminable line of women, most of them seated, but some few standing so as to see the better, and almost all carrying silk parasols, which with holiday-like gaieties shimmered in the sunlight. The managers had wished to keep a path open in order that the sick might be brought along, but it was ever being invaded and obstructed, so that the carts and stretchers remained on the road, submerged and lost, until a bearer freed them from the block. Nevertheless, the great tramping was that of a docile flock, an innocent, lamb-like crowd, and it was only the involuntary pushing, the blind rolling of one and all towards the light of the candles that had to be contended against. No accident had ever happened there, notwithstanding the excitement, which gradually increased and threw the people into the unruly delirium of faith. However, Baron Suire again forced his way through the throng. "Berthaud! Berthaud!" he called. "See that the défilé is conducted less rapidly. There are women and children stifling." This time Berthaud gave a sign of impatience. "Ah, hang it, I can't be everywhere. Close the gate for a moment if it's necessary." It was a question of the march through the grotto which went on throughout the afternoon. The faithful were permitted to enter by the door on the left, and made their exit by that on the right. "Close the gate!" exclaimed the Baron. "But that would be worse. They would all get crushed against it." As it happened, Gérard was there, thoughtlessly talking for an instant with Raymonde, who was standing on the other side of the cord, holding a bowl of milk, which she was about to carry to a paralysed old woman. And Berthaud ordered the young fellow to post 2 men at the entrance gate of the iron railing, with instructions only to allow the pilgrims to enter by tens. When Gérard had executed this order, and returned, he found Berthaud laughing and joking with Raymonde. She went off on her errand, however, and the 2 men stood watching her while she made the paralysed woman drink. "She is charming, and it's settled, eh?" said Berthaud. "You are going to marry her, aren't you?" "I shall ask her mother tonight. I rely upon you to accompany me." "Why, certainly. You know what I told you. Nothing could be more sensible. The uncle will find you a berth before 6 months are over." A push of the crowd separated them, and Berthaud went off to assure himself personally whether the march through the grotto was now being accomplished in a methodical manner, without any crushing. For hours the same unbroken tide rolled in. Women, men, and children from all parts of the world, all who chose, all who passed that way. As a result, classes were singularly mixed. There were beggars in rags beside neat bourgeois, peasants of either sex, well-dressed ladies, servants with bare hair, young girls with bare feet, and others with pomatumed hair and foreheads bound with ribbons. Admission was free. The mystery was open to all, to unbelievers as well as to the faithful, to those who were solely influenced by curiosity as well as to those who entered with their hearts faint with love. And it was a sight to see them, all almost equally affected by the tepid odour of the wax, half stifling in the heavy tabernacle air which gathered beneath the rocky vault, and lowering their eyes for fear of slipping on the gratings. Many stood there bewildered, not even bowing, examining the things around with the covert uneasiness of indifferent folk astray amidst the redoubtable mysteries of a sanctuary. But the devout crossed themselves, threw letters, deposited candles and bouquets, kissed the rock below the Virgin's statue, or else rubbed their chaplets, medals, and other small objects of piety against it, as the contact sufficed to bless them. And the défilé continued without end, during days and months as it had done for years, and it seemed as if the whole world, all the miseries and sufferings of humanity, came in turn and passed in the same hypnotic, contagious kind of round, through that rocky nook, ever in search of happiness. When Berthaud had satisfied himself that everything was working well, he walked about like a mere spectator, superintending his men. Only one matter remained to trouble him, the procession of the Blessed Sacrament, during which such frenzy burst forth that accidents were always to be feared. This last day seemed likely to be a very fervent one, for he already felt a tremor of exalted faith rising among the crowd. The treatment needed for miraculous cure was drawing to an end. There had been the fever of the journey, the besetting influence of the same endlessly repeated hymns, and the stubborn continuation of the same religious exercises. And still and ever the conversation was turned on miracles, and the mind fixed on the divine illumination of the grotto. Many, not having slept for 3 nights, had reached a state of hallucination, and walked about in a rageful dream. No repose was granted them, the continual prayers were like whips lashing their souls. The appeals to the Blessed Virgin never ceased. Priest followed priest in the pulpit, proclaiming the universal dolor and directing the despairing supplications of the throng during the whole time that the sick remained before the pale, smiling marble statue, with hands clasped and eyes raised to heaven. At that moment the white stone pulpit against the rock on the right of the grotto was occupied by a priest from Toulouse, whom Berthaud knew, and to whom he listened for a moment with an air of approval. He was a stout man with an unctuous diction, famous for his rhetorical successes. However, all eloquence here consisted in displaying the strength of one's lungs in a violent delivery of the phrase or cry which the whole crowd had to repeat, for the addresses were nothing more than so much vociferation interspersed with aves and paters. The priest, who had just finished the rosary, strove to increase his stature by stretching his short legs, whilst shouting the first appeal of the litanies which he improvised, and led in his own way, according to the inspiration which possessed him. "Mary, we love thee," he called. And thereupon the crowd repeated in a lower, confused and broken tone, "Mary, we love thee." From that moment there was no stopping. The voice of the priest rang out at full swing, and the voices of the crowd responded in a dolorous murmur. "Mary, thou art our only hope. Mary, thou art our only hope. Pure Virgin, make us purer among the pure. Pure Virgin, make us purer among the pure. Powerful Virgin, save our sick. Powerful Virgin, save our sick." Often, when the priest's imagination failed him, or he wished to thrust a cry home with greater force, he would repeat it thrice, while the docile crowd would do the same, quivering under the enervating effect of the persistent lamentation, which increased its fever. The litanies continued, and Berthaud went back towards the grotto. Those who defiled through it beheld an extraordinary sight when they turned and faced the sick. The whole of the large space between the cords was occupied by the 1,000 or 1,200 patients whom the national pilgrimage had brought with it. And beneath the vast spotless sky on that radiant day there was the most heart-rending jumble of sufferers that one could behold. The 3 hospitals of Lourdes had emptied their chambers of horror. To begin with, those who were still able to remain seated had been piled upon the benches. Many of them, however, were propped up with cushions, whilst others kept shoulder to shoulder, the strong ones supporting the weak. Then in front of the benches, before the grotto itself, were the more grievously afflicted sufferers lying at full length, the flagstones disappearing from view beneath this woeful assemblage, which was like a large, stagnant pool of horror. There was an indescribable block of vehicles, stretchers, and mattresses. Some of the invalids in little boxes not unlike coffins had raised themselves up and showed above the others, but the majority lay almost on a level with the ground. There were some lying fully dressed on the check-patterned ticks of mattresses, whilst others had been brought with their bedding, so that only their heads and pale hands were seen outside the sheets. Few of these pallets were clean. Some pillows of dazzling whiteness, which by a last feeling of coquetry had been trimmed with embroidery, alone shone out among the filthy wretchedness of all the rest. A fearful collection of rags, worn-out blankets, and linen splashed with stains. And all were pushed, squeezed, piled up by chance as they came, women, men, children, and priests, people in nightgowns beside people who were fully attired, jumbled together in the blinding light of day. And all forms of disease were there, the whole frightful procession which twice a day left the hospitals to wend its way through horrified Lourdes. There were the heads eaten away by eczema, the foreheads crowned with roseola, and the noses and mouths which elephantiasis had transformed into shapeless snouts. Next the dropsical ones, swollen out like leathern bottles, the rheumatic ones with twisted hands and swollen feet like bags stuffed full of rags, and a sufferer from hydrocephalus, whose huge and weighty skull fell backwards. Then the consumptive ones with livid skins, trembling with fever, exhausted by dysentery, wasted to skeletons. Then the deformities, the contractions, the twisted trunks, the twisted arms, the necks all awry. All the poor, broken, pounded creatures, motionless in their tragic marionette-like postures. Then the poor rachitic girls, displaying their waxen complexions and slender necks eaten into by sores. The yellow-faced, besotted-looking women in the painful stupor which falls on unfortunate creatures devoured by cancer. And the others who turned pale and dared not move, fearing as they did the shock of the tumours whose weighty pain was stifling them. On the benches sat bewildered deaf women, who heard nothing but sang on all the same, and blind ones with their heads erect, who remained for hours turned towards the statue of the Virgin which they could not see. And there was also the woman stricken with imbecility, whose nose was eaten away, and who laughed with a terrifying laugh, displaying the black empty cavern of her mouth. And then the epileptic woman whom a recent attack had left as pale as death, with froth still at the corners of her lips. But sickness and suffering were no longer of consequence, since they were all there, seated or lying down, with their eyes upon the grotto. The poor, fleshless, earthy-looking faces became transfigured and began to glow with hope. Ankylosed hands were joined, heavy eyelids found the strength to rise, exhausted voices revived as the priest shouted the appeals. At first there was nothing but indistinct stuttering, similar to slight puffs of air rising here and there above the multitude. Then the cry ascended and spread through the crowd itself, from one to the other end of the immense square. "Mary, conceived without sin, pray for us," cried the priest in his thundering voice, and the sick and the pilgrims repeated louder and louder, "Mary, conceived without sin, pray for us." Then the flow of the litany set in and continued with increasing speed. Most pure mother, most chaste mother, thy children are at thy feet. Most pure mother, most chaste mother, thy children are at thy feet. Queen of the angels, say but a word, and our sick shall be healed. Queen of the angels, say but a word, and our sick shall be healed. In the second row of sufferers near the pulpit was Monsieur Sabatier, who had asked to be brought there early, wishing to choose his place like an old habitué who knew the cosy corners. Moreover, it seemed to him that it was of paramount importance that he should be as near as possible, under the very eyes of the Virgin, as though she required to see her faithful in order not to forget them. However, for the 7 years that he had been coming there, he had nursed this one hope of being some day noticed by her, of touching her, and of obtaining his cure, if not by selection, at least by seniority. This merely needed patience on his part, without the firmness of his faith being in the least shaken by his way of thinking. Only, like a poor resigned man just a little weary of being always put off, he sometimes allowed himself diversions. For instance, he had obtained permission to keep his wife near him, seated on a camp stool, and he liked to talk to her and acquaint her with his reflections. "Raise me a little, my dear," said he. "I am slipping. I am very uncomfortable." Attired in trousers and a coarse woolen jacket, he was sitting upon his mattress, with his back leaning against a tilted chair. "Are you better?" asked his wife, when she had raised him. "Yes, yes," he answered, and then began to take an interest in Brother Isidore, whom they had succeeded in bringing in spite of everything, and who was lying upon a neighbouring mattress, with a sheet drawn up to his chin, and nothing protruding but his wasted hands, which lay clasped upon the blanket. "Ah, the poor man," said Monsieur Sabatier. "It's very imprudent, but the Blessed Virgin is so powerful when she chooses." He took up his chaplet again, but once more broke off from his devotions on perceiving Madame Mars, who had just glided into the reserved space, so slender and unobtrusive that she had doubtless slipped under the ropes without being noticed. She had seated herself at the end of a bench, and, very quiet and motionless, did not occupy more room there than a child. And her long face with its weary features, the face of a woman of 32 faded before her time, wore an expression of unlimited sadness, infinite abandonment. "And so," resumed Monsieur Sabatier in a low voice, again addressing his wife after attracting her attention by a slight movement of the chin, "it's for the conversion of her husband that this lady prays. You came across her this morning in a shop, didn't you?" "Yes, yes," replied Madame Sabatier. "And besides, I had some talk about her with another lady who knows her. Her husband is a commercial traveller. He leaves her for 6 months at a time, and goes about with other people. Oh, he's a very gay fellow, it seems, very nice, and he doesn't let her want for money. Only she adores him, she cannot accustom herself to his neglect, and comes to pray the Blessed Virgin to give him back to her. At this moment, it appears, he is close by, at Lichon, with 2 ladies, 2 sisters." Monsieur Sabatier signed his wife to stop. He was now looking at the grotto, again becoming a man of intellect, a professor whom questions of art had formerly impassioned. "You see, my dear," he said, "they have spoilt the grotto by endeavouring to make it too beautiful. I am certain it looked much better in its original wildness. It has lost its characteristic features, and what a frightful shop they have stuck there on the left." However, he now experienced sudden remorse for his thoughtlessness. Whilst he was chatting away, might not the Blessed Virgin be noticing one of his neighbours, more fervent, more sedate than himself? Feeling anxious on the point, he reverted to his customary modesty and patience, and with dull, expressionless eyes again began waiting for the good pleasure of heaven. Moreover, the sound of a fresh voice helped to bring him back to this annihilation, in which nothing was left of the cultured reasoner that he had formerly been. It was another preacher who had just entered the pulpit, a Capuchin this time, whose guttural call, persistently repeated, sent a tremor through the crowd. "Holy Virgin of Virgins, be blessed! Holy Virgin of Virgins, be blessed! Holy Virgin of Virgins, turn not thy face from thy children! Holy Virgin of Virgins, turn not thy face from thy children! Holy Virgin of Virgins, breathe upon our sores, and our sores shall heal! Holy Virgin of Virgins, breathe upon our sores, and our sores shall heal." At the end of the first bench, skirting the central path, which was becoming crowded, the Vigneron family had succeeded in finding room for themselves. They were all there, little Gustave seated in a sinking posture, with his crutch between his legs, his mother beside him, following the prayers like a punctilious bourgeoise, his aunt, Madame Chaise, on the other side, so inconvenienced by the crowd that she was stifling, and Monsieur Vigneron, who remained silent and for a moment had been examining Madame Chaise attentively. "What is the matter with you, my dear?" he inquired. "Do you feel unwell?" She was breathing with difficulty. "Well, I don't know," she answered, "but I can't feel my limbs, and my breath fails me." At that very moment the thought had occurred to him that all the agitation, fever, and scramble of a pilgrimage could not be very good for heart disease. Of course he did not desire anybody's death. He had never asked the Blessed Virgin for any such thing. If his prayer for advancement had already been granted through the sudden death of his chief, it must certainly be because heaven had already ordained the latter's death. And in the same way, if Madame Chaise should die first, leaving her fortune to Gustave, he would only have to bow before the will of God, which generally requires that the aged should go off before the young. Nevertheless, his hope unconsciously became so keen that he could not help exchanging a glance with his wife, to whom had come the same involuntary thought. "Gustave, draw back!" he exclaimed. "You are inconveniencing your aunt." And then, as Raymond passed, he asked, "Do you happen to have a glass of water, mademoiselle? One of our relatives here is losing consciousness." And Madame Chaise refused the offer with a gesture. She was getting better, recovering her breath with an effort. "No, I want nothing, thank you," she gasped. "There, I'm better. Still, I really thought this time that I should stifle." Her fright left her trembling, with haggard eyes in her pale face. She again joined her hands and begged the Blessed Virgin to save her from other attacks and cure her, while the vignerons, man and wife, honest folk both of them, reverted to the covert prayer for happiness that they had come to offer up at Lourdes, a pleasant old age, deservedly gained by 20 years of honesty, with a respectable fortune which in later years they would go and enjoy in the country, cultivating flowers. On the other hand, little Gustave, who had seen and noted everything with his bright eyes and intelligence sharpened by suffering, was not praying, but smiling at space, with his vague enigmatical smile. What could be the use of his praying? He knew that the Blessed Virgin would not cure him, and that he would die. However, M. Vigneron could not remain long without busying himself about his neighbours. Madame de la Fée, who had come late, had been deposited in the crowded central pathway, and he marvelled at the luxury about the young woman, that sort of coffin quilted with white silk, in which she was lying, attired in a pink dressing-gown trimmed with Valenciennes lace. The husband in a frock-coat, and the sister in a black gown of simple but marvellous elegance, were standing by, while Abbé Judaine, kneeling near the sufferer, finished offering up a fervent prayer. When the priest had risen, M. Vigneron made him a little room on the bench beside him, and he then took the liberty of questioning him. "Well, monsieur le curé, does that poor young woman feel a little better?" Abbé Judaine made a gesture of infinite sadness. "Alas, no. I was full of so much hope. It was I who persuaded the family to come. 2 years ago the Blessed Virgin showed me such extraordinary grace by curing my poor lost eyes, that I hoped to obtain another favour from her. However, I will not despair. We still have until tomorrow." M. Vigneron again looked towards Madame Vieux la Fée and examined her poor face, still of a perfect oval and with admirable eyes. But now it was expressionless, with ashen hue, similar to a mask of death amidst the lace. "It's really very sad," he murmured. "And if you had seen her last summer," resumed the priest. "They have their country seat at Saligny, my parish, and I often dined with them. I cannot help feeling sad when I look at her elder sister, Madame Jousseur, that lady in black who stands there, for she bears a strong resemblance to her, and the poor sufferer was even prettier, one of the beauties of Paris. And now compare them together, observe that brilliancy, that sovereign grace, beside that poor pitiful creature. It oppresses one's heart. Oh, what a frightful lesson!" He became silent for an instant. Saintly man that he was naturally, altogether devoid of passions, with no keen intelligence to disturb him in his faith, he displayed a naïve admiration for beauty, wealth and power, which he had never envied. Nevertheless, he ventured to express a doubt, a scruple, which troubled his usual serenity. "For my part, I should have liked her to come here with more simplicity, without all that surrounding of luxury, because the Blessed Virgin prefers the humble. But I understand very well that there are certain social exigencies. And then her husband and sister love her so. Remember that he has forsaken his business and she her pleasures in order to come here with her. And so overcome are they at the idea of losing her, that their eyes are never dry. They always have that bewildered look which you can notice. So they must be excused for trying to procure her the comfort of looking beautiful until the last hour." M. Vigneron nodded his head approvingly. Ah, it was certainly not the wealthy who had the most luck at the grotto. Servants, countryfolk, poor beggars were cured, while ladies returned home with their ailments unrelieved, notwithstanding their gifts and the big candles they had burnt. And in spite of himself, Vigneron then looked at Madame Chaise, who, having recovered from her attack, was now reposing with a comfortable air. But a tremor passed through the crowd, and Abbé Judaine spoke again. "Here is Father Macias coming towards the pulpit. He is a saint. Listen to him." They knew him, and were aware that he could never appear without every soul being stirred by sudden hope, for it was reported that the miracles were often brought to pass by his great fervour. His voice, full of tenderness and strength, was said to be appreciated by the Virgin. All heads were therefore uplifted, and the emotion yet further increased when Father Fourcade was seen coming to the foot of the pulpit, leaning on the shoulder of his well-beloved brother, the preferred of all, and he stayed there, so that he also might hear him. His gouty foot had been paining him more acutely since the morning, so that it required great courage on his part to remain thus standing and smiling. The increasing exultation of the crowd made him happy, however. He foresaw prodigies and dazzling cures which would redound to the glory of Mary and Jesus. Having entered the pulpit, Father Macias did not at once speak. He seemed very tall, thin and pale, with an ascetic face, elongated the more by his discoloured beard. His eyes sparkled, and his large, eloquent mouth protruded passionately. "Lord, save us, for we perish," he suddenly cried, and in a fever which increased minute by minute, the transported crowd repeated, "Lord, save us, for we perish." Then he opened his arms and again launched forth his flaming cry, as if he had torn it from his glowing heart. "Lord, if it be thy will, thou canst heal me. Lord, if it be thy will, thou canst heal me. Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldst enter under my roof, but only say the word, and I shall be healed. Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldst enter under my roof, but only say the word, and I shall be healed." Marthe, Brother Isidore's sister, had now begun to talk in a whisper with Madame Sabatier, near whom she had at last seated herself. They had formed an acquaintance at the hospital, and, drawn together by so much suffering, the servant had familiarly confided to the bourgeoise how anxious she felt about her brother, for she could plainly see that he had very little breath left in him. The Blessed Virgin must be quick indeed if she desired to save him. It was already a miracle that they had been able to bring him alive as far as the grotto. In her resignation, poor simple creature that she was, she did not weep, but her heart was so swollen that her infrequent words came faintly from her lips. Then a flood of past memories suddenly returned to her, and with her utterance, thickened by prolonged silence, she began to relieve her heart. "We were 14 at home at Saint-Jacques, near Vannes. He, big as he was, has always been delicate, and that was why he remained with our priest, who ended by placing him among the Christian brothers. The elder ones took over the property, and for my part I preferred going out to service. Yes, it was a lady who took me with her to Paris, 5 years ago already. Ah, what a lot of trouble there is in life! Everyone has so much trouble." "You are quite right, my girl," replied Madame Sabatier, looking the while at her husband, who was devoutly repeating each of Father Macias's appeals. "And then," continued Marthe, "there I learnt last month that Isidore, who had returned from a hot climate where he had been on a mission, had brought a bad sickness back with him. And when I ran to see him, he told me he should die if he did not leave for Lourdes, but that he couldn't make the journey because he had nobody to accompany him. Then, as I had 80 francs saved up, I gave up my place, and we set out together. You see, madame, if I am so fond of him, it's because when I was little he used to bring me gooseberries from the parsonage, whereas all the others beat me." She relapsed into silence for a moment, her countenance swollen by grief, and her poor eyes so scorched by watching that no tears could come from them. Then she began to stutter disjointed words. "Look at him, madame, it fills one with pity. Ah, my God, his poor cheeks, his poor chin, his poor face." It was, in fact, a lamentable spectacle. Madame Sabatier's heart was quite upset when she observed Brother Isidore so yellow, cadaverous, steeped in a cold sweat of agony. Above the sheet he still only showed his clasped hands and his face encircled with long scanty hair. But if those wax-like hands seemed lifeless, if there was not a feature of that long-suffering face that stirred, its eyes were still alive, inextinguishable eyes of love, whose flame sufficed to illumine the whole of his expiring visage, the visage of a Christ upon the cross. and never had the contrast been so clearly marked between his low forehead and unintelligent, loutish, peasant air, and the divine splendour which came from his poor human mask, ravaged and sanctified by suffering, sublime at this last hour in the passionate radiance of his faith. His flesh had melted, as it were, he was no longer a breath, nothing but a look, a light. Since he had been set down there, his eyes had not strayed from the statue of the Virgin. Nothing else existed around him. He did not see the enormous multitude, he did not even hear the wild cries of the priests, the incessant cries which shook this quivering crowd. His eyes alone remained to him, his eyes burning with infinite tenderness, and they were fixed upon the Virgin, never more to turn from her. They drank her in, even unto death, they made a last effort of will to disappear, die out in her. For an instant, however, his mouth half opened and his drawn visage relaxed as an expression of celestial beatitude came over it. Then nothing more stirred, his eyes remained wide open, still obstinately fixed upon the white statue. A few seconds elapsed. Marthe had felt a cold breath, chilling the roots of her hair. "I say, Madame, look," she stammered. Madame Sabatier, who felt anxious, pretended that she did not understand. "What is it, my girl?" "My brother. Look. He no longer moves. He opened his mouth and has not stirred since." Then they both shuddered, feeling certain he was dead. He had indeed just passed away, without a rattle, without a breath, as if life had escaped in his glance, through his large, loving eyes, ravenous with passion. He had expired gazing upon the Virgin, and nothing could have been so sweet. And he still continued to gaze upon her with his dead eyes, as though with ineffable delight. "Try to close his eyes," murmured Madame Sabatier. "We shall soon know then." Marthe had already risen, and leaning forward so as not to be observed, she endeavoured to close the eyes with a trembling finger. But each time they reopened, and again looked at the Virgin with invincible obstinacy. He was dead, and Marthe had to leave his eyes wide open, steeped in unbounded ecstasy. "Ah, it's finished, it's quite finished, madame," she stuttered. 2 tears then burst from her heavy eyelids and ran down her cheeks, while Madame Sabatier caught hold of her hand to keep her quiet. There had been whisperings, and uneasiness was already spreading, but what course could be adopted? It was impossible to carry off the corpse amidst such a mob, during the prayers, without incurring the risk of creating a disastrous effect. The best plan would be to leave it there, pending a favourable moment. The poor fellow scandalized no one, he did not seem any more dead now than he had seemed 10 minutes previously, and everybody would think that his flaming eyes were still alive, ardently appealing to the divine compassion of the Blessed Virgin. Only a few persons among those around knew the truth. Monsieur Sabatier, quite scared, had made a questioning sign to his wife, and on being answered by a prolonged affirmative nod, he had returned to his prayers without any rebellion, though he could not help turning pale at the thought of the mysterious, almighty power which sent death when life was asked for. The vignerons, who were very much interested, leaned forward and whispered as though in presence of some street accident, one of those petty incidents which in Paris the father sometimes related on returning home from the ministry, and which sufficed to occupy them all throughout the evening. Madame Jusseur, for her part, had simply turned round and whispered a word or two in Monsieur Dieu la Fay's ear, and then they had both reverted to the heart-rending contemplation of their own dear invalid. Whilst Abbé Judaine, informed by Monsieur Vigneron, knelt down, and in a low, agitated voice, recited the prayers for the dead. Was he not a saint, that missionary who had returned from a deadly climate, with a mortal wound in his side, to die there, beneath the smiling gaze of the Blessed Virgin? And Madame Maz, who also knew what had happened, suddenly felt a taste for death, and resolved that she would implore heaven to suppress her also, in an unobtrusive fashion, if it would not listen to her prayer and give her back her husband. But the cry of Father Macias rose into a still higher key, burst forth with the strength of terrible despair, with a rending like that of a sob. "Jesus, Son of David, I am perishing, save me!" And the crowd sobbed after him in unison, "Jesus, Son of David, I am perishing, save me!" Then in quick succession and higher keys, the appeals went on proclaiming the intolerable misery of the world. "Jesus, Son of David, take pity on thy sick children. Jesus, Son of David, take pity on thy sick children. Jesus, Son of David, come, heal them, that they may live. Jesus, Son of David, come, heal them, that they may live." It was delirium, At the foot of the pulpit Father Fourcade, succumbing to the extraordinary passion which overflowed from all hearts, had likewise raised his arms, and was shouting the appeals in his thundering voice as though to compel the intervention of heaven. And the exultation was still increasing beneath this blast of desire, whose powerful breath bowed every head in turn, spreading even to the young women who, in a spirit of mere curiosity, sat watching the scene from the parapet of the Gave, for these also turned pale under their sunshades. Miserable humanity was clamouring from the depths of its abyss of suffering, and the clamour swept along, sending a shudder down every spine, for one and all were plunged in agony, refusing to die, longing to compel God to grant them eternal life. Ah, life, life! That was what all those unfortunates, who had come from so far, amid so many obstacles, wanted. That was the one boon they asked for, in their wild desire to live it over again, to live it always. O Lord, whatever our mystery, whatever the torment of our life may be, cure us, grant us that we may begin to live again and suffer once more what we have suffered already. However unhappy we may be, to be is what we wish. It is not heaven that we ask thee for, it is earth. And grant that we may leave it at the latest possible moment, never leave it indeed, if such be thy good pleasure. And even when we no longer implore a physical cure but a moral favour, it is still happiness that we ask thee for. Happiness, the thirst for which alone consumes us. O Lord, grant that we may be happy and healthy. Let us live, aye, let us live forever. This wild cry, the cry of man's furious desire for life, came in broken accents, mingled with tears, from every breast. O Lord, Son of David, heal our sick. O Lord, Son of David, heal our sick. Berthaud had twice been obliged to dash forward to prevent the cords from giving way under the unconscious pressure of the crowd. Baron Suire, in despair, kept on making signs, begging someone to come to his assistance, for the grotto was now invaded, and the march past had become the mere trampling of a flock rushing to its passion. In vain did Gérard again leave Raymond and post himself at the entrance gate of the iron railing, so as to carry out the orders, which were to admit the pilgrims by tens. He was hustled and swept aside, while with feverish excitement everybody rushed in, passing like a torrent between the flaring candles, throwing bouquets and letters to the Virgin and kissing the rock, which the pressure of millions of inflamed lips had polished. It was faith run wild, the great power that nothing henceforth could stop. And now, whilst Gérard stood there, hemmed in against the iron railing, he heard two countrywomen, whom the advance was bearing onward, raise loud exclamations at sight of the sufferers lying on the stretchers before them. One of them was so greatly impressed by the pallid face of Brother Isidore, whose large dilated eyes were still fixed on the statue of the Virgin, that she crossed herself, and, overcome by devout admiration, murmured, "Oh, look at that one! See how he is praying with his whole heart, and how he gazes on Our Lady of Lourdes." The other peasant woman thereupon replied, "Oh, she will certainly cure him, he is so beautiful." Indeed, as the dead man lay there, his eyes still fixedly staring whilst he continued his prayer of love and faith, his appearance touched every heart. No one in that endless, streaming throng could behold him without feeling edified. End of section 17. Section 18 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The fourth day. 3. Marie's cure. It was good Abbé Judaine who was to carry the Blessed Sacrament in the 4 o'clock procession. Since the Blessed Virgin had cured him of a disease of the eyes, a miracle with which the Catholic press still resounded, he had become one of the glories of Lourdes, was given the first place, and honoured with all sorts of attentions. At 3:30 he rose, wishing to leave the grotto, but the extraordinary concourse of people quite frightened him, and he feared he would be late if he did not succeed in getting out of it. Fortunately help came to him in the person of Berthaud. "Monsieur le curé," explained the superintendent of the bearers, "don't attempt to pass out by way of the rosary. You would never arrive in time. The best course is to ascend by the winding paths. And come, follow me, I will go before you." By means of his elbows he thereupon parted the dense throng and opened a path for the priest, who overwhelmed him with thanks. "You are too kind. "It's my fault. I had forgotten myself. But good heavens, how shall we manage to pass with the procession presently?" This procession was Berthaud's remaining anxiety. Even on ordinary days it provoked wild excitement, which forced him to take special measures. And what would now happen as it wended its way through this dense multitude of 30,000 persons, consumed by such a fever of faith, already on the verge of divine frenzy? Accordingly, in a sensible way, he took advantage of this opportunity to give Abbé Jourdain the best advice. "Ah, Monsieur le Curé, pray impress upon your colleagues of the clergy that they must not leave any space between their ranks. They should come on slowly, one close behind the other. And above all, the banners should be firmly grasped, so that they may not be overthrown. As for yourself, Monsieur le Curé, see that the canopy bearers are strong, tighten the cloth around the monstrance, and don't be afraid to carry it in both hands with all your strength." A little frightened by this advice, the priest went on expressing his thanks. Of course, you are very good," said he. "Ah, monsieur, how much I am indebted to you for having helped me to escape from all those people." Then, free at last, he hastened towards the basilica by the narrow serpentine path which climbs the hill, while his companion again plunged into the mob to return to his post of inspection. At that same moment Pierre, who was bringing Marie to the grotto in her little cart, encountered on the other side, that of the Place du Rosaire, the impenetrable wall formed by the crowd. The servant at the hotel had awakened him at 3 o'clock so that he might go and fetch the young girl at the hospital. There seemed to be no hurry. They apparently had plenty of time to reach the grotto before the procession. However, that immense throng, that resisting, living wall, through which he did not know how to break, began to cause him some uneasiness. He would never succeed in passing with the little car if the people did not evince some obligingness. "Come, ladies, come," he repeated. "I beg of you. You see, it's for a patient." The ladies, hypnotized as they were by the spectacle of the grotto sparkling in the distance, and standing on tiptoe so as to lose nothing of the sight, did not move, however. Besides, the clamour of the litanies was so loud at this moment that they did not even hear the young priest's entreaties. Then Pierre began again. "Pray stand on one side, gentlemen. Allow me to pass. A little room for a sick person. Come, please, listen to what I am saying." But the men, beside themselves, in a blind, deaf rapture, would stir no more than the women. Marie, moreover, smiled serenely, as if ignorant of the impediments, and convinced that nothing in the world could prevent her from going to her cure. However, when Pierre had found an aperture and begun to work his way through the moving mass, the situation became more serious. From all parts the swelling human waves beat against the frail chariot, and at times threatened to submerge it. At each step it became necessary to stop, wait, and again entreat the people. Pierre had never before felt such an anxious sensation in a crowd. True, it was not a threatening mob, it was as innocent as a flock of sheep. But he found a troubling thrill in its midst, a peculiar atmosphere that upset him. And in spite of his affection for the humble, the ugliness of the features around him, the common sweating faces, the evil breath, and the old clothes smelling of poverty made him suffer even to nausea. "Now, ladies, now, gentlemen, it's for a patient," he repeated. "A little room, I beg of you." Buffeted about in this vast ocean, the little vehicle continued to advance by fits and starts, taking long minutes to get over a few yards of ground. At one moment you might have thought it swamped, for no sign of it could be detected. Then, however, it reappeared near the piscinas. Tender sympathy had at length been awakened for this sick girl, so wasted by suffering, but still so beautiful. When people had been compelled to give way before the priest's stubborn pushing, they turned round, but did not dare to get angry, for pity penetrated them at the sight of that thin, suffering face, shining out amidst a halo of fair hair. Words of compassion and admiration were heard on all sides. Ah, the poor child! Was it not cruel to be infirm at her age? Might the Blessed Virgin be merciful to her? Others, however, expressed surprise, struck as they were by the ecstasy in which they saw her, with her clear eyes open to the spheres beyond, where she had placed her hope. She beheld heaven, she would assuredly be cured. And thus the little car left, as it were, a feeling of wonder and fraternal charity behind it, as it made its way with so much difficulty through that human ocean. Pierre, however, was in despair and at the end of his strength, when some of the stretcher-bearers came to his aid by forming a path for the passage of the procession, a path which Berthaud had ordered them to keep clear by means of cords, which they were to hold at intervals of a couple of yards. From that moment the young priest was able to drag Marie along in a fairly easy manner, and at last place her within the reserved space, where he halted, facing the grotto on the left side. You could no longer move in this reserved space, where the crowd seemed to increase every minute. And quite exhausted by the painful journey he had just accomplished, Pierre reflected what a prodigious concourse of people there was. It had seemed to him as if he were in the midst of an ocean whose waves he had heard heaving around him without a pause. Since leaving the hospital, Marie had not opened her lips. He now realized, however, that she wished to speak to him, and accordingly bent over her. "And my father," she inquired, "is he here? Hasn't he returned from his excursion?" Pierre had to answer that M. de Gersain had not returned, and that he had doubtless been delayed against his will. And thereupon she merely added with a smile, "Ah, poor father, won't he be pleased when he finds me cured?" Pierre looked at her with tender admiration. He did not remember having ever seen her looking so adorable since the slow wasting of sickness had begun. Her hair, which alone disease had respected, clothed her in gold. Her thin, delicate face had assumed a dreamy expression, her eyes wandering away to the haunting thought of her sufferings, her features motionless as if she had fallen asleep in a fixed thought until the expected shock of happiness should waken her. She was absent from herself, ready, however, to return to consciousness whenever God might will it. And indeed this delicious infantile creature, this little girl of 23, still a child as when an accident had struck her, delaying her growth, preventing her from becoming a woman, was at last ready to receive the visit of the angel, the miraculous shock which would draw her out of her torpor and set her upright once more. Her morning ecstasy continued. She had clasped her hands, and a leap of her whole being had ravished her from earth as soon as she had perceived the image of the Blessed Virgin yonder. And now she prayed and offered herself divinely. It was an hour of great mental trouble for Pierre. He felt that the drama of his priestly life was about to be enacted, and that if he did not recover faith in this crisis, it would never return to him. And he was without bad thoughts, without resistance, hoping with fervour he also that they might both be healed. Oh, that he might be convinced by her cure, that he might believe like her, that they might be saved together. He wished to pray, ardently, as she herself did. But in spite of himself he was preoccupied by the crowd, that limitless crowd, among which he found it so difficult to drown himself, disappear, become nothing more than a leaf in the forest, lost amidst the rustle of all the leaves. He could not prevent himself from analysing and judging it. He knew that for 4 days past it had been undergoing all the training of suggestion. There had been the fever of the long journey, the excitement of the new landscapes, the days spent before the splendour of the grotto, the sleepless nights, and all the exasperating suffering, ravenous for illusion. Then, again, there had been the all-besetting prayers, those hymns, those litanies which agitated it without a pause. Another priest had followed Father Macias in the pulpit, a little thin, dark abbé, whom Pierre heard hurling appeals to the Virgin and Jesus in a lashing voice which resounded like a whip. Father Macias and Father Fourcade had remained at the foot of the pulpit, and were now directing the cries of the crowd, whose lamentations rose in louder and louder tones beneath the limpid sunlight. The general exultation had yet increased. It was the hour when the violence done to heaven at last produced the miracles. All at once a paralytic rose up and walked towards the grotto, holding his crutch in the air, and this crutch, waving like a flag above the swaying heads, wrung loud applause from the faithful. They were all on the lookout for prodigies. They awaited them with the certainty that they would take place, innumerable and wonderful. Some eyes seemed to behold them, and feverish voices pointed them out. Another woman had been cured. Another! Yet another! A deaf person had heard, a mute had spoken, a consumptive had revived. What, a consumptive? Certainly, that was a daily occurrence. Surprise was no longer possible. You might have certified that an amputated leg was growing again without astonishing anyone. Miracle-working became the actual state of nature, the usual thing, quite commonplace, such was its abundance. The most incredible story seemed quite simple to those overheated imaginations, given what they expected from the Blessed Virgin. And you should have heard the tales that went about, the quiet affirmations, the expressions of absolute certainty which were exchanged whenever a delirious patient cried out that she was cured. Another! Yet another! However, a piteous voice would at times exclaim, "Ah, she's cured! That one! She's lucky, she is!" Already at the verification office Pierre had suffered from this credulity of the folk among whom he lived. But here it surpassed everything he could have imagined, and he was exasperated by the extravagant things he heard people say in such a placid fashion, with the open smiles of children. Accordingly he tried to absorb himself in his thoughts and listen to nothing. "O God," he prayed, "grant that my reason may be annihilated, that I may no longer desire to understand, that I may accept the unreal and impossible." For a moment he thought the spirit of inquiry dead within him, and allowed the cry of supplication to carry him away. "Lord, heal our sick! Lord, heal our sick!" He repeated this appeal with all his charity, clasped his hands, and gazed fixedly at the statue of the Virgin, until he became quite giddy and imagined that the figure moved. Why should he not return to a state of childhood like the others, since happiness lay in ignorance and falsehood? Contagion would surely end by acting. He would become nothing more than a grain of sand among innumerable other grains, one of the humblest among the humble ones under the millstone, who trouble not about the power that crushes them. But just at that second, when he hoped that he had killed the old man in him, that he had annihilated himself along with his will and intelligence, the stubborn work of thought, incessant and invincible, began afresh in the depths of his brain. Little by little, notwithstanding his efforts to the contrary, he returned to his inquiries, doubted and sought the truth. What was the unknown force thrown off by this crowd, the vital fluid powerful enough to work the few cures that really occurred? There was here a phenomenon that no physiologist had yet studied. Ought one to believe that a multitude became a single being, as it were, able to increase the power of autosuggestion tenfold upon itself? Might one admit that, under certain circumstances of extreme exaltation, a multitude became an agent of sovereign will compelling the obedience of matter? That would have explained how sudden cure fell at times upon the most sincerely excited of the throng. The breaths of all of them united in one breath, and the power that acted was a power of consolation, hope, and life. This thought, the outcome of his human charity, filled Pierre with emotion. For another moment he was able to regain possession of himself, and prayed for the cure of all, deeply touched by the belief that he himself might in some degree contribute towards the cure of Marie. But all at once, without knowing what transition of ideas led to it, a recollection returned to him of the medical consultation which he had insisted upon prior to the young girl's departure for Lourdes. The scene rose before him with extraordinary clearness and precision. He saw the room with its grey, blue-flowered wallpaper, and he heard the 3 doctors discuss and decide. The 2 who had given certificates diagnosticating paralysis of the marrow spoke discreetly, slowly, like esteemed, well-known, perfectly honourable practitioners. But Pierre still heard the warm, vivacious voice of his cousin Beauclerc, the 3rd doctor, a young man of vast and daring intelligence, who was treated coldly by his colleagues as being of an adventurous turn of mind. And at this supreme moment Pierre was surprised to find in his memory things which he did not know were there. But it was only an instance of that singular phenomenon by which it sometimes happens that words scarce listened to, words but imperfectly heard, words stored away in the brain almost in spite of self, will awaken, burst forth, and impose themselves on the mind after they have long been forgotten. And thus it now seemed to him that the very approach of the miracle was bringing him a vision of the conditions under which, according to Beauclerc's predictions, the miracle would be accomplished. In vain did Pierre endeavour to drive away this recollection by praying with an increase of fervour. The scene again appeared to him, and the old words rang out, filling his ears like a trumpet blast. He was now again in the dining-room, where Beauclerc and he had shut themselves up after the departure of the 2 others, and Beauclerc recapitulated the history of the malady: the fall from a horse at the age of 14, the dislocation and displacement of the organ, with doubtless a slight laceration of the ligaments, whence the weight which the sufferer had felt, and the weakness of the legs leading to paralysis. Then a slow healing of the disorder, everything returning to its place of itself, but without the pain ceasing. In fact, this big, nervous child, whose mind had been so grievously impressed by her accident, was unable to forget it. Her attention remained fixed on the part where she suffered, and she could not divert it, so that, even after cure, her sufferings had continued. A neuropathic state, a consecutive nervous exhaustion, doubtless aggravated by accidents due to faulty nutrition as yet imperfectly understood. And further, Beauclerc easily explained the contrary and erroneous diagnoses of the numerous doctors who had attended her, and who, as she would not submit to examination, had groped in the dark, some believing in a tumour, and the others, the more numerous, convinced of some lesion of the marrow. He alone, after inquiring into the girl's parentage, had just begun to suspect a simple state of autosuggestion, in which she had obstinately remained ever since the first violent shock of pain. And among the reasons which he gave for this belief were the contraction of her visual field, the fixity of her eyes, the absorbed, inattentive expression of her face, and above all the nature of the pain she felt, which, leaving the organ, had borne to the left, where it continued in the form of a crushing, intolerable weight, which sometimes rose to the breast in frightful fits of stifling. A sudden determination to throw off the false notion she had formed of her complaint, the will to rise, breathe freely, and suffer no more, could alone place her on her feet again, cured, transfigured, beneath the lash of some intense emotion. A last time did Pierre endeavour to see and hear no more, for he felt that the irreparable ruin of all belief in the miraculous was in him. And in spite of his efforts, in spite of the ardour with which he began to cry, "Jesus, Son of David, heal our sick," he still saw, he still heard Beauclerc telling him, in his calm, smiling manner, how the miracle would take place, like a lightning flash, at the moment of extreme emotion, under the decisive circumstance which would complete the loosening of the muscles. The patient would rise and walk in a wild transport of joy, her legs would all at once be light again, relieved of the weight which had so long made them like lead, as though this weight had melted, fallen to the ground. But above all, the weight which bore upon the lower part of the trunk, which rose, ravaged the breast, and strangled the throat, would this time depart in a prodigious soaring flight, a tempest blast bearing all the evil away with it. And was it not thus that, in the Middle Ages, possessed women had by the mouth cast up the devil, by whom their flesh had so long been tortured? And Beauclerc had added that Marie would at last become a woman, that in that moment of supreme joy she would cease to be a child, that although seemingly worn out by her prolonged dream of suffering, she would all at once be restored to resplendent health, with beaming face and eyes full of life. Pierre looked at her, and his trouble increased still more on seeing her so wretched in her little cart, so distractedly imploring health, her whole being soaring towards Our Lady of Lourdes, who gave life. Ah, might she be saved, at the cost even of his own damnation! But she was too ill. Science lied like faith. He could not believe that this child, whose limbs had been dead for so many years, would indeed return to life. And in the bewildered doubt into which he again relapsed, his bleeding heart clamoured yet more loudly, ever and ever repeating with the delirious crowd, "Lord, Son of David, heal our sick! Lord, Son of David, heal our sick!" At that moment a tumult arose, agitating one and all. People shuddered, faces were turned and raised. It was the cross of the 4 o'clock procession, a little behind time that day, appearing from beneath one of the arches of the monumental gradient way. There was such applause and such violent instinctive pushing that Berthaud, waving his arms, commanded the bearers to thrust the crowd back by pulling strongly on the cords. Overpowered for a moment, the bearers had to throw themselves backward with sore hands. However, they ended by somewhat enlarging the reserved path, along which the procession was then able to slowly wend its way. At the head came a superb beadle, all blue and gold, followed by the processional cross, a tall cross shining like a star. Then followed the delegations of the different pilgrimages with their banners, standards of velvet and satin, embroidered with metal and bright silk, adorned with painted figures, and bearing the names of towns: Versailles, Reims, Orléans, Poitiers, and Toulouse. One, which was quite white, magnificently rich, displayed in red letters the inscription, "Association of Catholic Working Men's Clubs." Then came the clergy, 200 or 300 priests in simple cassocks, about 100 in surplices, and some 50 clothed in golden chasubles, effulgent like stars. They all carried lighted candles, and sang the Laudate Sion Salvatorem in full voices. And then the canopy appeared in royal pomp, a canopy of purple silk, braided with gold, and upheld by 4 ecclesiastics, who, it could be seen, had been selected from among the most robust. Beneath it, between 2 other priests who assisted him, was Abbé Judaine, vigorously clasping the Blessed Sacrament with both hands, as Berthaud had recommended him to do. and the somewhat uneasy glances that he cast on the encroaching crowd right and left showed how anxious he was that no injury should befall the heavy, divine monstrance, whose weight was already straining his wrists. When the slanting sun fell upon him in front, the monstrance itself looked like another sun. Choir boys, meantime, were swinging censers in the blinding glow which gave splendour to the entire procession. And finally, in the rear, there was a confused mass of pilgrims, a flock-like tramping of believers and sightseers, all aflame, hurrying along and blocking the track with their ever-rolling waves. Father Macias had returned to the pulpit a moment previously, and this time he had devised another pious exercise. After the burning cries of faith, hope, and love that he threw forth, he all at once commanded absolute silence, in order that one and all might, with closed lips, speak to God in secret for a few minutes. These sudden spells of silence falling upon the vast crowd, these minutes of mute prayer, in which all souls unbosomed their secrets, were deeply, wonderfully impressive. Their solemnity became formidable. You heard desire, the immense desire for life, winging its flight on high. Then Father Macias invited the sick alone to speak, to implore God to grant them what they had asked of his almighty power. And in response came a pitiful lamentation, hundreds of tremulous, broken voices rising amidst a concert of sobs. "Lord Jesus, if it please thee, thou canst cure me. Lord Jesus, take pity on thy child who is dying of love. Lord Jesus, grant that I may see, grant that I may hear, grant that I may walk." And all at once the shrill voice of a little girl, light and vivacious as the notes of a flute, rose above the universal sob, repeating in the distance, save the others, Lord Jesus." Tears streamed from every eye. These supplications upset all hearts, threw the hardest into the frenzy of charity, into a sublime disorder which would have impelled them to open their breasts with both hands, if by doing so they could have given their neighbours their health and youth. And then Father Macias, not letting this enthusiasm abate, resumed his cries and again lashed the delirious crowd with them, while Father Fourcade himself sobbed on one of the steps of the pulpit, raising his streaming face to heaven as though to command God to descend on earth. But the procession had arrived, the delegations, the priests had ranged themselves on the right and left, and when the canopy entered the space reserved to the sick in front of the grotto, when the sufferers perceived Jesus the Host, the Blessed Sacrament, shining like a sun, in the hands of Abbé Judaine, it became impossible to direct the prayers, all voices mingled together, and all will was borne away by vertigo. The cries, calls, entreaties broke, lapsing into groans. Human forms rose from pallets of suffering, trembling arms were stretched forth, clenched hands seemingly desired to clutch at the miracle on the way. "Lord Jesus, save us, for we perish. Lord Jesus, we worship thee, heal us. Lord Jesus, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God, heal us." Thrice did the despairing, exasperated voices give vent to the supreme lamentation in a clamour which rushed up to heaven, and the tears redoubled, flooding all the burning faces which desire transformed. At one moment the delirium became so great, the instinctive leap towards the Blessed Sacrament seemed so irresistible, that Berthaud placed the bearers who were there in a chain about it. This was the extreme protective manoeuvre, a hedge of bearers drawn up on either side of the canopy, each placing an arm firmly round his neighbour's neck, so as to establish a sort of living wall. Not the smallest aperture was left in it, nothing whatever could pass. Still, these human barriers staggered under the pressure of the unfortunate creatures who hungered for life, who wished to touch, to kiss Jesus. And oscillating and recoiling, the bearers were at last thrust against the canopy they were defending, and the canopy itself began swaying among the crowd, ever in danger of being swept away like some holy bark in peril of being wrecked. Then, at the very climax of this holy frenzy, the miracles began amidst supplications and sobs, as when the heavens open during a storm and a thunderbolt falls on earth. A paralytic woman rose and cast aside her crutches. There was a piercing yell, and another woman appeared erect on her mattress, wrapped in a white blanket as in a winding sheet, and people said it was a half-dead consumptive who had thus been resuscitated. Then grace fell upon two others in swift succession. A blind woman suddenly perceived the grotto in a flame. A dumb woman fell on both her knees, thanking the Blessed Virgin in a loud, clear voice, and all in a like way prostrated themselves at the feet of Our Lady of Lourdes, distracted with joy and gratitude. But Pierre had not taken his eyes off Marie, and he was overcome with tender emotion at what he saw. The sufferer's eyes were still expressionless, but they had dilated, while her poor, pale face with its heavy mask was contracted as if she were suffering frightfully. She did not speak in her despair. She undoubtedly thought that she was again in the clutches of her ailment. But all at once, when the Blessed Sacrament passed by, and she saw the star-like monstrance sparkling in the sun, a sensation of dizziness came over her. She imagined herself struck by lightning. Her eyes caught fire from the glare which flashed upon her, and at last regained their flame of life, shining out like stars. And under the influence of a wave of blood her face became animated, suffused with colour, beaming with a smile of joy and health. And suddenly Pierre saw her rise, stand upright in her little car, staggering, stuttering, and finding in her mind only these caressing words, "Oh, my friend! Oh, my friend!" He hurriedly drew near in order to support her, but she drove him backward with a gesture. She was regaining strength, looking so touching, so beautiful, in the little black woolen gown and slippers which she always wore. Tall and slender, too, and crowned as with a halo of gold by her beautiful flaxen hair, which was covered with a simple piece of lace. The whole of her virgin form was quivering as if some powerful fermentation had regenerated her. First of all it was her legs that were relieved of the chains that bound them, and then, while she felt the spirit of life, the life of woman, wife, and mother, within her, there came a final agony, an enormous weight that rose to her very throat. Only, this time, it did not linger there, did not stifle her, but burst from her open mouth and flew away in a cry of sublime joy. "I am cured! I am cured!" Then there was an extraordinary sight. The blanket lay at her feet, she was triumphant, she had a superb glowing face, and her cry of cure had resounded with such rapturous delight that the entire crowd was distracted by it. She had become the sole point of interest, the others saw none but her, erect, grown, so radiant and so divine. "I am cured! I am cured!" Pierre, at the violent shock his heart had received, had begun to weep. Indeed, tears glistened again in every eye. Amidst exclamations of gratitude and praise, frantic enthusiasm passed from one to another, throwing the thousands of pilgrims who pressed forward to see into a state of violent emotion. Applause broke out, a fury of applause, whose thunder rolled from one to the other end of the valley. However, Father Fourcade began waving his arms, and Father Macias was at last able to make himself heard from the pulpit. "God has visited us, my dear brothers, my dear sisters," said he. "Magnificat anima mea Dominum, my soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour." And then all the voices, the thousands of voices, began to sing the chant of adoration and gratitude. The procession found itself at a standstill. Abbé Judaine had been able to reach the grotto with the monstrance, but he patiently remained there before giving the benediction. The canopy was awaiting him outside the railings, surrounded by priests in surplices and chasubles, all a glitter of white and gold in the rays of the setting sun. Marie, however, had knelt down, sobbing, and whilst the canticle lasted, a burning prayer of faith and love ascended from her whole being. But the crowd wanted to see her walk, delighted women called to her, a group surrounded her, and swept her towards the verification office, so that the miracle might be proved true, as patent as the very light of the sun. Her box was forgotten, Pierre followed her, while she, stammering and hesitating, she who for 7 years had not used her legs, advanced with adorable awkwardness, the uneasy, charming gait of a little child making its first steps. And it was so affecting, so delicious, that the young priest thought of nothing but the immense happiness of seeing her thus return to her childhood. Ah, the dear friend of infancy, the dear tenderness of long ago, so she would at last be the beautiful and charming woman that she had promised to be as a young girl when, in the little garden at Neuilly, she had looked so gay and pretty beneath the tall trees flecked with sunlight. The crowd continued to applaud her furiously, a huge wave of people accompanied her, and all remained awaiting her egress, swarming in a fever before the door when she had entered the office, whither Pierre only was admitted with her. That particular afternoon there were few people at the verification office. The small square room with its hot wooden walls and rudimentary furniture, its rush-bottomed chairs, and its 2 tables of unequal height, contained, apart from the usual staff, only some 5 or 6 doctors, seated and silent. At the tables were the inspector of the piscinas and 2 young abbés making entries in the registers, and consulting the sets of documents, while Father d'Argelès, at one end, wrote a paragraph for his newspaper. And as it happened, Dr. Bonamy was just then examining Élise Rouquet, who for the 3rd time had come to have the increasing cicatrization of her sore certified. "Anyhow, gentlemen," exclaimed the doctor, "have you ever seen a lupus heal in this way, so rapidly? I am aware that a new work has appeared on faith healing in which it is stated that certain sores may have a nervous origin, only that it is by no means proved in the case of lupus, and I defy a committee of doctors to assemble and explain mademoiselle's cure by ordinary means." He paused, and turning towards Father d'Argelès, inquired, "Have you noted, Father, that the suppuration has completely disappeared, and that the skin is resuming its natural colour?" However, he did not wait for the reply, for just then Marie entered, followed by Pierre, and by her beaming radiance he immediately guessed what good fortune was befalling him. She looked superb, admirably fitted to transport and convert the multitude. He therefore promptly dismissed Élise Rouquet, inquired the new arrival's name, and asked one of the young priests to look for her papers. Then, as she slightly staggered, he wished to seat her in the armchair. "Oh no," she exclaimed. "I am so happy to be able to use my legs." Pierre, with a glance, had sought for Dr. Chassaigne, whom he was sorry not to see there. He remained on one side, waiting while they rummaged in the untidy drawers, without being able to place their hands on the required papers. "Let's see," repeated Dr. Bonamy. "Marie de Gersain. I have certainly seen that name before." At last Rabouin discovered the documents classified under a wrong letter, and when the doctor had perused the 2 medical certificates he became quite enthusiastic. "Here is something very interesting, gentlemen," said he. "I beg you to listen attentively. This young lady, whom you see standing here, was afflicted with a very serious lesion of the marrow, and if one had the least doubt of it, these 2 certificates would suffice to convince the most incredulous, for they are signed by 2 doctors of the Paris faculty, whose names are well known to us all." Then he passed the certificates to the doctors present, who read them, wagging their heads the while. It was beyond dispute. The medical men who had drawn up these documents enjoyed the reputation of being honest and clever practitioners. "Well, gentlemen, if the diagnosis is not disputed, and it cannot be when a patient brings us documents of this value, we will now see what change has taken place in the young lady's condition." However, before questioning her, he turned towards Pierre. "Monsieur l'Abbé," said he, "you came from Paris with Mademoiselle de Gersain, I think. Did you converse with the doctors before your departure?" The priest shuddered amidst all his great delight. "I was present at the consultation, monsieur," he replied. And again the scene rose up before him. He once more saw the 2 doctors, so serious and rational, and he once more saw Beauclerc smiling, while his colleagues drew up their certificates, which were identical. And was he, Pierre, to reduce these certificates to nothing, reveal the other diagnosis, the one that allowed of the cure being explained scientifically? The miracle had been predicted, shattered beforehand. "You will observe, gentlemen," now resumed Dr. Bonamy, "that the presence of the abbé gives these proofs additional weight. However, mademoiselle will now tell us exactly what she felt." He had leant over Father d'Argelès' shoulder to impress upon him that he must not forget to make Pierre play the part of a witness in the narrative. "Mon Dieu! Gentlemen, how can I tell you?" exclaimed Marie in a halting voice, broken by her surging happiness. "Since yesterday I had felt certain that I should be cured, and yet a little while ago, when the pins and needles seized me in the legs again, I was afraid it might only be another attack. For an instant I doubted. Then the feeling stopped, but it began again as soon as I recommenced praying. Oh, I prayed with all my soul. I ended by surrendering myself like a child. 'Blessed Virgin, Our Lady of Lourdes, do with me as thou wilt,' I said. But the feeling did not cease. It seemed as if my blood were boiling. A voice cried to me, 'Rise! Rise!' And I felt the miracle fall on me in a cracking of all my bones, of all my flesh, as if I had been struck by lightning." Pierre, very pale, listened to her. Beauclerc had positively told him that the cure would come like a lightning flash, that under the influence of extreme excitement a sudden awakening of will so long somnolent would take place within her. "It was my legs which the Holy Virgin first of all delivered," she continued. I could well feel that the iron bands which bound them were gliding along my skin like broken chains. Then the weight which still suffocated me, there in the left side, began to ascend, and I thought I was going to die, it hurt me so. But it passed my chest, it passed my throat, and I felt it there in my mouth, and spat it out violently. It was all over. I no longer had any pain. It had flown away." She had made a gesture expressive of the motion of a night bird beating its wings, and, lapsing into silence, stood smiling at Pierre, who was bewildered. Beauclerc had told him all that beforehand, using almost the same words and the same imagery. Point by point his prognostics were realized. There was nothing more in the case than natural phenomena which had been foreseen. Rabouin, however, had followed Marie's narrative with dilated eyes and the passion of a pietist of limited intelligence, ever haunted by the idea of hell. "It was the devil," he cried. "It was the devil that she spat out." Dr. Bonamy, who was more wary, made him hold his tongue. And turning towards the doctors, he said, "Gentlemen, you know that we always avoid pronouncing the big word of miracle here. Only here is a fact, and I am curious to know how any of you can explain it by natural means. 7 years ago this young lady was struck with serious paralysis, evidently due to a lesion of the marrow. And that cannot be denied. The certificates are there, irrefutable. She could no longer walk, she could no longer make a movement without a cry of pain. She had reached that extreme state of exhaustion which precedes but by little an unfortunate issue. All at once, however, here she rises, walks, laughs, and beams on us. The paralysis has completely disappeared, no pain remains, she is as well as you and I. Come, gentlemen, approach, examine her, and tell me what has happened." He triumphed. Not one of the doctors spoke. 2, who were doubtless true Catholics, had shown their approval of his speech by their vigorous nods, while the others remained motionless with a constrained air, not caring to mix themselves up in the business. However, a little thin man, whose eyes shone behind the glasses he was wearing, ended by rising to take a closer look at Marie. He caught hold of her hand, examined the pupils of her eyes, and merely seemed preoccupied by the air of transfiguration which she wore. Then, in a very courteous manner, without even showing a desire to discuss the matter, he came back and sat down again. "The case is beyond science, that is all I can assume," concluded Dr. Bonamy victoriously. "I will add that we have no convalescence here. Health is at once restored, full, entire. Observe the young lady. Her eyes are bright, her colour is rosy, her physiognomy has recovered its lively gaiety. Without doubt, the healing of the tissues will proceed somewhat slowly, but one can already say that mademoiselle has been born again. Is it not so, Monsieur l'Abbé? You who have seen her so frequently. You no longer recognize her, eh?" That's true, stammered Pierre. And in fact she already appeared strong to him, her cheeks full and fresh, gaily blooming. But Beauclerc had also foreseen this sudden joyful change, this straightening and resplendency of her invalid frame, when life should re-enter it, with the will to be cured and be happy. Once again, however, had Dr. Bonamy lent over Father d'Argelès, who was finishing his note, a brief but fairly complete account of the affair. They exchanged a few words in low tones, consulting together, and the doctor ended by saying, "You have witnessed these marvels, Monsieur l'Abbé, so you will not refuse to sign the careful report which the Reverend Father has drawn up for publication in the Journal de la Grotte." He, Pierre, sign that page of error and falsehood? A revolt roused him, and he was on the point of shouting out the truth. But he felt the weight of his cassock on his shoulders, and above all Marie's divine joy filled his heart. He was penetrated with deep happiness at seeing her saved. Since they had ceased questioning her, she had come and leant on his arm, and remained smiling at him with eyes full of enthusiasm. "Oh, my friend, thank the Blessed Virgin," she murmured in a low voice. "She has been so good to me. I am now so well, so beautiful, so young. And how pleased my father, my poor father, will be." Then Pierre signed. Everything was collapsing within him, but it was enough that she should be saved. He would have thought it sacrilegious to interfere with the faith of that child, the great pure faith which had healed her. When Marie reappeared outside the office, the applause began afresh, the crowd clapped their hands. It now seemed that the miracle was official. However, certain charitable persons, Fearing that she might fatigue herself and again require her little car, which she had abandoned before the grotto, had brought it to the office, and when she found it there she felt deeply moved. Ah, that box in which she had lived so many years, that rolling coffin in which she had sometimes imagined herself buried alive, how many tears, how much despair, how many bad days it had witnessed. And all at once the idea occurred to her that as it had so long been linked with her sufferings, it ought also to share her triumph. It was a sudden inspiration, a kind of holy folly, that made her seize the handle. At that moment the procession passed by, returning from the grotto, where Abbé Judaine had pronounced the benediction. And thereupon Marie, dragging the little car, placed herself behind the canopy. And in her slippers, her head covered with a strip of lace, her bosom heaving, her face erect, glowing and superb, she walked on behind the clergy, dragging after her that car of misery, that rolling coffin, in which she had endured so much agony. And the crowd which acclaimed her, the frantic crowd, followed in her wake. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lourdes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Lourdes by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. The fourth day. 4. Triumph, despair. Pierre also had followed Marie, and like her was behind the canopy, carried along as it were by the blast of glory which made her drag her little car along in triumph. Every moment, however, there was so much tempestuous pushing that the young priest would assuredly have fallen if a rough hand had not upheld him. "Don't be alarmed," said a voice. "Give me your arm, otherwise you won't be able to remain on your feet." Pierre turned round and was surprised to recognize Father Macias, who had left Father Fourcade in the pulpit in order to accompany the procession. An extraordinary fever was sustaining him, throwing him forward, as solid as a rock, with eyes glowing like live coals, and an excited face covered with perspiration. "Take care, then," he again exclaimed. "Give me your arm." A fresh human wave had almost swept them away. And Pierre now yielded to the support of this terrible enthusiast, whom he remembered as a fellow student at the seminary. What a singular meeting it was, and how greatly he would have liked to possess that violent faith, that mad faith, which was making Macias pant, with his throat full of sobs, whilst he continued giving vent to the ardent entreaty, "Lord Jesus, heal our sick! Lord Jesus, heal our sick!" There was no cessation of this cry behind the canopy, where there was always a crier whose duty it was to accord no respite to the slow clemency of heaven. At times a thick voice full of anguish, and at others a shrill and piercing voice, would arise. The Father's, which was an imperious one, was now at last breaking through sheer emotion. "Lord Jesus, heal our sick! Lord Jesus, heal our sick!" The rumour of Marie's wondrous cure, of the miracle whose fame would speedily fill all Christendom, had already spread from one end to the other of Lourdes, and from this had come the increased vertigo of the multitude, the attack of contagious delirium, which now caused it to whirl and rush towards the Blessed Sacrament like the resistless flux of a rising tide. One and all yielded to the desire of beholding the sacrament and touching it, of being cured and becoming happy. The divinity was passing, and now it was not merely a question of ailing beings glowing with a desire for life, but a longing for happiness which consumed all present, and raised them up with bleeding, open hearts and eager hands. Berthaud, who feared the excesses of this religious adoration, had decided to accompany his men. He commanded them, carefully watching over the double chain of bearers beside the canopy in order that it might not be broken. "Close your ranks! Closer, closer!" he called. "And keep your arms firmly linked." These young men, chosen from among the most vigorous of the bearers, had an extremely difficult duty to discharge. The wall which they formed, shoulder to shoulder, with arms linked at the waist and the neck, kept on giving way under the involuntary assaults of the throng. Nobody, certainly, fancied that he was pushing, but there was constant eddying, and deep waves of people rolled towards the procession from afar and threatened to submerge it. When the canopy had reached the middle of the Place du Rosaire, Abbé Judaine really thought that he would be unable to go any farther. Numerous conflicting currents had set in over the vast expanse and were whirling, assailing him from all sides, so that he had to halt under the swaying canopy, which shook like a sail in a sudden squall on the open sea. He held the blessed sacrament aloft with his numbed hands, each moment fearing that a final push would throw him over. For he fully realized that the golden monstrance, radiant like a sun, was the one passion of all that multitude, the divinity they demanded to kiss in order that they might lose themselves in it, even though they should annihilate it in doing so. Accordingly, while standing there, the priest anxiously turned his eyes on Berthaud. "Let nobody pass," called the latter to the bearers. "Nobody. The orders are precise. You hear me?" Voices, however, were rising in supplication on all sides. Wretched beings were sobbing with arms outstretched and lips protruding, in the wild desire that they might be allowed to approach and kneel at the priest's feet. What divine grace it would be to be thrown upon the ground and trampled underfoot by the whole procession! An infirm old man displayed his withered hand in the conviction that it would be made sound again were he only allowed to touch the monstrance. A dumb woman wildly pushed her way through the throng with her broad shoulders in order that she might loosen her tongue by a kiss. Others were shouting, imploring, and even clenching their fists in their rage with those cruel men who denied cure to their bodily sufferings and their mental wretchedness. The orders to keep them back were rigidly enforced, however, for the most serious accidents were feared. "Nobody, nobody," repeated Berthaud. "Let nobody whatever pass." There was a woman there, however, who touched every heart with compassion. Clad in wretched garments, bareheaded, her face wet with tears, she was holding in her arms a little boy of 10 years old or so, whose limp, paralyzed legs hung down inertly. The lad's weight was too great for one so weak as herself, still she did not seem to feel it. She had brought the boy there, and was now entreating the bearers with an invincible obstinacy which neither words nor hustling could conquer. At last, as Abbé Judaine, who felt deeply moved, beckoned to her to approach, two of the bearers, in deference to his compassion, drew apart, despite all the danger of opening a breach, and the woman then rushed forward with her burden, and fell in a heap before the priest. For a moment he rested the foot of the monstrance on the child's head, and the mother herself pressed her eager, longing lips to it. And as they started off again, she wished to remain behind the canopy, and followed the procession with streaming hair and panting breast, staggering the while under the heavy burden, which was fast exhausting her strength. They managed, with great difficulty, to cross the remainder of the Place du Rosaire, and then the ascent began, the glorious ascent by way of the monumental incline. Whilst upon high, on the fringe of heaven, the basilica reared its slim spire, whence pealing bells were winging their flight, sounding the triumphs of Our Lady of Lourdes. And now it was towards an apotheosis that the canopy slowly climbed, towards the lofty portal of the high-perched sanctuary which stood open face to face with the infinite, high above the huge multitude whose waves continued soaring across the valley's squares and avenues. Preceding the processional cross, the magnificent beadle, all blue and silver, was already nearing the level of the rosary cupola, the spacious esplanade formed by the roof of the lower church, across which the pilgrimage deputations began to wind, with their bright-coloured silk and velvet banners waving in the ruddy glow of the sunset. Then came the clergy, the priests in snowy surplices and the priests in golden chasubles, likewise shining out like a procession of stars. And the censers swung, and the canopy continued climbing, without anything of its bearers being seen, so that it seemed as though a mysterious power, some troop of invisible angels, were carrying it off in this glorious ascension towards the open portal of heaven. A sound of chanting had burst forth. The voices in the procession no longer called for the healing of the sick, now that the cortège had extricated itself from amidst the crowd. The miracle had been worked, and they were celebrating it with the full power of their lungs, amidst the pealing of the bells and the quivering gaiety of the atmosphere. "Magnificat anima mea Dominum," they began. "My soul doth magnify the Lord." It was the song of gratitude already chanted at the grotto and again springing from every heart. "Et exultavit spiritus meus in Deo salutari meo," and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour. Meantime it was with increasing, overflowing joy that Marie took part in that radiant ascent, by the colossal gradient way, towards the glowing basilica. It seemed to her, as she continued climbing, that she was growing stronger and stronger, that her legs, so long lifeless, became firmer at each step. The little car which she victoriously dragged behind her was like the earthly tenement of her illness, the inferno whence the Blessed Virgin had extricated her, and although its handle was making her hands sore, she nevertheless wished to pull it up yonder with her, in order that she might cast it at last at the feet of the Almighty. No obstacle could stay her course. She laughed through the big tears which were falling on her cheeks, her bosom was swelling, her demeanour becoming warlike. One of her slippers had become unfastened, and the strip of lace had fallen from her head to her shoulders. Nevertheless, with her lovely fair hair crowning her like a helmet, and her face beaming brightly, she still marched on and on with such an awakening of will and strength that behind her you could hear her car leap and rattle over the rough slope of the flagstones, as though it had been a mere toy. Near Marie was Pierre, still leaning on the arm of Father Macias, who had not relinquished his hold. Lost amidst the far-spreading emotion, the young priest was unable to reflect. Moreover, his companion's sonorous voice quite deafened him. Deposuit potentes de sede et exaltavit humiles. He hath put down the mighty from their seat, and hath exalted the humble. On Pierre's other side, the right, Berthaud, who no longer had any cause for anxiety, was now also following the canopy. He had given his bearers orders to break their chain, and was gazing with an expression of delight on the human sea through which the procession had lately passed. The higher they ascended the incline, the more did the Place du Rosaire and the avenues and paths of the gardens expand below them, black with the swarming multitude. It was a bird's-eye view of a whole nation, an ant-hill which ever increased in size, spreading farther and farther away. "Look," Berthaud at last exclaimed to Pierre, "how vast and how beautiful it is! Ah, well, the year won't have been a bad one after all." Looking upon Lourdes as a centre of propaganda, where his political rancour found satisfaction, he always rejoiced when there was a numerous pilgrimage, as in his mind it was bound to prove unpleasant to the government. Ah, thought he, if they had only been able to bring the working classes of the towns thither and create a Catholic democracy. Last year we scarcely reached the figure of 200,000 pilgrims, he continued, but we shall exceed it this year, I hope. And then, with the gay air of the jolly fellow that he was, despite his sectarian passions, he added, "Well, 'pon my word, I was really pleased just now when there was such a crush. Things are looking up, I think. Things are looking up." Pierre, however, was not listening to him. His mind had been struck by the grandeur of the spectacle. That multitude, which spread out more and more as the procession rose higher and higher above it, that magnificent valley which was hollowed out below and ever became more and more extensive, displaying afar off its gorgeous horizon of mountains, filled him with quivering admiration. His mental trouble was increased by it all, and seeking Marie's glance, he waved his arm to draw her attention to the vast circular expanse of country. And his gesture deceived her, for in the purely spiritual excitement that possessed her, she did not behold the material spectacle he pointed at, but thought that he was calling earth to witness the prodigious favours which the Blessed Virgin had heaped upon them both. For she imagined that he had had his share of the miracle, and that in the stroke of grace which had set her erect with her flesh healed, he, so near to her that their hearts mingled, had felt himself enveloped and raised by the same divine power, his soul saved from doubt, conquered by faith once more. How could he have witnessed her wondrous cure, indeed, without being convinced? Moreover, she had prayed so fervently for him outside the grotto on the previous night. And now, therefore, to her excessive delight, she espied him transfigured like herself, weeping and laughing, restored to God again. And this lent increased force to her blissful fever. She dragged her little car along with unwearying hands, and, as though it were their double cross, her own redemption and her friend's redemption, which she was carrying up that incline with its resounding flagstones, she would have liked to drag it yet farther, for leagues and leagues, ever higher and higher, to the most inaccessible summits, to the transplendent threshold of paradise itself. "Oh, Pierre, Pierre," she stammered, "how sweet it is that this great happiness should have fallen on us together. Yes, together. I prayed for it so fervently, and she granted my prayer, and saved you even in saving me. Yes, I felt your soul mingling with my own. Tell me that our mutual prayers have been granted. Tell me that I have won your salvation, even as you have won mine." He understood her mistake and shuddered. "If you only knew," she continued, "how great would have been my grief had I thus ascended into light alone. Oh, to be chosen without you, to soar yonder without you! But with you, Pierre, it is rapturous delight. We have been saved together, we shall be happy forever. I feel all needful strength for happiness, yes, strength enough to raise the world." And in spite of everything he was obliged to answer her and lie, revolting at the idea of spoiling, dimming that great and pure felicity. "Yes, yes, be happy, Marie," he said, "for I am very happy myself, and all our sufferings are redeemed." But even while he spoke he felt a deep rending within him, as though a brutal hatchet-stroke were parting them forever. Amidst their common sufferings she had hitherto remained the little friend of childhood's days, the first artlessly loved woman, whom he knew to be still his own, since she could belong to none. But now she was cured, and he remained alone in his hell, repeating to himself that she would never more be his. This sudden thought so upset him that he averted his eyes, in despair at reaping such suffering from the prodigious felicity with which she exulted. However, the chant went on, and Father Macias, hearing nothing and seeing nothing, absorbed as he was in his glowing gratitude to God, shouted the final verse in a thundering voice: "Sicut locutus est ad patres nostros, Abraham, et semni eius in saecula," as he spoke to our fathers, to Abraham, and to his seed forever. Yet another incline had to be climbed, yet another effort had to be made up that rough acclivity with its large slippery flagstones, and the procession rose yet higher, and the ascent still went on in the full bright light. There came a last turn, and the wheels of Marie's car grated against a granite curb. Then still higher, still and ever higher did it roll, until it finally reached what seemed to be the very fringe of heaven. And all at once the canopy appeared on the summit of the gigantic inclined ways, on the stone balcony overlooking the stretch of country outside the portal of the basilica. Abbé Judaine stepped forward holding the Blessed Sacrament aloft with both hands. Marie, who had pulled her car up the balcony steps, was near him, her heart beating from her exertion, her face all aglow amidst the gold of her loosened hair. Then all the clergy, the snowy surplices and the dazzling chasubles ranged themselves behind, whilst the banners waved like bunting decking the white balustrades. And a solemn minute followed. From on high there could have been no grander spectacle. First, immediately below, there was the multitude, the human sea with its dark waves, its heaving billows, now for a moment stilled, amidst which you only distinguished the small pale specks of the faces uplifted towards the basilica, in expectancy of the benediction. And as far as the eye could reach, from the Place du Rosaire to the Gave, along the paths and avenues and across the open spaces, even to the old town in the distance, those little pale faces multiplied and multiplied, all with lips parted, and eyes fixed upon the august threshold where heaven was about to open to their gaze. Then the vast amphitheatre of slopes and hills and mountains surged aloft, ascended upon all sides, crests following crests, until they faded away in the far blue atmosphere. The numerous convents among the trees on the first of the northern slopes beyond the torrent, those of the Carmelites, the Dominicans, the Assumptionists, and the Sisters of Nevers, were coloured by a rosy reflection from the fire-like glow of the sunset. Then wooded masses rose one above the other, until they reached the heights of Le Boala, which were surmounted by the Serre de Julot, in its turn capped by the Miramont. Deep valleys opened on the south, narrow gorges between piles of gigantic rocks whose bases were already steeped in lakes of bluey shadow, whilst the summits sparkled with the smiling farewell of the sun. The hills of Vizan upon this side were empurpled, and showed like a promontory of coral, in front of the stagnant lake of the ether, which was bright with a sapphire-like transparency. But on the east, in front of you, the horizon again spread out to the very point of intersection of the seven valleys. The castle which had formerly guarded them still stood with its keep, its lofty walls, its black outlines, the outlines of a fierce fortress of feudal time, upon the rock whose base was watered by the Gave. And upon this side of the stern old pile was the new town, looking quite gay amidst its gardens, with its swarm of white house-fronts, its large hotels, its lodging-houses, and its fine shops, whose windows were glowing like live embers. Whilst behind the castle the discoloured roofs of old Lourdes spread out in confusion, in a ruddy light which hovered over them like a cloud of dust. At this late hour, when the declining luminary was sinking in royal splendour behind the Little Gers and the Big Gers, those two huge ridges of bare rock, spotted with patches of short herbage, formed nothing but a neutral, somewhat violet background, as though, indeed, they were two curtains of sober hue drawn across the margin of the horizon. And higher and still higher, in front of this immensity, did Abbé Judaine with both hands raise the Blessed Sacrament. He moved it slowly from one to the other horizon, causing it to describe a huge sign of the cross against the vault of heaven. He saluted the convents, the heights of Le Buala, the Serre de Julot, and the Miramont upon his left. He saluted the huge fallen rocks of the dim valleys and the empurpled hills of Vizin on his right. He saluted the new and the old town, the castle bathed by the Gave, the big and the little Gers already drowsy in front of him. And he saluted the woods, the torrents, the mountains, the faint chains linking the distant peaks, the whole earth even beyond the visible horizon. Peace upon earth, hope and consolation to mankind. The multitude below had quivered beneath that great sign of the cross which enveloped it. It seemed as though a divine breath were passing, rolling those billows of little pale faces which were as numerous as the waves of an ocean. A loud murmur of adoration ascended. All those parted lips proclaimed the glory of God when, in the rays of the setting sun, the illumined monstrance again shone forth like another sun, a sun of pure gold, describing the sign of the cross in streaks of flame upon the threshold of the infinite. The banners, the clergy, with Abbé Judaine under the canopy, were already returning into the basilica, when Marie, who was also entering it, still dragging her car by the handle, was stopped by two ladies who kissed her, weeping. They were Madame de Jonquière and her daughter Raymonde, who had come thither to witness the benediction, and had been told of the miracle. "Ah, my dear child, what happiness!" repeated the Lady Hospitaller, "and how proud I am to have you in my ward. It is so precious a favour for all of us that the Blessed Virgin should have been pleased to select you." Raymonde, meanwhile, had kept one of the young girl's hands in her own. "Will you allow me to call you my friend, mademoiselle?" said she. "I felt so much pity for you, and I am now so pleased to see you walking, so strong and beautiful already. Let me kiss you again. It will bring me happiness." Thank you with all my heart," Marie stammered amidst her rapture. "I am so happy, so very happy." "Oh, we will not leave you," resumed Madame de Jonquière. "You hear me, Raymonde? We must follow her and kneel beside her, and we will take her back after the ceremony." Thereupon the two ladies joined the cortège, and following the canopy, walked beside Pierre and Father Macias, between the rows of chairs which the deputations already occupied, to the very centre of the choir. The banners alone were allowed on either side of the high altar, but Marie advanced to its steps, still dragging her car, whose wheels resounded over the flagstones. She had at last brought it to the spot whither the sacred madness of her desire had longingly impelled her to drag it. She had brought it indeed, woeful, wretched-looking as it was, into the splendour of God's house, so that it might there testify to the truth of the miracle. The threshold had scarcely been crossed when the organs burst into a hymn of triumph, the sonorous acclamation of a happy people, from amidst which there soon arose a celestial angelic voice of joyful shrillness and crystalline purity. Abbé Judaine had placed the Blessed Sacrament upon the altar, and the crowd was streaming into the nave, each taking a seat, installing him or herself in a corner, pending the commencement of the ceremony. Marie had at once fallen on her knees between Madame de Jonquière and Raymonde, whose eyes were moist with tender emotion, whilst Father Macias, exhausted by the extraordinary tension of his nerves, which had been sustaining him ever since his departure from the grotto, had sunk upon the ground, sobbing, with his head between his hands. Behind him Pierre and Berthaud remained standing, the latter still busy with his superintendence, his eyes ever on the watch, seeing that good order was preserved even during the most violent outbursts of emotion. Then, amidst all his mental confusion, increased by the deafening strains of the organ, Pierre raised his head and examined the interior of the basilica. The nave was narrow and lofty, and streaked with bright colours, which numerous windows flooded with light. There were scarcely any aisles, they were reduced to the proportions of a mere passage running between the side chapels and the clustering columns, and this circumstance seemed to increase the slim loftiness of the nave, the soaring of the stonework in perpendicular lines of infantile, graceful slenderness. A gilded railing, as transparent as lace, closed the choir, where the high altar, of white marble richly sculptured, arose in all its lavish chasteness. But the feature of the building which astonished you was the mass of extraordinary ornamentation which transformed the whole of it into an overflowing exhibition of embroidery and jewellery. What with all the banners and votive offerings, the perfect river of gifts which had flowed into it and remained clinging to its walls in a stream of gold and silver, velvet and silk, covering it from top to bottom. It was, so to say, the ever-glowing sanctuary of gratitude, whose thousand rich adornments seemed to be chanting a perpetual canticle of faith and thankfulness. The banners in particular abounded, as innumerable as the leaves of trees. Some 30 hung from the vaulted roof, whilst others were suspended like pictures between the little columns around the triforium, and others again displayed themselves on the walls, waved in the depths of the side chapels, and encompassed the choir with a heaven of silk, satin, and velvet. You could count them by hundreds, and your eyes grew weary of admiring them. Many of them were quite celebrated, so renowned for their skilful workmanship that talented embroideresses took the trouble to come to Lourdes on purpose to examine them. And among these were the banner of Our Lady of Fourvière, bearing the arms of the city of Lyons, the banner of Alsace, of black velvet embroidered with gold, the banner of Lorraine, on which you beheld the Virgin casting her cloak around 2 children, and the white and blue banner of Brittany, on which bled the Sacred Heart of Jesus in the midst of a halo. All empires and kingdoms of the earth were represented. The most distant lands, Canada, Brazil, Chile, Haiti, here had their flags, which in all piety were being offered as a tribute of homage to the Queen of Heaven. Then after the banners there were other marvels, the thousands and thousands of gold and silver hearts which were hanging everywhere, glittering on the walls like stars in the heavens. Some were grouped together in the form of mystical roses, others described festoons and garlands, others again climbed up the pillars, surrounded the windows, and constellated the deep, dim chapels. Below the triforium somebody had had the ingenious idea of employing these hearts to trace in tall letters the various words which the Blessed Virgin had addressed to Bernadette, and thus around the nave there extended a long frieze of words, the delight of the infantile minds, which busied themselves with spelling them. It was a swarming, a prodigious resplendency of hearts, whose infinite number deeply impressed you when you thought of all the hands, trembling with gratitude, which had offered them. Moreover, the adornments comprised many other votive offerings, and some of quite an unexpected description. There were bridal wreaths and crosses of honour, jewels and photographs, chaplets, and even spurs in glass cases or frames. There were also the epaulettes and swords of officers, together with a superb sabre left there in memory of a miraculous conversion. But all this was not sufficient. Other riches, riches of every kind, shone out on all sides: marble statues, diadems enriched with brilliants, a marvellous carpet designed at Blois and embroidered by ladies of all parts of France, and a golden palm, with ornaments of enamel, the gift of the sovereign pontiff. The lamps suspended from the vaulted roof, some of them of massive gold and the most delicate workmanship, were also gifts. They were too numerous to be counted. They studded the nave with stars of great price. Just in front of the tabernacle there was one, a masterpiece of chasing, offered by Ireland. Others, one from Lille, one from Valence, one from Macao, from far-off China, were veritable jewels, sparkling with precious stones. And how great was the resplendency when the choir's score of chandeliers was illumined, when the hundreds of lamps and the hundreds of candles burned all together at the great evening ceremonies. The whole church then became a conflagration, the thousands of gold and silver hearts reflecting all the little flames with thousands of fiery scintillations. It was like a huge and wondrous brazier. The walls streamed with live flakes of light. You seemed to be entering into the blinding glory of paradise itself, whilst on all sides the innumerable banners spread out their silk, their satin, and their velvet, embroidered with sanguifluous sacred hearts, victorious saints, and virgins whose kindly smiles engendered miracles. Ah, how many ceremonies had already displayed their pomp in that basilica! Worship, prayer, chanting never ceased there. From one end of the year to the other incense smoked, organs roared, and kneeling multitudes prayed there with their whole souls. Masses, vespers, sermons were continually following one upon another. Day by day the religious exercises began afresh, and each festival of the Church was celebrated with unparalleled magnificence. The least noteworthy anniversary supplied a pretext for pompous solemnities. Each pilgrimage was granted its share of the dazzling resplendency. It was necessary that those suffering ones and those humble ones who had come from such long distances should be sent home consoled and enraptured, carrying with them a vision of paradise espied through its opening portals. They beheld the luxurious surroundings of the divinity, and would forever remain enraptured by the sight. In the depths of bare, wretched rooms, indeed by the side of humble pallets of suffering throughout all Christendom, a vision of the basilica with its blazing riches continually arose like a vision of fortune itself, like a vision of the wealth of that life to be, into which the poor would surely some day enter after their long, long misery in this terrestrial sphere. Pierre, however, felt no delight. No consolation, no hope came to him as he gazed upon all the splendour. His frightful feeling of discomfort was increasing, all was becoming black within him, with that blackness of the tempest which gathers when man's thoughts and feelings pant and shriek. He had felt immense desolation rising in his soul ever since Marie, crying that she was healed, had risen from her little car and walked along with such strength and fullness of life. Yet he loved her like a passionately attached brother, and had experienced unlimited happiness on seeing that she no longer suffered. Why therefore should her felicity bring him such agony? He could now no longer gaze at her, kneeling there, radiant amidst her tears, with beauty recovered and increased, without his poor heart bleeding as from some mortal wound. Still he wished to remain there, and so, averting his eyes, he tried to interest himself in Father Macias, who was still shaking with violent sobbing on the flagstones, and whose prostration and annihilation, amidst the consuming illusion of divine love, he sorely envied. For a moment, moreover, he questioned Berthaud, feigning to admire some banner and requesting information respecting it. "Which one?" asked the superintendent of the bearers. "That lace banner over there?" "Yes, that one on the left." "Oh, it is a banner offered by Le Puy. The arms are those of Le Puy and Lourdes linked together by the rosary. The lace is so fine that if you crumpled the banner up, you could hold it in the hollow of your hand." However, Abbé Judaine was now stepping forward. The ceremony was about to begin. Again did the organs resound, and again was a canticle chanted, whilst on the altar the Blessed Sacrament looked like the sovereign planet amidst the scintillations of the gold and silver hearts, as innumerable as stars. And then Pierre lacked the strength to remain there any longer. Since Marie had Madame de Jonquière and Brémonde with her, and they would accompany her back, he might surely go off by himself, vanish into some shadowy corner, and there at last vent his grief. In a few words he excused himself, giving his appointment with Dr. Chassaigne as a pretext for his departure. However, another fear suddenly came to him, that of being unable to leave the building, so densely did the serried throng of believers bar the open doorway. But immediately afterwards he had an inspiration, and, crossing the sacristy, descended into the crypt by the narrow interior stairway. Deep silence and sepulchral gloom suddenly succeeded to the joyous chants and prodigious radiance of the basilica above. Cut in the rock, the crypt formed two narrow passages, parted by a massive block of stone which upheld the nave, and conducting to a subterranean chapel under the apsis, where some little lamps remained burning both day and night. A dim forest of pillars rose up there, a mystic terror reigned in that semi-obscurity, where the mystery ever quivered. The chapel walls remained bare, like the very stones of the tomb, in which all men must some day sleep the last sleep. And along the passages, against their sides, covered from top to bottom with marble votive offerings, you only saw a double row of confessionals. For it was here, in the lifeless tranquillity of the bowels of the earth, that sins were confessed. And there were priests, speaking all languages, to absolve the sinners who came thither from the four corners of the world. At that hour, however, when the multitude was thronging the basilica above, the crypt had become quite deserted. Not a soul, save Pierre's, throbbed there ever so faintly. And he, amidst that deep silence, that darkness, that coolness of the grave, fell upon his knees. It was not, however, through any need of prayer and worship, but because his whole being was giving way beneath his crushing mental torment. He felt a torturing longing to be able to see clearly within himself. Ah, why could he not plunge even more deeply into the heart of things, reflect, understand, and at last calm himself? And it was a fearful agony that he experienced. He tried to remember all the minutes that had gone by since Marie, suddenly springing from her pallet of wretchedness, had raised her cry of resurrection. Why had he even then, despite his fraternal joy in seeing her erect, felt such an awful sensation of discomfort, as though, indeed, the greatest of all possible misfortunes had fallen upon him? Was he jealous of the divine grace? Did he suffer because the Virgin, whilst healing her, had forgotten him, whose soul was so afflicted? He remembered how he had granted himself a last delay, fixed a supreme appointment with faith for the moment when the Blessed Sacrament should pass by, were Marie only cured. And she was cured, and still he did not believe, and henceforth there was no hope, for never, never would he be able to believe. Therein lay the bare, bleeding sore. The truth burst upon him with blinding cruelty and certainty. She was saved, he was lost. That pretended miracle which had restored her to life had, in him, completed the ruin of all belief in the supernatural. That which he had for a moment dreamed of seeking and perhaps finding at Lourdes, naive faith, the happy faith of a little child, was no longer possible, would never bloom again after that collapse of the miraculous, that cure which Beauclerc had foretold, and which had afterwards come to pass exactly as had been predicted. Jealous? No, he was not jealous, but he was ravaged, full of mortal sadness at thus remaining all alone in the icy desert of his intelligence, regretting the illusion, the lie, the divine love of the simple-minded, for which henceforth there was no room in his heart. A flood of bitterness stifled him, and tears started from his eyes. He had slipped onto the flagstones, prostrated by his anguish, and by degrees he remembered the whole delightful story, from the day when Marie, guessing how he was tortured by doubt, had become so passionately eager for his conversion, taking hold of his hand in the gloom, retaining it in her own, and stammering that she would pray for him. Oh, pray for him with her whole soul! She forgot herself, she entreated the Blessed Virgin to save her friend rather than herself, if there were but one grace that she could obtain from her divine Son. Then came another memory, the memory of the delightful hours which they had spent together amid the dense darkness of the trees during the night procession. There again they had prayed for one another, mingled one in the other with so ardent a desire for mutual happiness that for a moment they had attained to the very depths of the love which gives and immolates itself. And now their long, tear-drenched tenderness, their pure idyll of suffering, was ending in this brutal separation. She on her side saved, radiant amidst the hosannas of the triumphant basilica, and he lost, sobbing with wretchedness, bowed down in the depths of the dark crypt in an icy, grave-like solitude. It was as though he had just lost her again, and this time forever and forever. All at once Pierre felt the sharp stab which this thought dealt his heart. He at last understood his pain. A sudden light illumined the terrible crisis of woe amidst which he was struggling. He had lost Marie for the first time on the day when he had become a priest, saying to himself that he might well renounce his manhood, since she, stricken in her sex by incurable illness, would never be a woman. But behold, she was cured. Behold, she had become a woman. She had all at once appeared to him very strong, very beautiful, living and desirable. He who was dead, however, could not become a man again. Never more would he be able to raise the tombstone which crushed and imprisoned his flesh. She fled away alone, leaving him in the cold grave. The whole wide world was opening before her with smiling happiness, with the love which laughs in the sunlit paths, with a husband, with children, no doubt. Whereas he, buried as it were to his shoulders, had naught of his body free, save his brain, in order that he might suffer the more. She had still been his, so long as she had not belonged to another. And if he had been enduring such agony during the past hour, it was only through this final rending which, this time, parted her from him forever and forever. Then rage shook Pierre from head to foot. He was tempted to return to the basilica and cry the truth aloud to Marie. The miracle was a lie. The helpful beneficence of an all-powerful divinity was but so much illusion. Nature alone had acted, life had conquered once again. And he would have given proofs. He would have shown how life, the only sovereign, worked for health amid all the sufferings of this terrestrial sphere. And then they would have gone off together. They would have fled far, far away, that they might be happy. But a sudden terror took possession of him. What? Lay hands upon that little spotless soul, kill all belief in it, fill it with the ruins which worked such havoc in his own soul? It all at once occurred to him that this would be odious sacrilege. He would afterwards become horrified with himself. He would look upon himself as her murderer, were he some day to realize that he was unable to give her a happiness equal to that which she would have lost. Perhaps, too, she would not believe him, and moreover, would she ever consent to marry a priest who had broken his vows? She who would always retain the sweet and never-to-be-forgotten memory of how she had been healed in ecstasy. His design then appeared to him insane, monstrous, polluting, and his revolt rapidly subsided until he only retained a feeling of infinite weariness, a sensation of a burning, incurable wound, the wound of his poor, bruised and lacerated heart. Then, however, amidst his abandonment, the void in which he was whirling, a supreme struggle began, filling him again with agony. What should he do? His sufferings made a coward of him, and he would have liked to flee, so that he might never see Marie again, for he understood very well that he would now have to lie to her, since she thought that he was saved like herself, converted, healed in soul, even as she had been healed in body. She had told him of her joy while dragging her car up the colossal gradient way. Oh, to have had that great happiness together, to have felt their hearts melt and mingle one in the other. And even then he had already lied, as he would always be obliged to lie in order that he might not spoil her pure and blissful illusion. He let the last throbbings of his veins subside, and vowed that he would find sufficient strength for the sublime charity of feigning peacefulness of soul, the rapture of one who is redeemed. For he wished her to be wholly happy, without a regret, without a doubt, in the full serenity of faith, convinced that the Blessed Virgin had indeed given her consent to their purely mystical union. What did his torments matter? Later on, perhaps, he might recover possession of himself. Amidst his desolate solitude of mind, would there not always be a little joy to sustain him, all that joy whose consoling falsity he would leave to her? Several minutes again elapsed, and Pierre, still overwhelmed, remained on the flagstones, seeking to calm his fever. He no longer thought, he no longer lived. He was a prey to that prostration of the entire being which follows upon great crises. But all at once he fancied he could hear a sound of footsteps, and thereupon he painfully rose to his feet, and feigned to be reading the inscriptions graven in the marble votive slabs along the walls. He had been mistaken. Nobody was there. Nevertheless, seeking to divert his mind, he continued perusing the inscriptions, at first in a mechanical kind of way, and then, little by little, feeling a fresh emotion steal over him. The sight was almost beyond imagination. Faith, love, and gratitude displayed themselves in 100, 1,000 ways on those marble slabs with gilded lettering. Some of the inscriptions were so artless as to provoke a smile. A colonel had sent a sculptured representation of his foot with the words, "Thou hast preserved it, grant that it may serve thee." Farther on you read the line, "May her protection extend to the glass trade." And then, by the frankness of certain expressions of thanks, you realized of what a strange character the appeals had been. "To Mary the Immaculate," ran one inscription, "from a father of a family, in recognition of health restored, a lawsuit won, and advancement gained." However, the memory of these instances faded away amidst the chorus of soaring, fervent cries. There was the cry of the lovers. Paul and Anna entreat Our Lady of Lourdes to bless their union. There was the cry of the mothers in various forms. Gratitude to Mary, who has thrice healed my child. Gratitude to Mary for the birth of Antoinette, whom I dedicate, like myself and all my kin, to her. P.D., 3 years old, has been preserved to the love of his parents. And then came the cry of the wives, the cry too of the sick restored to health, and of the souls restored to happiness. Protect my husband, grant that my husband may enjoy good health. I was crippled in both legs, and now I am healed. We came, and now we hope. I prayed, I wept, and she heard me. And there were yet other cries, cries whose veiled glow conjured up thoughts of long romances. Thou didst join us together, protect us, we pray thee. To Mary, for the greatest of all blessings. And the same cries, the same words, gratitude, thankfulness, homage, acknowledgement, occurred again and again, ever with the same passionate fervour. Ah, those hundreds, those thousands of cries which were forever graven on that marble, and from the depths of the crypt rose clamorously to the Virgin, proclaiming the everlasting devotion of the unhappy beings whom she had succoured. Pierre did not weary of reading them, albeit his mouth was bitter and increasing desolation was filling him. So it was only he who had no succour to hope for. When so many sufferers were listened to, he alone had been unable to make himself heard. And he now began to think of the extraordinary number of prayers which must be said at Lourdes from one end of the year to the other. He tried to cast them up, those said during the days spent at the grotto and during the nights spent at the rosary, those said at the ceremonies at the basilica, those said at the sunlight and the starlight processions. But this continual entreaty of every second was beyond computation. It seemed as if the faithful were determined to weary the ears of the divinity, determined to extort favours and forgiveness by the very multitude, the vast multitude of their prayers. The priests said that it was necessary to offer to God the acts of expiation which the sins of France required, and that when the number of these acts of expiation should be large enough, God would smite France no more. What a harsh belief in the necessity of chastisement! What a ferocious idea born of the gloomiest pessimism! How evil life must be if it were indeed necessary that such imploring cries, such cries of physical and moral wretchedness, should ever and ever ascend to heaven. In the midst of all his sadness, Pierre felt deep compassion penetrate his heart. He was upset by the thought that mankind should be so wretched, reduced to such a state of woe, so bare, so weak, so utterly forsaken, that it renounced its own reason to place the one sole possibility of happiness in the hallucinatory intoxication of dreams. Tears once more filled his eyes. He wept for himself and for others, for all the poor tortured beings who feel a need of stupefying and numbing their pains in order to escape from the realities of the world. He again seemed to hear the swarming, kneeling crowd of the grotto, raising the glowing entreaty of its prayer to heaven, the multitude of 20,000 and 30,000 souls from whose midst ascended such a fervour of desire that you seemed to see it smoking in the sunlight like incense. Then another form of the exaltation of faith glowed beneath the crypt in the Church of the Rosary, where nights were spent in a paradise of rapture, amidst the silent delights of the communion, the mute appeals in which the whole being pines, burns and soars aloft. And as though the cries raised before the grotto and the perpetual adoration of the Rosary were not sufficient, that clamour of ardent entreaty burst forth afresh on the walls of the crypt around him. And here it was eternized in marble, here it would continue shrieking the sufferings of humanity even into the faraway ages. It was the marble, it was the walls themselves praying, seized by that great shudder of universal woe which penetrated even stones. And at last the prayers ascended yet higher, still higher, soared aloft from the radiant basilica, which was humming and buzzing above him, full as it now was of a frantic multitude, whose mighty voice, bursting into a canticle of hope, he fancied he could hear through the flagstones of the nave. And it finally seemed to him that he was being whirled away, transported, as though he were indeed amidst the very vibrations of that huge wave of prayer, which, starting from the dust of the earth, ascended the tier of superposed churches, spreading from tabernacle to tabernacle, and filling even the walls with such pity that they sobbed aloud, and that the supreme cry of wretchedness pierced its way into heaven with the white spire, the lofty golden cross, above the steeple. O Almighty God, O Divinity, helpful power, whoever, whatever thou mayst be, take pity upon poor mankind and make human suffering cease. All at once Pierre was dazzled. He had followed the left-hand passage and was coming out into broad daylight, above the inclined ways, and two affectionate arms at once caught hold of him and clasped him. It was Dr. Chassaigne, whose appointment he had forgotten, and who had been waiting there to take him to visit Bernadette's room and Abbé Peramal's church. "Oh, what joy must be yours, my child!" exclaimed the good old man. "I have just learnt the great news, the extraordinary favour which Our Lady of Lourdes has granted to your young friend. Recollect what I told you the day before yesterday. I am now at ease. You are saved." A last bitterness came to the young priest, who was very pale. However, he was able to smile, and he gently answered, "Yes, we are saved. We are very happy." It was the lie beginning, the divine illusion which in a spirit of charity he wished to give to others. And then one more spectacle met Pierre's eyes. The principal door of the basilica stood wide open, and a red sheet of light from the setting sun was enfilading the nave from one to the other end. Everything was flaring with the splendour of a conflagration. The gilt railings of the choir, the votive offerings of gold and silver, the lamps enriched with precious stones, the banners with their bright embroideries, and the swinging censers, which seemed like flying jewels. And yonder, in the depths of this burning splendour, amidst the snowy surplices and the golden chasubles, he recognized Marie with hair unbound, hair of gold like all else, enveloping her in a golden mantle. And the organs burst into a hymn of triumph, and the delirious people acclaimed God, and Abbé Judaine, who had again just taken the Blessed Sacrament from off the altar, raised it aloft and presented it to their gaze for the last time. And radiantly magnificent it shone out like a glory amidst the streaming gold of the basilica, whose prodigious triumph all the bells proclaimed in clanging, flying peals. End of section 19.